Shure USB mic.
Oh, it is the Shure USB. I have used that mic before too. Yeah, that one's really good. It also has a XLR port on it too, right? Because
Yeah,
like
yeah,
dual,
yeah.
it can also be both. Yeah.
TPC made me put the black tape on it. I was like, okay, well now it looks like the XLR one. So
Yeah, I got that mic for a broadcast that I'd done as well. I think I actually used that one for one of the Players Cup 4. I used that. Yeah, it was a good mic. I liked it.
give me a sec, guys. I think I heard myself. Yeah, we were live. Yeah.
You may have to mute desktop audio on your stream if you have multiple audio input sources. Check that. That's definitely going to be what you're looking at.
Yeah, I can hear ourselves in the stream right now. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the Shuffle Squad's Tournament of Champions. My name is Primetime Wizard TV, or Wancho, and I'm joined today by the one and only Ethan Heggie. How's it going, Ethan?
It's going well. We've got ourselves a great tournament in store today. Some of the top players from all over the world from this sort of wacky competitive season that we've had, running all the way through the 2020 to now 2022 season. You're battling out for some cash. What's better than to play some Pokemon and have some cash here? And we're going to have some Swiss rounds coming up, cutting to a top 8 cut, a lot of big names, a lot to talk about. Most importantly, it's going to be in Pokemon action. I'm looking forward to it, Wancho.
100%. I am so excited. What better way to win some cash at the comfort of your own home, right? We're playing today in PTCGO. And again, you mentioned earlier, we invited the top 128 players in the world, and as well as the top 11 players from yesterday's Shuffle Squad LCQ. So very, very exciting stuff. High caliber matches for sure. I'm so excited to see these games. Again, we're going to be playing best of 3. I believe we're going to be playing around 6 rounds and then going into a top cut of 8, if I'm not wrong. So we have a lot of matches here today. And again, high caliber matches too. I'm so excited. Anything you're excited to watch in particular, Ethan?
Let's see what some of these players are going to bring. We're coming to the World Championships now, are a little bit less than 3 weeks away. And these players are preparing. This is the biggest event of the year. It is the most intense, high-caliber event of the year, and there's the most money on the line as well. This is where it all comes down to. We've been waiting for World Championships now for 3 years. So it's going to be interesting if these players have been working on a top pick, if they're going to decide, hey, do I really want to maybe get some practice in? But then there's also the downside of now people know what deck you've been working on and what to maybe prepare a little bit more for. So there's sort of that match here. I really don't expect players to maybe bring their number 1 pick with them. If their number 1 pick is something more standard like Palkia or Arceus and Teleon decks that people are already preparing for, then there's not really a downside to going and playing that deck if you know people are going to respect it anyways. But maybe not going to be seeing as much spice if we're going to see maybe a little bit more at the World Championships than we are today.
I 100% agree with you. If anything, I think if I was playing in this championship, which I wish I was, I wish I was in the top 128, I would be bringing something that my deck would be weak against, something maybe just to learn the matchup more. That's something I'd be playing for sure. Either way, again, these are the top players in the world. We're going to be seeing them play to their fullest. I'm kind of hoping for some spice. Maybe something like a Stonejourner over there, or maybe Mewtwo for sure. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see our good friend Sobble just win $1,000 off the bat.
Yeah, Sobble would not be surprised to see that little creature rock away with some money today. Looks like our pairings are up for the first round, and we've got a match we can feature here from Shuffle Squad's one and only Zach Lesage. So we're going to go ahead and hop down into the match and get into things here. Let's go ahead and get down to the table.
All right, let's do it. I think we hopped into the game here, but unfortunately, it looks like game one has already been completed here. Yes, looks like game one has been completed. Zach Lesage, unfortunately, couldn't set up anything besides that one Stonejourner. But let's see if Zach here can turn it around. And again, it's funny that we mentioned earlier bringing something spicy to the table, and Stonejourner is definitely one of them. Cool. All right. Let's see if Zach here can set up. Looks like he is up against Turtlestar playing Palkia V-Star. Again, Palkia V-Star, probably one of the most powerful decks in the format right now, if not the best card in format, opening up with a very powerful Irida. Irida, again, allows you to get a water Pokemon as well as an item card. And what better item card to get on the very, very first turn of the game than Battle VIP Pass? Yes, allowing Turtlestar here to grab 2 basic Pokemon and essentially just really set up. Looks like, again, Palkia doesn't really have a good turn 1 attack here besides Rule the Region, allowing them to find any stadium card. Not too bad there. Let's see how Zach can respond here. Looks like opening up with a Pokegear, finding themselves a supporter card for turn. Looks like it's going to be this Schoolgirl, allowing Zach here to draw up to 4 cards as long as the prize cards are even, I believe. And yes, Zach does find the Stonejourner VMAX. Again, Stonejourner VMAX, just an absolutely tank of a Pokemon, having 330 HP and just having the attack Stone Gift, which allows you to accelerate energy as well as heal off damage. And I believe the game plan for this deck here is to not bench anything at all, right? Zach is going to want to keep his bench nice and low, which is a good and a bad thing. Again, we saw earlier in the first round, Zach unfortunately couldn't set up anything else on the bench. That means if your active Pokemon does go down, that is the end of the game. But also, if Zach doesn't play anything here, it mitigates Palkia V-Star's damage output to at most probably 160, maybe 190 with a choice belt. And Stonejourner VMAX can definitely mitigate that damage as well with something like a Stone Energy and healing it off with the Stone Gift attack or something like a Hyper Potion. We're back here to Turtlestar, just using an Evolution Incense, finding themselves the Drizzile. Again, a very, very popular engine in the current format. I believe we see this Thobble in almost every popular competitive deck just because of its sheer consistency. Again, Shady Dealings just allows, once you evolve into a Drizzile or Inteleon, you get to use the Shady Dealings ability, which lets you find any item card from the deck, and having access to almost anything in your deck is always a good thing. You pair that up with the Irida allowing you to find a Pokemon and an item. You can essentially try and really set up there. You're able to find a Pokemon, an item. The Pokemon you find just happens to be a Drizzile, which lets you find another trainer card. And you're slowly really just getting set up. You're just very, very consistent. But again, the damage output here is going to cap out at 160. It's going to be on Zach to try and mitigate all this. Let's see what Turtlestar can do here. They're going to use the Shady Dealings ability, grabbing a Heavy Ball. Hisuian Heavy Ball, again, a newer card from Astral Radiance, allowing you to find a basic Pokemon in your prizes. Just a great consistency card overall. Finding a second Palkia is always good here. And again, if they bench it, the Palkia's attack is 60 plus 20 for each Pokemon on the bench. With 5 Pokemon on the bench, you're doing 160. Not even enough quite yet to two-shot a Stonejourner here.
All right. I think I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
All right, here we go. How's it going, Ethan? We missed the first match, unfortunately. Zach was did get donked by a Palkia. Palkia just doing Palkia things, but we're now in game 2 here. And what are your thoughts on this matchup, Ethan?
Well, there's a lot to consider, right? Stonjourner is naturally going to be at an advantage as a tanky Pokemon since Palkia's playing with a relatively small bench size, but at the same time, it's really the late game can sort of be where this deck finds a way to struggle, especially with no real draw engine. It's kind of just relying off of these draw 3 to draw 4 supporters to fill his hands up, and you utilize some of those healing cards like the Lucky Ice Pop, like Hyper Potion, and Team Yell Towel to heal over. But when you're at this early game position so far, things are looking pretty solid, besides the fact that there's not really much draw power here for Zach. May need to rely on some head slips off these Lucky Ice Pops to just heal this Stonjourner down. And this is kind of where we get into a position where if you keep flipping heads with a Lucky Ice Pop, look at that. Just like that, 60 damage off an item card. That's pretty much almost the same effect as what this Pokemon Center Lady would be able to accomplish this turn. But the problem that we see in a position like this is while you can use something like the Team Yell Towel to heal this Pokemon down fully, you're just kind of in the same position that you started the last turn with, where you're not dealing any damage. Sure, you can confuse this Pokemon, but from there, it's kind of just like, what are you really accomplishing on this following turn besides just keeping yourself at the same spot that you really started off with?
I 100% agree there. Things are going well as long as you still have those resources, but once you do run out, that's when you're in trouble. I 100% agree here. Hopefully, Zach gets a little bit lucky again with those coin flips. We saw him flip heads with the Lucky Ice Pop. Let's see if the opponent can get that lucky as well. I mean, since Palkia is confused here, that means he's going to have to flip a coin to get an attack off, something that could happen as well. We see a Shady Dealings in Talion. Let's see what they decide to grab. A Cap Bucket and a Scoop Up Net. Very interesting cards for sure. Cap Bucket just, again, allowing Turtle Star to just get more energies in hand, more resources, more draws with the concealed cards off the Radiant Greninja there. And if Turtle Star did want to attack for sure here, something they could do is retreat the Palkia. Yeah, just because you're confused doesn't mean you can't retreat, and you still have access to that Star Portal ability, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see here. Star Portal, again, allows the Palkia player to reattach 3 water energy cards from your discard pile to any of your Pokemon, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. Star Portal. Let's see where they decide to attach it. 2, of course, to the Palkia to get an attack off. I had to guess the 1 just to the second Palkia. Why not get that ready just in case? And again, we just see the whole Drizzile Inteleon chain. Turtle Star is not lacking resources for sure. It's just a matter of keeping that pressure, putting Zach in a position where he needs to play things to stay in this game. And
that's the big thing at this point. This is really where you got to consider what lines you have to take. You're doing the same thing you did last turn. It really just kind of comes down to what Zach can do to respond. You're, again, not putting yourself really in a better spot. But as we've seen time and time again, when this Palkia deck sets up, when it gets Shady Dealings, it's able to just find the specific pieces it needs out of the deck. It looks unstoppable, but if there's anything that can stop it, it's a big, giant stone wall that is Stonjourner.
That's for sure. Let's see here. Zach is going to need to find anything. We see his hand here, and honestly, there's not too many resources to use here. Like, there's nothing that in his hand that can be used to heal. Something he has access to is probably something like the boss's orders to try and stall something out, which doesn't seem too good if everything in the bench does only have 1 retreat. He has access to a Yellow Horn that could potentially force a retreat as well, or at least a coin flip. And but we'll have to see. Again, only the Palkia in the active has the choice spot, but we're going to see the concession there. Just not having the resources definitely hampering the Stonjourner deck.
Unfortunately, a quick 2-0 there. It's kind of what you see with Stonjourner. It's the problem that this deck has had is you get these matches where it may be drawn to the specific pieces it needs to close these games out, but at the end of the day, it's just a situation where this deck really just struggles to have a consistent setup engine, and if it misses pieces and it gets on the back foot, it's really hard for it to recontrol. Sagastar is going to fall 2-0 to Jackson Ford. Interesting to note, Jackson Ford was a very strong seniors player. Lots of top finishes at all levels. Regional champion in the seniors division. Also an international championship finalist as well. Very strong accomplishments. and has not really been playing too much in Masters, but is back here, maybe preparing for World Championships after an age up. Not sure the exact situation, but we see Jackson Ford is no stranger to the competitive scene. Very strong play. Standard Palkia play, but it's a nice one. Gonna go up 1-0.
Yeah. Again, each and every person in the tournament right now is a champion in their own right? They've had to have accomplishments on in real life tournaments to get into the top 128 for sure. And again, I just want to talk about that matchup again real quick. It's just I feel like Lucky.
Oh, we're here. Hello. Seems like we're running around here. We're getting things worked out. It's kind of some of the quirks that you get as you start to stream out here. You gotta work through everything that's going on. But Juancho, run us through the matchup though, because I am very interested. It's not a matchup we see a lot. Stonejourner is not a very popular deck right now in Standard.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Lucky Ice Pop completely captures what that deck feels like playing. You know, it feels like a coin flip. You either run hot, you run the perfect hand, you have your draw supporters to get into your engines really, or you could run into hands like what we saw with Zach, unfortunately. Because again, as long as you have energy and you have the hyper potions, you can really chain those healing options, right? Especially with something like a training court. After you use a hyper potion, you could get the energy back, use the attack and heal a ton of damage. But it's just a matter of seeing that. It's not as consistent as something like Palkia, where they have access to their entire deck turn one. Right, and I think that just goes to show the strength of Palkia. Despite not having the full damage output, we saw Zach not benching anything at all, just doing 160, 190 just based on my own resources. That seems to be enough. That's a lot of pressure for a 2 energy Pokemon, and yeah, I'm not going to be surprised to see more Palkias within the rest of the day for sure.
There we go. I forget it's push to talk. Sorry. That's for some reason it's push to talk over here, and I am not used to that, so I'll get used to it as we go through. But I did want to talk a little bit about the meta share for today, because we are running on a relatively small tournament size. We've only got about 47 players, it looks like, for our event today. And to no one's surprise, here our top 2 decks are Arceus, Inteleon. 8 players running that today, and 6 players on Palkia Inteleon. Not something we're too surprised about. 3 players playing Stonejourner, though. Hey, listen, we've got some interesting decks here to see, and I know that Dialga is a deck that people have also been back and forth on, but people are still playing Mewtwo Miltank. This deck that Sander had really innovated for this NAIC event is still coming back. I mean, people are now aware of it. It's lost its surprise factor. This is kind of one of the things where you've got to determine, is the deck still good if it loses surprise factor? And it's got a lot of really good tools now. The Pokemon Go set Pokestop is a very powerful card in this deck to help mill through and find those specific pieces. And Wancho, it could go all the way. I think this deck still has the gas. Even if people know it exists, there's not a lot you can really do to play around the multiple win conditions this deck can set up.
I 100% agree. I think it just goes down to what I was talking about earlier, right? I was like, if what are the players going to be bringing to here today? It's not going to be their first pick, but probably something that they're scared of facing. And based on the metagame, I for sure have gotten emotional damage just from playing against Stonejourner and Mewtwo Miltank. Playing against Control is always very, very hard. So playing in this high caliber tournament is your opportunity to learn the in and out of the Control decks like Stonejourner and Mewtwo Miltank. I think that, yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. Maybe there's no more surprises with the Mewtwo Miltank after Sander brought it to NAIC, after blowing everyone's mind. I'm sure it's in everyone's radar. But again, if you don't have the tools to deal with it, I think it still can steal wins left and right for sure. Something of note too is only 3 Mew and Genesect. That's something I just want to talk about real quick, just because Mew and Genesect, Mew VMAX and Genesect has been probably the best deck in format since before Palkia, and just seeing it now just go down to like at the 4th, 5th most played deck. I actually think Mew has a pretty good chance at Worlds. Just my opinion, just a quick hot take here. Just if no one's playing counters, maybe Mew can just draw themselves into $1,000 in the tournament, right?
Listen, Mew's a deck that when people least respect it, when people least expect it, it comes and it shows what it's got, right? So I think people are really respecting it for NAIC. It didn't really perform and show up. Hey, this could be the time where Mew maybe sneaks in and wins the world championship. That would be the timeline for sure. It looks like we have a few more matches that are playing out right now between our players. It is best of 3, so we went through 2 pretty quick matches. I think we're going to jump into our first match of EC, see what matchup is going on there, and we'll hopefully bring you guys some more Pokemon action. So we're going to jump into that. We'll be back in just a second.
All right.
So this is going to be an interesting side we're seeing. We're going to have Grant Manley here playing. And Grant Manley is going to be up against James Cox. And Grant Manley is streaming things over on his side of things. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he manages it. And we're in the pretty, I'd say, kind of loopy turns of this where not much is happening. We're going to see this Mewtwo use Super Regeneration to heal 200 damage every turn. You could quick shooting and hit for 160, but Mewtwo is more than happy to say, listen, I'm going to heal all this damage off. I'm going to recycle my resources, and eventually you're going to have no cards in your deck, and that's how I'm going to win this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were just talking about this Mewtwo Union just being an absolute tank of a deck. If you don't have ways to really deal with it, it can steal games left and right. And just by limiting the amount of damage Palkia can do here and just having really only 3 cards left in deck and having complete control of the resources left, I think I think it's in a great position to win this game. I don't quite see how Palkia can do more than 200 damage. Maybe something it can hope for is a couple of Silene tails could definitely win the game, but that's something you don't want to bank on for sure. I mean, we do see the quick shooting in Talion. That could definitely help out with damage, but I think you're going to need more than 1. And
we'll have to see how this goes. I mean, this is kind of the position where Grant set up everything he wants to. He's got the Mewtwo out, he's got the energy on, he even has the Tool Jammer on as well to prevent something like the Choice Belt from slowly adding up increments of 10 onto this Mewtwo after being fully healed up. And Grant's going to be able to cycle the deck through every single turn with the combination of Team Yell's Cheer, Palpat, and Silene. I think somebody did the math. I think they said like you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than you do to deck out while playing this deck. That's how insanely hard it is to not continuously be able to loop everything. You've got so many coin flips. Palpat to put cards back in. A single coin flip's going to buy you like 6 more turns of play. So Grant's in a pretty solid position as it is in this matchup here. Having some trouble loading the stream up on my end. I don't know if that's how it is for you as well.
For me too, but I think what we're missing is just probably Mewtwo Union just healing up, Palkia just doing some damage, and just that loop until essentially one player decks out, or if Palkia can find a way to really just put in pressure. Something of note as well is we have to count the prize cards. Palkia.
I think we're going to jump over into stream. We're going to jump into stream too. Grant seems like he has it here. We're going to see Gabe's playing Stonejourner, so that's something I want to check out.
All right.
All right, we just made sure Gabe was deafened there. Want to make sure these players aren't getting any extra advantage from how things are going. But it looks like we are jumping into this match here. Gonna see what game this is in, because that is something I do want to have some information on. Looks like this is game 2. Gabe Smart is up 1-0 here, up against Pablo Real. And this is where, if your list isn't playing Dunsparce, which, Pablo, you playing Dunsparce? You are, okay. So this is a lot closer of a matchup, I think, with Dunsparce. Arceus could even be favored in this position, especially when you get set up and rolling. And this is quite the turn, too, to get things going. You've got Arceus V-Star, you've got yourself a double Turbo Energy, and a way to accelerate as well. No Dunsparce yet. That's going to be a big key card here for Pablo to be able to get into play and start attacking with. Smart choice there as well, is going to opt to actually utilize the Melanie instead of getting that double Turbo Energy attached. Understands that, hey, every damage counter matters. I'm most likely going to be 3-hit knocking out the Stonejourner. There's no real reason for me to go out of my way to reduce the damage that I'm doing. And it's a smart line. You're going to now be dealing 140 damage, so 3-hit knocking out. But as we've seen with this deck, it seems like a 3-hit knockout on paper, but then you add the healing cards in, and these Stonejourners are not going to go down without a fight. this could actually be my co-caster here struggling now with their push to talk, and that is we're definitely having a talk, our push to talk moment here. It's kind of how it works, but hopefully we'll be able to have one of us bring a match at one time. So Wancho was struggling earlier. Now it's my turn to bring you guys some action. For everyone doing it, I want to know how you guys are doing today in this after. Got a lot happening here, a lot on the line, and happy to have you guys all tuning in and joining us on the action. We get back into this game again. Game is up 1-0. It's going to go ahead and kick things off. Pablo is going to Marty. And as we are almost halfway through this match here, you've got to imagine Gabe is in a very solid position, especially playing a pretty long game one. And this handoff to Marnie is very playable. You kind of run into that issue a lot where you're going to be getting Marnie and put yourself in a position where you don't have a draw engine. You kind of got to just draw into the pieces you're looking for. And we are just going to see the Arceus hit with Trinity Nova. And wow, no Dunsparce coming down into play. And that is a big deal. It means that Max Rockfall can potentially take a knockout. I think Gabe is just considering, do I want to play this Pal Pad? What are the draws? Ooh, wow, does not find a way to attack with Max Rockfall this turn. And this is one of the more interesting positions that you're going to see with this deck. Quick shooting plus every other piece. Gabe may actually be forced to utilize Hyper Potion this turn to heal off this Stonejourner, which is a very, very big cost. You're going to have to discard 2 energies and no way to Max Rockfall for the next couple of turns. And this is where the damage will slowly start to add up with quick shooting as Pablo gets 2 Arceus V-Star out, but still no Dunsparce down. That's sort of one of those cards you play specifically for matchups like this, and if you prize it, you just put yourself in a position where you don't have a lot going for you. Gabe's got to find something here, though. Does find Kabu off of this Pokegear, but this Stonejourner, only with 70 HP remaining, is going to find a Stone Gift combination, does find double fighting energy, Hyper Potion for the following turn, Team Yellhorn as well, but you can't really play that card. You got to utilize the Stone Gift attack, and that is what we're going to see. Stone Gift will accelerate this energy. Stonejourner hanging on for a few more turns. And this is
okay. I think I'm here. Yeah. Sorry to leave you hanging there, partner, but looks like I made it just in time to see Stonejourner probably live another turn. No, 180 damage is enough thanks to the quick shooting to take the knockout there. Just enough, actually, and the first game does go to, I believe, Algren?
So we're going into game 3 right now. So it's tied up 1-1. Going into game 3, we got about 20 minutes left in this round. Plenty of time for this game to finish up. So we're featuring a lot of this stone wall to start things out on our round number 1. But you even saw there, right? An easy Marnie, Stonejourner, not the most consistent deck. It just kind of seems like it falls victim to kind of just sitting here and healing, and you're staying alive. You're not getting knocked out, but at the same time, you're in a position where eventually the wall is going to crumble, right? The wall will fall.
Yeah, as if you keep putting pressure, that is.
We're having issues here, it looks like. Juancho, I mean, maybe you push to talk. I check your settings and see if you got a push to talk button, because I've had to go through that and reroute, because it seems like some of these voice channels are push to talk for some reason. But Gabe is going to be, it looks like, starting things out. Just have the energy attachment. Pablo having a very excellent set of basic Pokemon. Looks like mulliganed a few times over on Gabe's side, and we're just gonna see the attach pass. What can Gabe put together with this hand? Is going to opt to play the Evolution Incense earlier. I like that play a lot. You really don't want to draw into a bunch of these VMAX Pokemon if you don't need to. You'd rather draw into a lot of these Hyper Potions and healing cards, plus draw cards, and it looks like Gabe is actually eyeing up attaching this energy this turn. Has Stonejourner as well to put on the bench. Could technically hold that energy just to utilize it for Stone Gift the following turn. I don't really know if we're going to see an attack come out, but hey, that could just be the out you're looking for.
I mean, with level ball here, definitely prioritizing the Dunsparce. Normally, I'm used to when I see a level ball, I'm going to see a Drizzile, but Dunsparce probably a little bit more important. But there we go. We do see the Drizzile, shady dealings, grabbing an Evolution Incense. Again, finding any trainer in the deck, Evolution Incense, finding any evolution Pokemon. And this is just the consistency train that is Arceus and Teleon. With the Evolution Incense, you're able to find the Arceus V-Star. Arceus V-Star has the ability the Starbirth ability to
Keep getting cutouts. Okay. I don't know if that's just my end, but Honcho keeps finding a way to cut out for me. Is that oh well, that's kind of what we gotta deal with at this point. Honcho, if you come back, feel free to interrupt me, and we'll continue to run through this game. I'll hold the fort down for now as we're figuring out some of these technical difficulties. It's part of what happens to the stream, as we see choice belts come down to this Arceus, and there it is again. Turn to Marnie, and Gabe is immediately put in the position where some sort of healing pressure's got to come down right away. And this is, oh wow, look at that. There is nothing in this hand. You hit for 210 damage, you can heal back, but it doesn't matter. You're just going to get slapped again for 210 damage. There's got to be a big time top deck there, and it is a Kabu right away. That's going to keep him alive in this game.
just allowing Gabe here to draw 8 fresh cards to get out of this position. To be honest, they actually have the energy anyway to be able to heal this turn. I wouldn't be surprised if they just take this opportunity, just use it, save the Kabu in hand. And that looks like exactly what it's going to be. Just a stone gift here, having 4 energies on a stone journer always feels good. Having that extra energy for the hyper potion in the future for sure. Now, back to the opponent's side of the field, just again, the Drizzile finding an evolution incense, getting a second Arceus in play, always a good thing. You want to make sure you have 2 attackers, or the Shady Dealings Inteleon. Oh no, sorry, excuse me, the Quick Shooting Inteleon that allows you to ping 20 extra damage a turn. Again, every damage counter matters here. That one quick shooting could be the difference between winning or losing. And here we go, just a great top deck here by Gabe, getting the full face guard and just quick Kabu to draw a new hand of 8. Not too bad. And having a couple of hyper potions as well, just discarding those 2 energies. Something he does still want to see is something like the training core to get energies back from the discard pile after those hyper potions to be able to use the stone gift attack. But right now he doesn't have to worry about that. He does have an energy in his hand, and using this pal pad here, just shuffling 2 cards into the deck. Again, just great to have those draw supporters in the deck for sure. And let's see here if they just, I think in this position you're just going to attack, and let's
so I think the main concern here for Gabe is if you attack into this Arceus, then Sharon's Care means that you can pretty much pick up this Arceus right away in the active, and then utilize that choice belt and the basic water energy to just amplify your damage by 20 at that point. Pretty much you got to play around that as much as possible, but this is sort of the issue that I run into with this deck is, I mean, what are you really doing in this position? You just kind of extended heal cards and your opponent's just doing the same thing that you're doing. You're not really threatening an attack anywhere. I mean, you do have Avery, so at minimum you could discard probably one of these Drizziles over on your opponent's side, but there's not really much else happening. I mean, there's Hyper Potion, but you can't Hyper Potion and deal damage with this attack. And this is the problem we see with this deck, is you're just running into the same spot, or just over and over and over again. You're healing back down to close to 0, but you're not doing anything in the process.
I 100% agree there. At some point, you're just going to run out of these resources, right? You're going to run out of your hyper potions, your lucky ice pops. You're going to run out of energies if you don't find your training core too. And with just the sheer consistency of Arceus, just they're going to be able to chain those Marnies too. And after a Marnie, you know you're just hoping for a top deck. Again, Gabe doesn't have any way to really progress their board state. They haven't been in a position where, you know what, I have some time to attack. And you're right, Leo, even if they do get an attack, Arceus is a wall too. With that Dunsparce, if you're not getting one hit knockout, an easy Sharon's Care can just practically negate an entire turn. And yeah, we see here a stone gift. One thing's for sure, this stone journer in the active is going to stay in the active for at least one more turn.
It is looking very solid here for Pablo in this next game, and there is another 170 damage. Stone Journer just barely hanging alive. There's the Kabu top deck. We'll most likely see another Hyper Potion, but especially with Dunsparce down into play, it means these Arceus are not only going to be 2-hit knocked out, but we haven't even seen a Sharon's Care come down yet. And that is a big time card to pick these Pokemon back up. Gotta be something big here for Gabe. and it's really not there. You've got Lucky Ice Pop to try to heal this down, but at the same time, does find Training Court as well, so he could technically see the Stonejourner attack. The options are there for Gabe, but they seem like they're just so limited for how long they could be available.
I think here something that Gabe just has to do is he just has to depend on some coin flips. He has to just try and yell horn the Arceus, maybe hope he misses one attack, get full HP, and maybe start putting in pressure. And that's, typically you don't want to have to depend on coin flips, but again, when your back is against the wall, sometimes you're going to have to. Maybe not this turn, right? This turn you're going to Stone Gift. Maybe next turn you use the Pokegear to get into something like a Pokemon Center Lady, so you can use the yell horn and remove the confusion at the same time. Unfortunately, there bumping the Training Court is absolutely huge. Now Gabe doesn't have access to an infinite amount of energy, and again, the Arceus player, all he has to do is just quick shooting attack. That's all he needs to do, and it's the pressure is definitely on Gabe's side of the field. Let's see what he decides here. Looks like he's going for the Pokegear, does find the Pokemon Center Lady or the Schoolgirl. Debating between the two, does opt for the Pokemon Center Lady. Let's see if they decide to use it. They decide to use the second Pokegear here, finding the Kabu, and deciding the Kabu, I think, is a very, very smart play. They had a handful of supporters. You want to see a little bit more, but for Schoolgirls.
Jeez, it's the whole gang is here. Whole class decided to pull up today with all 4 Schoolgirls pulling up. I mean, you are going to be able to draw 8 cards, but it's just at this position, what can you do? Team Yell Towel can heal this Stonejourner to 150 HP, so there's so many damage reductions that you've got a lot of options, but we're just kind of back in the same position. This Stonejourner now is at 30 HP, or 30 damage on it rather, and it's got 5 energy, including 2 stone energy, and a Hyper Potion for the following turn. Essentially, Gabe's just trying to put himself in a position where he can just fill the Stonejourner up and leave himself with enough energy to Hyper Potion, attack, Hyper Potion, attack, and just continuously heal. But there's already a good amount down here for Gabe.
I 100% agree. And something that's nice though is the stone energies are starting to pile up, right? He's mitigating a lot of damage here. 20 for each stone, 30 for the full face guard, I believe, and that's quite a bit. Maybe if you could find a couple of more stone energy, maybe they can stabilize. Getting a second Stonejourner down as well is great because it's already so hard to take one down. But also, though, you pose a risk here of having a boss target now. They decide to max Rockfall here. Finally finding an opportunity to max Rockfall, I think, is now in probably a little bit better of a position, forcing the opponent to really find that Sharon's Care to heal up that Arceus. So the boss play right now isn't available, which is nice for sure. Again, let's see. We see here a Drizzile finding, again, with the Shady Dealings ability, having access to anything in the deck. We see the Sharon's Care. They're going to go ahead and just pick up that Arceus. They're actually going to go into a much more powerful Arceus because this one does not have the double turbo energy, and just it's going to be a big 170 damage. Let's see if Gabe can heal from there.
Yeah, we're just kind of back in the same position. Sharon's Care picked it up, and now we're having an Arceus swing with a Choice Belt that is dealing full damage. 230 damage plus the quick shooting means 250 damage is available to Pablo's disposal at this point. Schoolgirl is going to fill the hand back up, but at this point, it's just kind of like, what do you do here? You've got essentially the Stonejourner up and ready, and you've got one on the bench too, but you're down so many resources. You can hit and attack, but if your opponent has Sharon again, it's just you're doing what your opponent's deck is doing, but essentially just worse.
I agree there. I think here Gabe just trying to decide what to do with the active Stonejourner. Is it time to just let it go? Maybe just get an attack in, maybe start powering up the bench, or do they just still try and keep it alive here with just using another Stone Gift, maybe Hyper Potioning away some damage? They're using the Pokegear here just to reset the timer. I think very smart play. Grabbing the Avery, not too bad, not a bad supporter to have in hand for sure. And again, just if you Hyper Potion here, though, you are losing one of the very, very valuable stone energy. You're essentially losing some of your damage mitigation. So I can definitely understand the hesitation here. Let's see what they decide to do. Again, if they heal with Stone Gift, I don't think it's enough to survive the turn.
Yeah, he'll be good. He'll be good. He'll go down to 130, and he's got like 60 damage worth of damage reductions at this point, so he should be okay, I think. Let's see exactly what happens here. So he's gonna go to 130, and this thing's got 200 health left, and it's reduced by 60. So I think it will survive actually with 10 HP remaining,
Ooh,
unless there's something like a double quick shooting to come out. So we'll see if that is available for Pablo. There's the first quick shooting onto the active. Benched Arceus getting evolved. And...
do we see a scoop up net? That could be that could be a way to get the quick shooting for sure. But either way, I think it's still in a pretty good position. Just putting that much amount of damage. There's the scoop up net, and it's gonna happen. Looks like this wall in front is going down here. And there we go. Again, scoop up net allowing the Arceus player just pick up the shady dealings in town, be able to reset those shady dealings, and getting the quick shooting onto a newer Drizzile, getting the knockout there on the Stonejourner, and going up 3 prizes. Let's see how Gabe can respond here. Luckily, they do have a new fresh Stonejourner, but they're still going to need to be able to find the VMAX, and looks like that's exactly what they top deck into, but they're still going to need the energy as well to just at least get something going.
Look at this discard pile. So many cards down 9 energy cards and 3 hyper potion. It's just at this point for Gabe, the Stonejourner is a great wall. This deck can do so much when it gets going, but it just feels like Gabe has just struggled to be able to get this attacker up and running, and is paying the price for it late game. So much already on the board.
That is true. That is true. It's not something like Mewtwo V Union where it is a wall, but it also has access to just refill those resources back into the deck. And with Mewtwo V Union, you're able to heal without having to really expend too many resources. But yeah, I have to think, what else does Gabe have left in the deck? It looks like just a deck full of supporters, to be honest. They're going to be able to attach here. They're probably not going to want a Stone Gift because that's they have to be counting their energies as well. They need to find the Training Court for sure to just get one of the 7 back into the hand, maybe feel a lot more comfortable that way. No, it looks like they are going to use the Stone Gift just to heal off that 20 and accelerate 1 energy here, and it's back to the Arceus player again. I think here pretty comfortable. We're just gonna quick shooting. We're gonna attack. Maybe evolve the Drizzile on the bench as well, just to prep for that scoop up play. But it looks like just a big 210 damage, and I honestly don't know how to get out of this position.
There's not much. I'm racking my brain here trying to figure out exactly how you're supposed to work through a situation where you're down so many resources. You can Schoolgirl and draw more cards, but you're only gonna draw 2 cards because your opponent's had an odd number of cards at this point. And this is just so heartbreaking here.
Do they attach and retreat to the Stonejourner on the bench? Because
I mean, maybe that's what you have to do here. Maybe you go out swinging at least, but you're gonna be losing this game taking 0 prize cards, and all Pablo needs is just a single boss's orders, and this game is closed out. And I think Gabe is just kind of understanding here. The writing is on the wall. And oh boy, that is one hefty guy moving to the bench. The retreat is there. And if Pablo's got the boss's orders with Drizzile or just in hand, that's going to be enough. Trinity Nova taking a knockout. Pablo will win round number 1, advancing to 1-0 over Gabe Smart. And wow, we have seen a lot here in our first round. We're going to go ahead and hop back into the casting channel, and we'll go ahead and talk about the games that we've seen. Wow. That's a little bit more stone than I wanted to see, right? Make sure we're talking here, because I think we're still on push to talk for some reason with some issues. So I want to make sure we're hearing what you want to say, Juancho. I don't know. Hopefully we get this resolved here. But it's just part of how it works here.
I think we're good.
I think you're good.
We're good. Yeah. I think we just saw wall after wall go down, though. And again, just a testament to the current format we're in. We're just in a very, very consistent format where you're just able to do a lot of damage each turn, and you're not really asking for much to do that damage. And unfortunately, the control players could not find just have enough resources to keep up, right?
Yeah, you just kind of run into this issue with the deck. It's been on some people's radar. We saw it pop up in Milwaukee regionals a little bit, but besides that, it's just really has not been able to break through, and it's just because it really just lacks the consistency that a lot of these decks have. Maybe if you're looking at like cards like Marnie not being in the format anymore, then maybe you're looking at this deck be a little bit more strong, but those cards exist. They're played.
Yeah.
They're problems for this deck, and they're common. You kind of just run into decks that just naturally are able to output a lot of damage and output hand disruption too. And we didn't even see the Stonejourner player get down to 2 prize cards or 3 prize cards, because if then Roxanne comes in the mix, then Counter Stadiums come into play, and your deck just kind of can just crumble if it doesn't have the correct pieces or drawn to what it needs. But we know there's 3 Stonejourner in this event. 2 of them have lost round 1, at least that we've seen already. So future's not looking too bright for our big wall here.
Hopefully the other Stonejourner is still standing tall, but again, it's just a testament of just the power of just having your support on field instead of trying to draw into it. You said it. You hit the nail on the head there. Where as long as we have Marnie in the format and we even have Roxanne, maybe control decks definitely do struggle. Well, it's decks like Stonejourner anyway.
Yeah, they're going to have a big issue for sure. They're definitely going to struggle. It looks like we are wrapping up our round number 1. We've got a lot of awesome action to bring you guys today for our Shuffle Squad Tournament of Champions. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with round 2 of Swiss. Don't go anywhere.
See you in a bit. And that was round one of the Tournament of Champions. Are you guys ready for round two? Because I know I am. How are you feeling, Ethan?
As we saw a lot of Stonejourner. It's definitely a slower deck than I like to see in this format, but hey, listen. Pokemon's Pokemon it this way. We're getting a good insight on what players are looking at for World Championships. Getting excited. It looks like we're ready to just hop into round number 2. We're going to be featuring an interesting matchup here. I'm going to make sure I've got all our names right. And it looks like we're going to have Sawyer Melbon up against Turoslav. And this is going to be 2 Arceus and Teleon's decks, but Sawyer's got an interesting inclusion here, playing that Radiant Charizard released in Pokemon Go.
Ooh.
We've got lots to talk about, but let's get down to the match, and we'll discuss everything that we need to know about these 2 Arceus decks.
All right.
So here we are. We're jumping into it. Game number 1 between both of these players. And, lost in the coin flip. Coin flip definitely a big part of this Arceus matchup. Well, as we look through these deck lists and see, Turo is just playing the very typical Arceus and Teleon deck with double Sharon's Care, all that fun stuff. But Sawyer is where the deck starts to vary a little bit. They're running this Radiant Charizard, as well as 2 Sharon's Care as well, but having Radiant Charizard with the Excited Heart ability allowing you to attack for a colorless less for every prize card your opponent's taken. That's gonna be a big factor here in this matchup, but the early turns can definitely be a big factor as well. And having the energy attachment and a quick ball to get a Sobble down, signaling how strong the hand is, discarding a Marnie. Things are excellent here for Sawyer's opponent, Turoslav.
Yeah, not too bad. Getting the energy on your first turn, you can't ask for much more, but getting the Sobble as well, that is great to see for sure. Let's see, Sawyer does attach as well. Let's see if looks like their hand doesn't look as strong. There's no supporter to play here, but again, they did get the energy attachment here. That means they are poised to do Starbirth on the following turn to really set up after that. They do get the quick ball here. They're just going through their deck. Just again, a hallmark of a great player. Really determining what is in my prizes. What do I have to work with? They decided there to discard the X Factor in the deck, the Charizard we were talking about, and they just go for the Boss's orders here. Maybe just hoping to maybe stall out the turn. You know, I think a lot of the matches are decided by who is the first person to put in pressure. And as a player going second, I want to try and slow down my opponent so that I can be that first person. We do see the opponent here just getting the Arceus V-Star already in play. That means they have access to literally anything in their deck, 2 cards from the deck, to be honest. And one of them is going to have to be the double turbo and a way to switch potentially. So I believe we will see an attack despite the boss's orders. But we're going to have to see what the opponent decides to do here. Again, they have access to a lot, anything to deck. They even have access to this Shady Dealings Drizzile. But we'll have to see. Again, the opponent just taking a while here, just really thinking what they want to play. For Sawyer's hand, though, coming back to when they come back to their turn, all they have is an Ultra Ball. But that Ultra Ball does turn into almost anything in the deck. And there we go. We see the level ball here, able to find any 90 HP or less Pokemon, and that just happens to be the Drizzile, something we've seen quite a lot of already. Shady Dealings Drizzile, able to find any trainer card in the deck. Let's see what they decide to find. For the switching options, they maybe play something like a Switch or something like an Air Balloon to get the Arceus V out of the active, but we'll have to see. Or maybe just a supporter card. Just maybe refresh the hand before deciding on what to set to really Starbirth. They're deciding here to just get a level ball. Maybe just try to set up a little bit better. And yeah, we do see the Marnie. Again, you want to see what you draw into before you decide what to Starbirth. Something the opponent could do as well is they could, if they find a DT or the switching option, a nice play here would be really to find the path of the peak. Maybe stop your opponent from using that very powerful ability. They do find the Arceus V-Star here for the active.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting spot. The issue really with benching the Arceus the turn before is it opens up a specific line like this play. And had Turo not benched this Arceus, this other Arceus is pretty much ready and online to utilize this Trinity Nova to apply pressure. But at this point, you do evolve the active. I mean, would like to see something like the Trinity Charge utilized on that Arceus. You're not really being threatened so much by a knockout. It is open deck list, so that is one of the advantages to playing a tournament like this, is you know exactly what your opponent is playing. You know the copies account, so you can make plays around that. Very different from how we see another competitive play. And there's no way for this Arceus to pivot out of the active. The only way being retreating or Sharon's Care. And we see the double turbo energy already come down onto that benched Arceus. Still going to utilize Starbirth, and as you mentioned, very likely going to say, hey, I've used my only V-Star Rulebox Pokemon ability. I'm going to try to shut off yours for the rest of the game.
Yes, that is true. If there's no way to pivot, very interesting choice there to just attach to the bench. With a pass, maybe just hoping, hey, maybe you just swing into me, bait out a Sharon's Care. That's one way to get out of the active for sure. Let's see here. Back to Sawyer. Let's see what they decide to grab. They do get the Drizzile. Do they have the counter stadium so they have access to their own Starbirth? It is in the deck. Let's see if they decide to try and find that.
Yeah, there's a big time top deck there. Did find the double turbo energy off the top of the deck, so that means this Drizzile can technically just go ahead and grab the Evolution Incense. And while you aren't using Starbirth this turn, you're going to have access to Starbirth for the rest of the game at some point. But it looks like, no, very interesting choice to just grab the counter stadium instead. You do technically have more outs to find Arceus off of this Marnie, so that play does make sense. But the fact that you're missing the Arceus V-Star here is a big time miss, because you can hit now for 140, but besides that, you're not going to accelerate any energy into play, and you now have no access to Starbirth to find Sharon's Care for the following turn. This hand really does not have much going for it in terms of getting these Arceus V-Star into play and healed up with Sharon's Care.
I agree. Maybe the gamble there not really paying off. You are playing a big count of the Arceus and Arceus V-Star, so it wasn't too unlikely to find. I mean, you also have Evolution Incense there to try and grab it, but very heads up play here by Sawyer, just opting to just use Trinity Charge. He knows for a fact this is open deck list, that there is no way for the opponent to really retreat the Arceus unless I hit into it. Well, then how about I don't hit into it? And he's going to have to find something like a double turbo naturally, because he has already used something like the V-Star, and that's not the easiest thing to find in the deck. But the Shady Dealings Inteleon here, again, just allowing him to find 2 trainer cards from the deck, definitely could help out. Maybe just trying to grab something like, why not just a big research, just to really dig through the deck. Again, you want to be the first person to put in pressure, and it's very interesting to see that we've already gone through a couple of turns without really seeing a damaging attack here. Looks like they are prioritizing just, I'm going to play another path. You're not going to get access to your V-Star ability, and I'm just going to be able to scoop up net this Shady Dealings Inteleon, just get more resources, evolve another Drizzile here. Let's see what they opt to find. If I had to guess, maybe something like a supporter, just to really draw into it, because again, there's no real way to search special energies. Drizzile is a great card, finding any trainer, but trainers aren't special energies there.
Now, you're going to need to find some way to get out of the active, so that play does make sense to accelerate the energy. But at the same time, you're going to be 2-hit knocking this Arceus out anyways, regardless, so it's just going to give Slava more time to get set up this turn. And that's really the issue that you have at this point, where you do get set up, but at the same time, your opponent can just maybe find the double turbo energy and the retreat, or some other play. And now you committed one of your stadiums, and another path can come down, and look at this. Going to bring the Drizzile up, attach, and pass the turn over. And wow, that is the top deck that you want to see the least at this point. You really don't want to discard Sharon's Care in this matchup. Wow, this is now a lot more of a predicament here to play this research.
Who do you think is going to get the first attack off here? It's been quite a while. Sawyer here finally finding the Arceus V-Star, and I believe now at least they do have a way to really retreat. Using a boss's orders on the Drizzile there, maybe in my opinion, maybe not the best play, just because Sobble is something you can pick up, but there was no other better boss target there for sure. That scoop up net is in the deck, so we are going to see the very, very first Trinity Nova of the game. Let's see what else they opt to find here. Looks like just finding the Palpad, I think, is great for sure. We know for a fact that Sawyer here lost a couple of resources with that big research, and Palpad is one way for sure to get that back. Like, they're going to bench the Sobble here, and I believe they could try and find a second Sobble just to really set up. And but at least, again, they're going to be the first one with the attack. They're opting for putting back 2 Boss's Orders here instead of the Cheren Scare. Maybe just going for a little bit more of an aggressive play. We know for a fact that Sawyer is playing something like the Radiant Charizard, so they're probably more of an aggressive Arceus deck.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm trying to think about the reason to put those back. Definitely, you're going to need one of those later on, but now not having access to that many Cheren Scare, I mean, looking over at Sawyer's list, is only playing the 1 copy of Palpat in the deck. So, yeah, this is going to be, if it comes down to a healing or of attrition, Turo's going to be in a very excellent spot. There's Trinity Charge, and right away you see Turo's been holding on to it, has the Cheren Scare, has the ability to get this Arceus down. And now we kind of just get into this mid game where, I mean, you got Marnie to disrupt, sure, but at the same time, it's just in a shady dealings fest of finding all the pieces that are needed, healing these Pokemon up, and getting set up to start swinging for some big damage.
Yeah, it's just it's just the battle of the resources, something we've seen in the tournament, really. Just whoever has more resources is essentially winning the game, especially if it's just an unmovable object against another immovable object. Again, Arceus is just a huge wall. We're just going to see him here hit for 180, and now momentum is definitely on the opponent's side of the field. Let's see how Sawyer can respond. They do have access to the Drizzile here. That means they have at least 1 search, and we know for a fact they are playing 2 Cheren Scare, so let's hope that maybe it is in the deck. And here we go. They finally get a chance here to use their Starbirth ability, able to find any 2 cards from the deck. Let's see what they opt to find here. They're opting for the Boss's Orders as well as a Tool Scrapper, and I think I see the line of play. Maybe they're going after the Arceus on the bench. Just take this opportunity here to just take 2 prizes, before that thing can heal. We'll use the Tool Scrapper, get rid of the Big Charm. That means it goes down to 220 HP, back to 220, and they're going to opt to just retreat to the bench Arceus that does not have a double turbo attached. That means there is no damage reduction, and it's going to be hitting for the full 200 damage with the Choice Belt. That's a 230 damage attack. That means he is going to be the first person to take prizes here. So very, very interesting play. Again, I think Sawyer is playing a lot more aggressive with his Arceus, and it's very obvious with the deck, right? I'm looking at his list. He's playing 2 Choice Belt instead of the typical 2 Big Charms you typically see, as well as something like the Radiant Charizard to just get a lot of damage at the end of the game, and the Tool Scrapper as well. The Tool Scrapper, an absolutely huge card to really take out your opposing Big Charms and just hitting the right numbers that way. And again, here we go. We see Sawyer just take 2 prizes. Let's see how the opponent responds here.
Yeah, this is very interesting route that Sawyer's taking in this matchup, because, I mean, you do go aggressive here, but at the same time, your Arceus on the bench is damaged. You've now got yourself an Arceus in the active. I think getting aggressive here is definitely right if you got the opportunity to play around Cheren Scare for this turn, but at the same time, you give your opponent a supporter card of choice. It can be a Marnie, it can be a Disruptive Supporter, it can be Boss's Orders on your own Arceus now on the bench. But having Radiant Charizard as sort of a trump card late game is definitely what Sawyer's got the upper hand on.
That is true, but
very apparent about that.
Yeah. Here we go. We see the opponent just finding that Big Charm, really prioritizing it, and that's what I was thinking too. Like, there's no art. The opponent has to find another Arceus to bench, and that's just another boss target here. But just because they play that second Big Charm, that Arceus on the bench should be safe. They could probably, if they really wanted to go really aggressive, they could still boss the bench Arceus and still maybe do something like a quick shooting to really get that big 1-hit knockout. But it looks like here they're just going to play defensively themselves. They're just going to go ahead and Cheren Scare. However, they are going to Cheren Scare to another damage Arceus. So either way, they will be losing a couple of prizes in the following turn. We're going to have to see how else he can respond here. And there we go. We see the big Cheren Scare. More importantly as well, putting that Choice Belt back in the hand could definitely be big. Look, he's deciding here if he should attach it to the Arceus. He may need it late in the game with the Radiant Charizard, because Radiant Charizard's Combustion Blast does 250 damage. You're going to need that Choice Belt to hit those big numbers, and that is going to be the last one in play after the active does get knocked out here. They opt to just use the Scoop Up Net, just resetting the shady dealings. Again, just the absolute consistency of the deck. They're opting to play this Ultra Ball here, discarding 2 Fire Energies, finding a second Drizzile, which is interesting. If I had to guess, they're using this opportunity to finally use this Ordinary Rod. Let's get back something like the Shady Dealings and the Radiant Charizard. And you know what? Might as well get back those 2 energy cards. We discarded it. And that's something that's nice is since we discarded it from the hand, shuffle it back into the deck using the Ordinary Rod. It's in the deck. That means Arceus can attach it using the Trinity Nova attack. They're going to go ahead and use the Shady Dealings Drizzile here again. Let's see what they opt to find. Looks like really prioritizing the boss's orders here. And they're going to commit the Choice Belt, I think. Really thinking about it. Again, they're going to need it for Radiant Charizard, but yeah, it looks like they are going to commit it there onto the Arceus, and they're just going to go ahead and hit for 230 damage there, attaching 2 Fire Energies, the 2 Fire Energies that were added back into the deck. And now it's back to the opponent to see, let's see how they respond to that attack.
Yeah, this is the situation where you're gonna end this war of Sharon's Care to heal Pokemon up, and when your opponent's down enough, this is the situation that it's gonna be Sharon's Care healing up that Arceus full. And now the options are pretty plentiful here over for Slavo. You got the knockout lined up on this active. You're going to go down and even things up with 4 prize cards. You know your opponent's down a good amount of healing resources to be able to take these last couple of prize cards. Things can get pretty tricky here for Sawyer.
The thing though, Slavo has to bench another Arceus, and there's no more big charms left in the deck. And again, Sawyer is setting it up where he prioritized getting that boss's orders in hand. He's telegraphing it. You know what? He's saying, if you bench another Arceus, I do have the boss for it. And there's even a Choice Belt already on the bench Arceus, so it is ready to go. That means Slavo smartly detecting that and just really benching 2 Arceus. That means there's only one of them should be going down this turn. But we'll have to see how they split the energy here.
Yeah, I think you could split 1 and 1. You're not down your Ordinary Rod at this point, but if you're just gonna put 1 on an Arceus, I'm not really sure the exact point of that. It's just gonna get targeted if it's gonna get knocked out anyways. But at the same time, you're fine to just put the 1 on. If it gets knocked out, you're still in a solid spot. But the main thing to note, though, both Choice Belt are down, so this Radiant Charizard will never be dealing enough damage to take a 1-hit knockout onto an Arceus V-Star. And that's a pretty big deal to think about because while Sawyer has really nicely routed taking these first 4 prize cards, these last 2 are looking pretty difficult to close out, especially if we can see an evolution onto one of these Arceus. And also if we see something like a Shady Dealings and Teleon weaved into the mix to start attacking and dealing some damage. So the routes are there. It's just up to Slavo to try to figure out how to keep himself in this game. And it starts with evolving this Arceus. And look, there's the Arceus V-Star. Things are looking pretty good.
That is true. I can't quite see how we're going to be able to take the last 2 prizes, especially I think Sawyer here should be down all their boss's orders at this point. I think we've seen him play 2 and he doesn't have access to that Pal Pad anymore. That means whatever is in the active, that's what he's going to have to take a knockout on. And sometimes a 310 HP Arceus isn't the easiest thing to knock out for sure, especially if they're healing. And even if you get damage on that Arceus, they can easily just retreat into it, knowing that you have no more access to boss's orders. That Arceus is just going to be out of reach the entire game at that point, which is very concerning to think about. And the opponent here just deciding to, you know what, I'm going to just keep having a wall. I'm going to shuffle in 2 more Sharon's Care. That means it can survive 2 more attacks for sure. And now I think maybe the more defensive way to play Arceus is the way here. And as we go back to Sawyer's turn.
Yeah, Turoslav is playing double Pal Pad, and that is a very big deal. We saw the first one get played there. It's going to put 2 more Sharon back in. And the fact that there's no more damage modifiers in this deck means that while you can continuously slap this Arceus and you are up a total of 2 prize cards, you're down almost all your Sharon's Care, you're down all your Choice Belts, and you're down all your boss's orders. And if your opponent can just say, hey, I'm going to Shady Dealings for Sharon's Care, and I'm going to attack you, and then I'm going to do that again, and again, and again, there's not much you can really do against it, especially if you have no gusting capabilities. And 2 being put back in the deck means that if there is any sort of search with Shady Dealings, this Arceus will be going down. Even if it doesn't, and there's like a double Turbo Energy in hand, this Arceus is also not going down. But finding Sharon's Care is going to be big. Evolution Incense is a great card to find this second Shady Dealings Inteleon to grab, maybe double Sharon's Care into the hand. A lot of options are available here for Taroslav.
Definitely. I love seeing when you have just the entire family on the field, the Sobble, Drizzile, and Inteleon. That just means like you have so many outs to the deck, right? Anything like an Evolution Incense to a Level Ball to a Scoop Up Net is an out to literally anything in the deck. So the opponent here just setting himself up perfectly. And there we go. We do see it. The second Shady Dealings Inteleon. And I think you're right. I think if they were going to grab 2 cards, it's going to be 2 Sharon's Care, because why not? It's going to have those in my hand, keep my Arceus safe, and just continually put on pressure. And we'll have to see here. Let's see what they grab. Again, Shady Dealings, a very powerful ability from the Sword and Shield Inteleon, just allowing you to find any 2 trainer cards. Could be items, stadiums, or supporters there. Let's see what the opponent decides to grab here.
Yeah, this is another thing we haven't really talked about a lot, is this is an Arceus Mirror. This matchup does take a long time, and usually 3 games don't finish. We're already almost 20, we're over 20 minutes into this first game, and this is where you've got to really consider, do I want to take a tie this early, or do I really think this game is not really winnable? And Sharon is here to stay. It's here to continuously heal these Pokemon up. And the fact that this is also open list means that Slavo can play with a lot more confidence now in benching these Arceus, especially when you're about to remove both Choice Belt off the board, and you know that both Boss's Orders are also down. And there it is, Trinity Nova taking a knockout onto this active Arceus. Slavo at 2 prize cards and an even better board position now. It just seems like Sawyer decided to pump all the resources into the early game and doesn't really have much left to close this out.
Yeah, it's so close here. The Radiant Charizard is in a position where it can attack for 1 energy using the Combustion Blast. It's just that there's no last Boss's Orders. It's just missing 1 more. There's an Arceus V on the bench, prime for the taking, but it's just not in there. Something that they could do here, though, something that they could use to get back into the game, is they could use this Roxanne and hope that the opponent just doesn't draw into the chain. They don't draw into anything like a Sharon's Care, Level Ball, or yeah, pretty much a Sharon's Care or a Level Ball. They're going to opt to, I don't quite understand why they need to attach that Fire Energy. If I'm not wrong, Combustion Blast should be 1 energy at this point. And
yeah, you're correct. It's 1. I mean, the only reason I can think about attaching this energy is to have a pivot, but as it stands, the Radiant Charizard are getting knocked out, and then there's a lot of options, but it really just comes down to, at this turn, what does Slavo have to take care of this? If we see the knockout and there's no heal, then all Sawyer's going to need is a single energy card to be able to close this game out. So this is really the big turn here, and hey, Roxanne can stick sometimes, right? It's just like Reset Stamp. If it works, it works. It can just win you games.
100%. Again, somehow Sawyer here is just back in a very commanding position. The opponent here might opt to just retreat to an Inteleon to maybe buy another turn. Wouldn't be too surprised with that play. Looks like they're just going to go for the Boss's Orders here, bossing up the Arceus to the active. Very interesting play. If they attack here, they essentially lose the game. So I wouldn't be surprised here. They need to be able to retreat. They need to hide the Arceus in the active. Very interesting lines of plays for sure.
Yeah, and you know your opponent's down all your Boss's Orders at this point, so you can pretty confidently retreat. The only reason this wouldn't make sense is if we just see the Trinity Nova into the active, because then from there it's just like, what is your line? So yeah, we are going to see the retreat, and the Capture Energy will come down onto that Arceus. Very smart play there as well. It means that Sharon's Care will allow this other Arceus on the bench to attack. That's pretty much what is happening at this point, saying, hey, you're not going to have the energy you need to attack with this Arceus, or you're not going to have the energy, you're going to have to be forced to retreat. Capture Energy there is a big grab. Yeah, but only 3 cards left in deck, actually. Wow, I did not notice there were only 3 cards left. So
yes, deck out.
That could actually be a deck out, yeah.
Yeah, deck out is a real win condition at this point. And they also can't play down their hand too much, or else Marnie does help out for sure. But there we go. We see the Trinity Nova there taking knockout on the Inteleon. Where do you go from here? Looks like the opponent just goes ahead and promotes the Arceus V to the active. They need to draw into the V-Star right here, right now, or they lose the game. And looks like the Charizard variant just putting in enough pressure, and late in the game just going for the Roxanne and praying. was enough to win the game. Very, very, very close match for sure.
Close and long match. We're halfway through the round. We're going into game number 2. Definitely Charizard putting in a little bit of work, not as much as I maybe expected to take big knockouts onto these Arceus, but when you're playing more Choice Belt, when you can be more aggressive, if your opponent's not responding correctly with big charms at the appropriate times, you've got Tool Scrapper as well. Things can definitely get out of hand, but I'm sure Slava will start things out to go first in game number 2. And these opening hands can be big, especially when you're going to take a few mulligans. Your opponents can be able to set up a little bit more consistently. But you got to be feeling good here right off the bat, especially if you're Sawyer. You took a long game 1. It's not looking like at worst you're going to be able to lose a set. You just got to kind of survive.
That is true. We're at worst case here, since again Arceus is just a match. An Arceus mirror is a match that you expect to go on for quite a bit. The worst you can expect is something like a tie. So sitting here very, very comfortable. And you have to think though, what sort of strategy should I go with this time? Should I go very aggressive and just go ahead and do the Pal Pad for my double boss, attach all my Choice Belts, get knockouts on Arceus? Or maybe do I play time here? Do I buy my time, just play the exact same Arceus mirror, do the Sharon Scare to survive a couple of turns? That's something we have to keep track of. The opponent here finding the Arceus and the energy attachment on the first turn, always a good sign for sure. While Sawyer here just going ahead and attaching to the Sobble, attaching a fire energy to the Sobble, trying to find themselves an Arceus off this Marnie, but looks like they don't quite get it. In fact, they draw another Sobble, something you don't want to see, since Sobble actually has a very meaningful attack in Keep Calling, allowing them to find up to 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon. And again, Sobble is just going to be Sobble, just an army of Sobbles for sure. Again, hallmark of a great player, just going through the deck, determining what is in the prizes. But if I was the opponent here, if I was Slavo here, I'd be feeling pretty good because I'll be the first person to take a couple of prizes, and my opponent hasn't set up any Arceus really. So definitely the first person to put in pressure, finding the Drizzile. Again, Drizzile with the Shady Dealings finds everything in the deck. I wouldn't be surprised just to see an Evolution Incense here to grab the Arceus V. No, it's going to be the Scoop Up Net, which is probably smarter. A way to really get out of the active, as well as, resetting that resetting the Shady Dealings. And since I have another Sobble on the bench anyway, I could go ahead and use that. They had the Evolution Incense just in the hand there, and they evolve the active into an Arceus V-Star. We have to see if they're gonna opt to use the V-Star ability here. Something we've seen in the past is the opponent really finding those Path to the Peaks to stop the Sawyer from really having access to their own V-Star ability. But without any Arceus in play, that's something you don't have to worry about, right now. So maybe just holding on to that V-Star ability and just going for a big Marnie here. Now on to Sawyer. Can he come back from this play? Again, all you need is something like a Drizzile or a Level Ball to really get going for sure. And yeah, we'll have to see here. Yeah, Luke promotes the Sobble, does have the Level Ball here. Let's see what he opts to grab. This is the only playable card in the hand, I believe. And yeah, it's going to be the Drizzile there. Drizzile finding anything in the deck. Any trainer card in the deck. Maybe something like a supporter, really, just to get going. Yeah, it's going to be that Professor's Research, really just discarding so many resources again. Losing that boss's orders early must not feel good, but they do grab an Arceus V as well as a Capture Energy. Probably the 2 best cards to grab off that research. And now sitting with 2 Arceus Vs on the bench, they are in a better position than the last turn for sure. Now they have access to their abilities, to the Starbirth ability next turn, but we'll have to see if the opponent gives them access to that. Again, we know for a fact that the opponent is playing something like the Path to the Peak to really stop that from really going, and we'll have to see what their another thing they could do is they could go for a boss's orders onto the Arceus with the energy. That could be a smart play as well, just putting in pressure on the Arceus that is going to do damage. That could be big for sure. And we know for a fact the opponent is playing multiple pal pads, so they can be more fast and loose with their boss's orders for sure. It looks like they're opting to grab an evolution incense. Very interesting here, just to grab maybe the Shady Dealings Inteleon, just a nice little chain there. You know what? I need more than one card, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and evolution incense, grab a Drizzile to help me find an Inteleon to grab 2 cards. A nice little 1-2 there. They opt to grab the Sharon's Care a little bit early. And yeah, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and attack into the Sobble, going down to 4 prizes, being very, very headed to the game.
They're in a very excellent spot at this point. You see the Arceus take the knockout. Interesting choice to not go and grab the boss's orders to apply some pressure onto this active Arceus, but instead just wanted to go and disrupt the hand a little bit the turn before, and here the floodgates open. Shady Dealings, Starbirth online, lots of lines of play. This is where you really got to just decide to yourself, what do you value? And Ordinary Rod early is a really interesting choice. You are down a few Sobbles, so it does make sense, but it means that you now are limited to getting these Pokemon back down and actually eyeing up bringing the Zigzagoon back to be able to take some of these knockouts with Choice Belt, and that could actually be the line. There are the cards potentially to find this knockout with Starbirth to grab the double Turbo Energy, and the boss's orders. We'll just need to find the Zigzagoon to make it happen. So we'll see the cards are there for Sawyer to be able to get this exact combo out. And you see right away, double Turbo Energy and Zigzagoon getting eyed up. So that looks like the line that Sawyer's going to go for.
Yeah, that looks like that's exactly it here. I was thinking about the play earlier, and maybe taking a knockout on the Sobble isn't too bad. Just going back to an even amount of prizes is good. We know for a fact that the opponent there lost to the last game because of something like a Roxanne. So maybe they're not that excited to really go down to something like 3 prizes. But we're gonna have to see here. Yes, there it is. The Zigzagoon ping onto the active Arceus, and with the Trinity Nova hitting for 210, they go up. They even it out here. 4 prizes to 4 prizes, as well as powering up another Arceus V-Star. Something of note, though, is they don't really have much else to work with in the hand. So these 2 prize cards should be very, very big here, and it is one of the best cards you can pull out for sure. And let's see how the opponent responds here. Looks like they're just going to promote the Arceus V-Star with 2 double Turbo Energies. That means the damage is mitigated by 40 at this point. They bench another Sobble here. Again, they just have the army of Drizziles, Sobbles. They have access to, again, anything in their deck multiple times. Let's see what they decide to do here. I wouldn't be surprised to just really hit into the active Arceus, and we're just going to see the war of Sharon's Care to see who can really take a knockout first at this point. It's going to be a wall against a wall. We see an attachment there onto the Drizzile, something they could do as well. They can attack with something like the Shady Dealings Inteleon to really force your opponent into an odd prize count, especially since we know for a fact that they are down a couple of bosses orders already. They're going to have to use their Pal Pad to get back both, and that could be a smart play for sure. And here we go. We see the Shady Dealings Inteleon just grabbing a Scoop Up Net to really reset the Inteleon there. And the Sharon's Care to reset the Arceus as well as putting back the Choice Belt back into the hand. We know how important those cards are. You maybe just want to play that down once you know you're going to take a knockout with it, as well as, yeah, and there you go. We see the Scoop Up Net there for the Sobble. I think he needs to find a way to get a second Sobble just to get a lot of value for sure, and Capture Energy is definitely one of those ways there. And with 2 Sobbles in play, a Drizzile in hand, an Ultra Ball as well, they are sitting pretty as well here. They're just going to go ahead and Trinity Nova for 200 damage. Opting not to attach the Choice Belt there is pretty smart in my opinion. And yeah, they're just going through their deck, seeing what other resources they have. Again, we see there's no longer any boss's orders. They need to find the Pal Pad eventually here. And back to the opponent's turn. Let's see how they respond. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another very familiar gym leader come into play. And there it is, Sharon's Care picking up the Arceus V-Star. And yeah, just something we're going to see back to back to back for sure.
Absolutely at this point. The big deal too, looking through Sawyer's deck, is there's no more there's no more Sharon's Care left. So there's no way to heal this out. And when you're kind of in this position where your opponent's ahead, you're at the same number of prize cards, your opponent's got damage on the board when you do not have any over on your side, you're gonna be in a pretty unfortunate spot. It looks like one of them in the prize cards is definitely a big time miss, out of your control, of course, but it's just something you've got to deal with at this point. So with no really good supporter selections, Sawyer's got to put something together to get this here. And when you're pal padding, you can at least bring back one of each, one of the boss and one of the Sharon's Care, but it's going to be the same play as game one, bringing back 2 boss's orders. And Sawyer seems to like to go a lot more aggressive while playing this deck. I can't blame him when you've got Charizard at your disposal.
Yeah. Something that could happen as well here. They can get a knockout on the Arceus on the bench if they had 2 more scoop up nets in play. That could be very funny to see. But it looks like they're just gonna go ahead and they're just gonna go ahead and Trinity Nova damage the active. That means they go down to 2 prizes. Maybe they're banking on another Roxanne play to really get them out of this spot. But yeah, the opponent here just setting up the field really well. Where if they do get Roxanne, they have multiple Drizziles in play, multiple Sobbles, Level Ball is a live card, Evolution Incense is a live card, Scoop Up Net will be a live card after this Roxanne. I think it's just, you have to get ready for that. It's going to happen here. And we'll have to see what else they decide to do. Again, they benched the Arceus. Let's see if they could get another big charm into that Arceus. That's something they'd like to see as well. But I didn't count. Do they still have any big charms left?
Counts are getting low for sure. There may still be 1 remaining. I don't think we've seen 2 come down since there's only been 1 knockout onto that Arceus, which is with the Aggressive Choice spell plus Zigzagoon play to get the knockout. But as things stand now, it's just another free turn here to just utilize any supporter card. Doesn't need to utilize Sharon's Care to heal this up, and is also in a position to just take a knockout onto this Arceus. Look at how commanding of a spot Turoslav is in game number 2.
Is true. That is true. But again, there we go. We see the second big charm. This has to come down to right now, or else the Arceus on the bench is prime for boss. But since it does go down, there's 2 big charms in play. Something Sawyer does play in his deck is the Tool Scrapper, and that could be absolutely huge here. If they could take out both tool cards in play, and if they could even get down the Radiant Charizard this turn to get the knockout on an active Arceus, that could be very big here. Let's see what line of plays Sawyer does find. They do play the Shady Dealings Drizzile. They're looking through their deck. They find the Tool Scrappers. Huge value here, taking out 2 very important tool cards in play. That means the active Arceus only has 200 HP, and with 2 prizes remaining, that means Charizard does attack for for 1 energy attachment, sorry. But it looks like they're opting for the boss's orders instead here, just opting to maybe boss up the Arceus on the bench. Yes, this could be very big. Again, 220 HP. The active Arceus is doing 230 damage. We see another Ultra Ball here. They're deciding what to do. They are going to tie it up, 2 prizes to 2 prizes. But the opponent is ready with a Shady Dealings Inteleon to really force the opponent to force Sawyer into an odd prize race. And it's just a matter of does he have another boss's orders in the deck? He has to know that. He has to find it. Again, here we go. We see Trinity Nova for a knockout, opting to get the fire energy from the deck, just attach it to the active Arceus there. Maybe just opting to, you know what, I'm going to retreat this in the future and I can get it back using something like a Sharon's Care or Training Court if I decide to retreat. Getting the Sharon's Care there is actually absolutely huge. We know for a fact that's the last one in the deck, or last one available, and getting it out of the prizes is absolutely huge here. Let's see how the opponent responds. Again, a very tight game for sure. And yeah, we'll have to see here. I wouldn't be surprised if they go into the Shady Dealings Inteleon. Again, Shady Dealings Inteleon has a pretty meaningful attack as well with the, I believe it's called it does 120 damage to the active Aqua Bullet. Yes. Aqua Bullet for 120 damage to the active and 20 damage to the bench, but it looks like they're just opting for an Arceus attack here. Could be very risky though, because we know that's 280 is something Charizard can hit. But we'll have to see what the opponent decides to do here. We know for a fact they took a Roxanne the previous turn, so maybe it's their turn to really Roxanne the opponent into a low hand size. They also have access to their Starbirth they haven't used until now, so literally the sky's the limit here for the Arceus deck. Let's see what they decide to grab.
The options are there for sure. The fact that the energies went on the Inteleon, it doesn't really make as much sense to me. You really know your opponent's got boss's orders left in deck. All they need to do is just go through that Inteleon and then one more Pokemon and play a single boss. You know they're not going to be able to do that twice, and it looks like we are finally... Is that finally Starbirth coming down to play? Wow, save Starbirth till the end. You really do not see that happen a lot. And wow, this is quite the spot to be in at this point. You're going to be able to attack this Arceus. You don't know if your opponent's got that Sharon, but as you mentioned, sharing out the prize is a big time grab, but you're not going to have that in hand anymore. And these are going to be a big 2 cards here for Sawyer. Are there any outs to finding Sharon's Care or getting out of this situation? And wow, this hand is not got any of those pieces at all.
Yes, unfortunately. And also a very smart play there is grabbing the Path to the Peak. That does shut off something like the Radiant Charizard's ability, because Radiant Charizard is a rule box Pokemon, so it is shut off by Path to the Peak. They are very close to having it here, but unfortunately with this hand not looking too good. They could quick ball here, maybe grab the Charizard just to get ready, and just their only option really is to just retreat. Looks like they decided to just go and find a second Arceus, attach a double turbo. Interesting plays here, and let's see where they decide to retreat to. Looks like they are going to go for a late game Trinity Charge. Things you don't see every day. A late game Starbirth, late game Trinity Charge, but to what extent? Why have that extra energy attachment onto the Arceus? Maybe just hoping, you know, I'm going to get that extra energy on the Arceus. Maybe I could boss for game later, but unfortunately the opponent there finding the V-Star, that line of play is no longer available. They just go for a Trinity Nova here. They need to find... I'm not even sure. They're in a tough position here. And Path to the Peak is definitely what they didn't want to see. And yeah, it looks like here, Sawyer just opting to go first. Game 3. How much time do we have left? I don't think we're going to be able to finish a game 3 for sure.
Yeah, no, I was mentioning before, these Arceus mirrors usually just end in a tie if they go to 3 games. It's just not possible with how slow it is with Sharon's Care healing and looping, and that seems to be the issue here. There is the potential for an early game win. You got about 8 minutes left in the round. Anything's really possible at the end of the day, but it's just kind of the nature of this format. When you're playing 2 super slow decks in a mirror match, sort of, you just get into these situations where this is just what happens.
All right, well, let's see here. Sawyer, what boards? What we see here, Sawyer opening up with a Sobble, and not a bad start for sure. We know for a fact Sawyer at least is not going to get Dawn. They do have access to something like a Quick Ball and a Level Ball. But yeah, let's see what he decides to play here. They go for the Quick Ball, discarding the Shady Dealings and grabbing the Arceus into play. Always good to see. Unfortunately, missing the energy attachment for turn though. But again, finding a couple of Sobbles, getting your Arceus in play at least protects you from getting Donk. Let's see if the opponent here can play anything else. If they don't find anything, okay. So it looks like with the drop of the Arceus Donk, again, I was just thinking of Donk because that's the only way these Arceus players really can finish this game. And with the drop of that the Arceus V there on the bench, I believe this game, you're right, it should go to a tie here. We'll have to see what the opponent decides to, what else they decide to play. They are going second. That means they have access to an attack or potentially a supporter. They could attach to the Sobble, go for a big Keep Calling, dropping a second Arceus V, not too bad there, and looks like just a pass. A slow start here from both players. Yeah, it looks like Sawyer here finding the Drizzile, opting to grab a Quick Ball, picking up the Drizzile. Okay, I can see the line of play here. They're going for
They're going to go
these.
for the Melody play here.
Yeah.
So they've got the Quick Ball here, can grab a double Turbo Energy and water off the Starbirth, and then go ahead and Quick Ball with water, and go ahead and find a Arceus Melody. And you see already, scrolling to the bottom of the deck, can grab both of those pieces. And yeah, it looks like the players kind of just gentlemen's to board state agreements, so they'll have to figure that out. So smartly, a lot of these control players are at ties. They don't want to hit these players with this deck, but that's exactly what you want to see on turn 2. You miss energy, but you can recover with Melanie, double Turbo Energy, the Path to the Peak, and the attack with Trinity Nova. You've also got Drizzile to follow up too. Would like to see that get held. You really don't need to find anything else this turn. You might as well just save your Shady Dealings to have access to more cards. And I mean, chaining is nice, but you really don't need to do that here. There's Trinity Nova though, knocking out the Sobble, and right away, Sawyer's in the driver's seat in game number 3.
I mean, with 5 minutes left, this game is looking good, but I don't think it. Yeah, you're right. It's not going to be able to finish, but definitely in the driver's seat, taking a knockout on the lone Sobble on the field, as well as a Path to the Peak, stopping any Starbirth. That means the opponent here doesn't have access to really search the deck. This Ultra Ball will be able to find them something like the Arceus V-Star, but again, thanks to that Path to the Peak, doesn't really help them too much. In fact, opting to find the Sobble instead. They do have access to their own Melanie here. Let's see if they can just naturally get into an Arceus V-Star attack. That means they're going to have to need the Arceus V-Star in hand, as well as the double Turbo Energy. Double Turbo Energy, sometimes a little bit too tough to find naturally. But we'll have to see here. Wouldn't be surprised to just see another energy attachment and just go for another Trinity charge here. That wouldn't be too bad either. But we'll have to see what they drew into.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to be able to attack back. Your opponent's already putting on so much pressure. Trinity Charge just feels a little bit too slow. You're just doing everything you want to do with Trinity Nova, but without the good part, right, of being able to attack and damage your opponent's Pokemon. But just the slow action play, you've also got access to no Inteleon at all. And you've kind of forced to evolve this active as well, because if your opponent has the combination of Choice Belt and Zigzagoon, they're just able to knock out this Arceus if you don't have the big charm. So Capture Energy will come down to the bench, sort of signaling that this Arceus is not going to be able to attack this turn. Could have utilized Trinity Charge, so I think that was just the thought process there of, do you want a Trinity Charge? I think that would have probably been a lot better of a play, but it's just kind of what happens in this case, and this is where the floodgates start to open up. You've got Inteleon, access to aggressive supporter cards, the ability to apply some pressure, and while this game is not going to be able to finish, we're still going to be able to see this Charizard Arceus deck put on a clinic here in round number 2.
That is true. I mean, I'm not too surprised about the evolution play there. I mean, at this point, you're just playing not to lose, and you don't want to lose those 2 prizes very, very early, especially with only 3 minutes left in the game. They do find the Choice Belt and the Scoop Up Net. Here, Scoop Up Net does pick up this Shady Dealings just to reset it. They drop a Drizzile, getting another Surge. Again, they don't need too much here. I believe all they're going to do is really attack to the active. They bench a Choice Belt. They could go for a knockout if they wanted to, but no, they're just going to go ahead and Trinity Nova there for 180 damage to the active. Let's see how the opponent responds here. They need to Sharon's Care. They need to Sharon's Care and get the DTE to really reset this damage, get more value off the Arceus for sure. And with finding the Drizzile, finding the Collapse Stadium, that means they do have access to their Starbirth here. And yeah, again, would not be surprised if the 2 grabs are specifically Sharon's Care and the double Turbo Energy, and just to get going, really. And we'll have to see here.
Yeah, you don't have access to find that. Drizzile is a big time find. You are able to finally utilize Starbirth and maybe potentially find yourself something like DTE and Sharon's Care, but your opponent's already down to 5 prize cards. They've already set their board up pretty nicely. But as you said, time's winding down. Not much is going to be able to happen in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So these players will play it out as they are, but we're most likely to be seeing a tie or some sort of a gentleman's between both these players.
That's for sure here. All right. And yeah, there we go. We see the Sharon's Care and the double Turbo Energy. They are going to get an attack off. They just opt to discard the Path to the Peak there. Maybe just try and find another Sobble here. And yeah, again, we're just going to see a Trinity Nova here for 180 damage. Something of note, though, is the opponent actually is down to a 1-card hand. That 1 card better be something like a Drizzile or a Shady Dealings. If if we had more time. Again, we're down to the last minute here. Shady dealings on Sawyer's side of the field, trying to grab them an Ultra Ball as well as the Sharon Scare, I would have guessed. No, it looks like a Level Ball, Ultra Ball and Level Ball, just finding two searches here. They're going to opt to Ultra Ball the Quick Ball as well as the Fire Energy here. Maybe just finding themselves the other Arceus V-Star for sure. And they're going for a big retreat into the Arceus V-Star again without the double turbo energy, doing the full 200 damage with the choice belt is 230, and that is enough here to take a knockout on the Arceus V, going down to 3 prizes.
And time is being called here, so these players are going to finish into a draw unless they decide somewhere else to go with whatever this is looking like. If this is a board state scenario, I think that Sawyer is very heavily favored at this point. So hopefully these players will just kind of figure out who is the winner at this point as time has been called. And how they decide that's up to them. But we'll go ahead and jump back into casting here and kind of talk about what we saw there in round number 2.
All right, what a game. That was a long fest for sure. Something you typically see. Again, it's Arceus against Arceus. It's something that they're both tanks on their own rights. They're both walls. They both have access to healing. I like the nice twist though of we got to see the Charizard put in some pressure. Would have loved to see Charizard just take a big one-hit knockout on an Arceus V-Star though. I'm sure we'll see that sometime maybe in the rest of the tournament. But what are your thoughts, Ethan?
Oh, we've seen a lot of Arceus so far. We've seen how powerful that deck is. It's still super duper strong. It's got a lot going for it. We're only just begun though. We're about a third through this tournament. And so far, pretty typical things that we've been seeing. But I mean, not much is changing from NAIC to this. We've got a little bit of a mini set. We knew that Radiant Charizard would be pretty strong. It would have some going for it. I think a lot of people came in thinking, wow, this card is so powerful. It's 250 for a single energy. It's got a lot going for it. And it's kind of not really living up to its expectations as much. It's definitely a good card. You see its usage when it can come into play, but the fact that Pat shuts it off, the fact that it's only good for the last 30% of the game as well, it limits it in a way. And it seems like a good balanced card, and that's what I like to see, that it has a lot going for it. But besides that, not really too much else to say. It's a good card. Expect to see it at Worlds and expect to prepare for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough for decks to really play around it. I believe there is one player playing Inteleon and Charizard, which is a deck that really revolves around reusing the Radiant Charizard using Raihan, Scoop Up Nets, Claras, and Ordinary Rod, which is very surprising. Just when your main attacker is a Radiant Pokemon, that seems very tough. But again, it's something we see here. Someone in the top 128 in the world is bringing to today's tournament. And but yeah, again, we still have a lot in store for sure. So far right now, based on the standings, looks like a lot of Arceuses are doing well for sure. There's an Arceus with the Tapu Koko that's very interesting, that's in 6th place right now, 2-0. Oh, 5th place, sorry, played by Travis Beckwith at 2-0. Very interesting for sure. We have a Mewtwo, we even have a Blissey and Ice Rider Calyrex. The metagame is pretty diverse, to be honest. I was expecting a lot more Palkia in the top 8, but there's actually none.
Yeah, listen, it's early rounds here. There's still a lot going, but Palkia is definitely not performing up to base as much so far. We've got our next round up. We're ready to hop into things. We're going to feature that interesting Tapu Koko VMAX deck with the Zoo and the Decidueye. So we'll jump into the 6th stream channel, get round 3 action going.
All right.
Here we are. We're getting into this next round. We have 2 very solid players here. Travis Beckwith, an age up in the last couple of years, has been playing for a while in the seniors division, now in the masters division as well. Has had some very solid finishes, top 8s at regionals this year over in the United States, up against Andre Skubal. And Andre is a very solid player from overseas in Europe, has been playing a lot of Pokemon, and will be playing a deck we're no stranger with, Arceus and Inteleon. But I'm more interested to see how Travis deals with an Arceus deck, especially one that's playing Dunsparce.
That is true. Again, very interesting. Hisuian Decidueye, Tapu Koko VMAX. Nice little mix here. I love what Arceus V-Star really brings to the table. I feel like Arceus V-Star is the perfect partner for a lot of the older cards like Tapu Koko VMAX, or a lot of the newer cards like Hisuian Decidueye. And let's see here. It looks like Travis is going to start us off with a Tapu Koko in the active, which isn't too bad. The nice thing about Tapu Koko is similar to Flying Pikachu, has free retreat, a pretty good pivot there. Let's see what else the both players can start with. Getting a mulligan on the first turn, always good. They need to find something like an energy to really get going, just to have the utmost perfect turn for sure. And we'll have to see here. Again, they get to draw their mulligan, finding a Marnie, not too bad. Opponent starting with the Sobble, top decking into the lightning energy there. Absolutely huge. They go for the quick ball here. Let's see what they decide to discard. Discarding the Raihan for now. Maybe thinking it's not going to be used anytime soon. Grabbing the Arceus V again, one of the main attacker of the deck, really something we're very, very familiar with at this point. One of the most powerful and consistent cards in the format. Again, a hallmark of a great player, really going through the deck, really determining what they have to work with, what is prized. They grab the Arceus V there, play it down, drop the lightning energy to it. Let's see if they decide to play the path. Looks like they opt to pass, and that now to the opponent's turn. Let's see, they drop double Arceus here. Let's see if they can get any more Sobbles in play. Wouldn't be surprised if they just opt to go for the keep calling attack again. Keep calling, able to find multiple Sobbles. Having multiple Sobbles means later in the game you have access to multiple searches, and that's always good here. Again, since Andre has access to supporters at this turn, let's see if they opt to play one. They do get a double turbo energy attached to the Arceus. If they could get it into the active, they can opt to attack as well here with the Trinity Charge. Opt to play that Marnie, finding themselves 5 fresh cards. Let's see if one of those 5 cards gets them the retreat. Even if they don't, they do get the energy. They did get the energy attached for the turn, and that is pretty good for sure. Something they need to find as well is they need to find that Dunsparce for sure, because we see here Travis just finding that Hisuian Decidueye V, putting it onto the bench, just getting it ready. And very interesting hand here for Travis. Just has the Ultra Ball. They're opting to play it. In fact, they have to play it here. Fortunately, they have to lose a couple of key resources here in that Palpad. Palpad, I think, just a great card for sure. Just able to recycle resources, recycle key supporters. So losing it here to an Ultra Ball definitely does not feel good. I wouldn't be too hung up that I value that Palpad so much more that I would have just Ultra Balled something like the Professor's Research and maybe just go for a Trinity Nova for a Marnie to save it. But it looks like they're just going to commit there, discarding the Palpad, grabbing the Arceus V-Star here, and going for a big Research.
Yeah, this play is fine. I think you really don't have to worry about utilizing Sharon's Care. It's not in the deck. Palpad's still a very good guard, but you want to be able to utilize Starbirth for the exact pieces that you need to find, and this is very solid. You get yourself the double turbo energy and a extra card of your choosing. Hisuian Decidueye is already in play, and look at that, Path to the Peak in combination with Starbirth. Always a great combination to shut your opponent out of the abilities after you've used all of the important ones that you want over on your end. And I mean, Arceus is weak to fighting, so the key card here is that Hisuian Decidueye, and getting that down early is what exactly you want to see, as you can start to deal some very solid damage with that Hisuian Decidueye, hitting this Arceus for weakness and being able to one-hit knock it out if Dunsparce does not come down to play.
Exactly, and taking out one Sobble as well in the process really limits Andre's turn, right? They only have access then to one Shady Dealings for everything, to be able to get rid of Path, to be able to find something like an Arceus. So I think here Travis just in the driver's seat right now, getting two Hisuian Decidueyes just to really power both of them up, just really valuing that card there. Let's see if they decide to attach all to one or really split the energies. Yes, of course, split the energy. No other reason why to bench the second one otherwise. Look, they take a prize here, finding the Arceus V. V-Star. And you mentioned earlier, yes, you're right. Travis is not playing something like the Sharon's Care, and we're gonna have to see if that is going to come into play. That means every damage that Orin does here is going to stick. And let's see if that is going to matter. They do get the Drizzile here. They get one search. Let's see what they opt to search for. If they can get it all with this one search, I wouldn't be surprised if they just grab something like a Stadium to counter the Stadium. If they already have the Arceus V-Star in hand, they're going to need those two specific cards. If they don't have those two exactly, I wouldn't be surprised if this Drizzile finds something like a supporter to really just reset the hand and get something going.
Yeah, this seems like Andre, if he just had the options to find it, I'm sure we would just see that get slammed down right away. It's not too complicated of a line, but I think is just kind of debating now, well, how do I have to sort of detour my turn now that Path is in play, and I might not have access to Starbirth unless I find the specific pieces. And just like you mentioned, finding research is definitely a very solid card to hopefully get these Pokemon into play, like the Dunsparce off that level ball, and then hopefully just draw into the Arceus V-Star at minimum off of this Professor's research.
That is true there. Let's see if they find it. A lot of out to it, something like an Ultra Ball or an Evolution Incense does find it. I think even just attacking with the Power Edge doesn't seem too bad, since we do have the Dunsparce in play. You'd like to have energy in the field for sure, but I don't think the Arceus in the active should be getting knocked out either way. The fact that we don't see the Arceus V-Star just getting slapped down immediately makes me think he doesn't quite have it, and we do see here the Power Edge for 110 damage.
Yeah, not quite what you're looking for exactly, and the Hisuian Decidueye V-Star will come down into play, and that is almost ready to utilize its attack. Deal some solid damage. Dunsparce in play too is a little bit of a big deal, as Ultra Ball as well. This is what you want to be seeing. B-Barrel Engine established, has consistent draw now with the Industrious in Scissors attack. And more interestingly enough, is going to utilize Double Turbo on to the other Decidueye to get the most value. And there is a Quick Ball as well. So an interesting choice to not evolve the Hisuian Decidueye that's ready to go and all powered up at this point. Does also have the Escape Rope, so can guaranteed at least apply some pressure and take some knockouts. But this is going to be an interesting choice to see what Andre decides to promote off this Escape Rope.
It's true. And again, folks, if you aren't familiar with Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, it has the attack Somersault Feathers for a fighting and double colorless, does 160 damage, which is, again, meaningful if you're hitting weakness. That means you're doing 320, but it also has an additional effect where you may discard up to 3 energies from your hand, and it does 30 more damage for each card you discard. So you could potentially hit 250 using the Hisuian Decidueye. But it's gonna mean you're losing a ton of resources for sure. And yeah, but we're gonna see here just a quick Marnie. They do find a second Hisuian Decidueye. Wouldn't be surprised here if they just retreat and attack with the Arceus, going for Trinity Nova, just really trying to set up a little bit more. Something of note, again, that Arceus in the active has no energy. They're going to try and need to find like something like a Sharon to get an attack off here. And we'll have to see. It's on Orin's turn.
Yeah, Andre's got a lot of options to work with. The Arceus in the active is damaged, so Sharon's Care can pick that up. There's already one down the discard pile. But Starbirth is also available and has not utilized any of the counter Stadium cards in the deck yet to be able to bump that out of play. And Ultra Ball is pretty much going to guarantee the combo at this point. You can go ahead and grab yourself the Inteleon, and as long as your Collapse Stadium's still in deck, you've got the ability to go ahead and get that down, and then put the counter Stadium in play and turn Starbirth online. So if Andre's got those options, seems pretty clear that's going to be what you're trying to go for. Starbirth is the key to success with this deck to get set up and get yourself on the ball, rolling, and ready for action.
100%. And looks like they're opting to just grab the Arceus off this Ultra Ball here. Maybe just having this counter Stadium. No, it looks like grabbing the Drizzile, the other second Drizzile here could find, definitely finds the Collapse Stadium there. So again, you got it. They have access to literally everything in the deck now. Evolving the Arceus V to a V-Star on the bench. They're gonna go for the Starbirth ability. Wouldn't be surprised if they found the Sharon's Care and maybe honestly, maybe just a follow-up card for the next turn because they don't need much else here. They are going to take 2 prizes as well on the opposing Arceus V-Star. Something of note, I believe, yes. Yeah, they are going to take a knockout on the Arceus V-Star. And I believe Tapu Koko VMAX, they are playing Tapu Koko VMAX, has an attack where if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, then your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. That should be active now if they can get that powered up. That could be a very interesting play as well.
Yeah, you do have to be behind on prize cards in order to use that effect. So we'll have to be losing the game in order to get that paralysis effect on Tapu Koko. Right now, I mean, it's not bad, right? Because if you're still winning, you're in a good spot. But paralysis is not online right now.
Yeah. But after the start, it should be active. But without the energy on the Tapu Koko VV, we won't be seeing that just yet. And even if the opponent's active Arceus is paralyzed, something like a Sharon's Care can always just pick it up anyway. So I totally agree here with just setting up 2 Hisuian Decidueyes, but with, again, that Dunsparce just in the active, in the field, just really hampering the damage output the Decidueyes can do. I believe he needs to find a way to really boss up that Dunsparce to just get it out of the way, maybe go and then essentially go down to an even prize count as well. Maybe just go down from there. And there we go. We see the boss's orders top deck, very huge top deck, grabbing the Dunsparce, and now it's gonna go to Andre if they can find a way to reuse that Dunsparce. I have to double check here if they're playing something like a Clara or an Ordinary Rod. They are, so that they definitely need to. Priority number 1 is to find that Ordinary Rod after this turn. If they can do something like that, they should be en route to really take over the game here. And there you go. We see the Somersault Feathers opting to discard no energy cards. Are doing 140 damage to that Dunsparce, going down to 4 prizes here. It's up to Andre. Let's see how they respond. Again, they have access to literally everything in their deck. If they can evolve into either Shady Dealings Inteleon or Drizzile, and there we go. We do see the Inteleon. They're going to be able to grab 2 things. If they could grab something like the Ordinary Rod and a Level Ball, they are in a very, very safe position here.
Yeah, this is where Ordinary Rod is exactly the card you're looking to find at this point. And there it is, right away, getting grabbed off of the Shady Dealings. Understands that Dunsparce is the key card to keeping these Arceus up and healthy and not getting one hit knocked out by the Somersault attack on to the Hisuian Decidueye V-Star. And I'm sure we'll see the Ordinary Rod get played and that Dunsparce grabbed out of the deck. Andre's got a very good response to an aggressive turnover on Travis's side.
100%. They're going for another Shady Dealings here. Maybe opting to just find, the Level Ball to find the Dunsparce, just put it into play. There it is. Again, Dunsparce, again, very, very powerful card in this matchup with the Mysteriousness ability, protecting all your colorless Pokemon from their weakness, from their fighting weakness. And here we go. We see the Sobble dropped again. At this point, it's going to be just attacking with Arceus's, going for Charons again. They even get the energy attachment onto that Drizzile there to really, again, Shady Dealings Inteleon can attack to force the opponent into an odd prize trade for sure. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and see the Trinity Nova attack. Very safe Trinity Nova attack, especially since we know they have the Shady Dealings Inteleon in hand as well. We're going to go back to see if we can get, if this Hisuian Decidueye can't get a knockout on the Dunsparce again. If they can get another boss's orders on the Dunsparce, there's no way for them to get it back. So if Travis can find it, that could be very, very big for sure. But we'll have to see here. They do play the Luminion. Luminion does have the Luminous Sign ability, allowing for them to find any supporter from their deck. But then you're also at that point, you're placing another liability, and looks like they didn't have another boss's orders in the deck anyway, so they're just going to go ahead and concede the first round here goes to Andre with the Arceus Inteleon.
Yeah, this is kind of where you see that having Dunsparce in your deck is a very big deal in this matchup, especially when you can bring it back with Ordinary Rod and keep the weakness off of your Arceus with that Mysterious Nest ability. So, 20 minutes into this first game, both players are going to be wanting to play fast, especially over on Travis's side. You really don't want to take a tie this early in the tournament. And getting to start first, having a good option of an opening hand. You've got Arceus, an energy attachment, and a supporter for next turn, so this is what you want to see. As it's going to really be on Travis to go heavy with the pressure early and figure out how to close these games out. But having the attachment for Turn of the Arceus and the Bidoof down, pretty simple. You can ask for more, but this is the baseline you want when you're starting the game off.
100% just getting your support Pokemon as well. That's always great to see. Just the Bidoof there sitting pretty. Let's see how Andre can respond here. You're going to need something like an energy attachment for a turn at least. They do get the quick ball, discarding the evolution incense. Let's see what they opt to find. Do they value? They definitely value something like a Sobble this early on, where there's no threat of the Hisuian Decidueye just yet. But at this point, I think he's going through the deck. He's thinking, is the Dunsparce in the prizes right now? And there we go. We see the quick ball for the Sobble. Let's see what else they have to play. They're playing the Ultra Ball as well. Very aggressive discards on the first turn, discarding a Drizzile and the Arceus V-Star. Getting a second Sobble, wouldn't be surprised if the last card in the hand is going to be a Professor's Research, and it is. Don't you just love to see it when you play your hand down to one card and just get a fresh 7 right after, even if you do have to discard a couple of key resources there. Let's see if they found the energy, though. If they don't find the energy off the 7 cards, they could be in trouble here, and we'll have to see.
Yep, solid start right away. Really just looking for that energy attachment. Onto the bench is so pretty smart, because it means that if your opponent does decide to attack into this active, you can utilize Sharon's Care to just pick it up and have an attacker that's fresh and available. This is a smart play. Marnie plus Path is going to be an option, though. So this is what we're going to have to see. Marnie, Path, and then one extra card we grab. Not the best pieces, though. Just a bunch of energy cards.
But at least they do get the Path to the Peak. Wait, you have to use the V-Star ability first before you drop that down. Correct sequencing here. Let's see what they opt to grab after this. The second card is going to be very, very important. Do they grab something like the Bibarel to start drawing? Maybe a Marnie for next turn to really shuffle in the energies? But you also need a second Pokemon. So looks like Ultra Ball going to be the card here. I think very heads up play. Maybe play your hand size down a little bit and evolve into the Bibarel to draw a little bit more. No, it looks like valuing I'm going to power up a Decidueye, and that should be good enough. They're going through the deck. They're trying to see what else they can get.
Yeah, the only thought process here would be to grab the Ultra Ball, just get Bibarel into play so you have some sort of a draw engine for the following turn, because how things are looking, it looks like there is no follow-up for this the following turn. You're pretty much just hoping this Path to the Peak sticks, but hey, there's worse win conditions in the game than hoping that a powerful stadium that shuts off your opponent's setup doesn't stick, so I can't blame Travis for going for this line. You also can thin the deck out with some energy cards, accelerating those 2 lightning and the fighting to fulfill the Hisuian Decidueye V and the V-Star's attacks. And it's really on Andre. If Andre can draw out of this and get set up, because Dunsparce in the deck and because there's more healing, he is naturally favored in a position like this. But again, it all just comes down to what cards are there, and Drizzile getting played down right away is definitely a good sign in Andre's favor.
100%. Let's see what they opt to find with the Drizzile. They're going to need at least 2 cards here. They need a Counter Stadium as well as another Arceus V-Star. We already see an Arceus V-Star already in the discard pile, as well as a second Drizzile, actually. So if prizing is tough, this could be their last Drizzile potentially, because they're only playing a 4-3 line. And we'll have to see here. Wouldn't be surprised if they don't have too much, just grab a support. It looks like they're opting for a level ball. Very interesting play. They go for a Pal Pad as well. Maybe just putting back in the Professor's Research. Maybe they're just going to go for that. They're just going to go ahead and try and dig a little bit harder here. Yeah, there we go. We see the second Drizzile. And yeah, I believe it's going to be another Professor's Research, another big 7. But because they play Professor's Research, that means they're not playing Sharon's Care. So the Arceus in the active, unless there's a way to really retreat it, which I'm looking at the deck, looks like there is none, should get knocked out this following turn.
You give up 2 prize cards here, but are pretty much just banking off the fact that you can fill your board up and then just leave yourself with 2 Arceus to close the game out. It's not a bad line at all. Just kind of depends on what your opponent's able to put together the following turn, but no Arceus V-Star either. And wow, this hand is looking very, very poor for Travis. You do at least get to take 2 prize cards here, but besides that, you don't even want to play any of these energies down with any of your other Pokemon or accelerate any out of the deck. Travis taking first blood here, going down to 4 prizes, but what else can you really do with this hand? Ultra Ball, very nice though.
Ooh, yes, Quick Ball, Ultra Ball can definitely bring their hand size down to small enough to be able to draw with Bibarel potentially. And yeah, I think here we see the Dunsparce already in play on Andre's side of the field. That's something they have to deal with immediately. Looks like just going for a power edge here. Maybe not too much else set up. Something that could come into play here is the Hisuian Decidueye actually gets a knockout on an Arceus V with the Big Charm. Do you think they go for it here?
Wow, I mean, it's definitely a potential option. I think that's just what Travis is debating. Can I make this play and still be in an okay spot? I mean, you kind of just have to make that decision. You've got yourself Quick Ball and Raihan as well, so you'll still be in a good spot following this, but I mean, just the payoff is so there to just go for this knockout. You've got all the energies already in play. You've got Ordinary Rod to put them back, and your opponent's not going to be threatening anything the following turn. And having all these energies comes back to actually help Travis in this situation. The retreat into the Hisuian Decidueye, and there is the Somersault Feathers. Maximum damage, 250. Dunsparce doesn't matter if you're dealing enough to just knock out the Arceus. And Travis is looking almost in a winning spot here. I just have to wonder if you're Andre, do you go to the next game? And yeah, very smart choice just to go to game 3 and try to just not play a tie out. There's 25 minutes left. There's plenty of time to finish this game off. We'll have to see exactly what happens.
Yeah, very, very exciting game there. The awkward hand suddenly becoming the exact hand you need to really win that game. And again, the opponent just being Andre just being stuck, not getting the Arceus V-Star was the key to really just bring it all together. And let's see if this third game will come to a close. Again, we know if you're playing Arceus, if it's Arceus against Arceus, it typically goes to a draw, but we'll have to see how much time there is left.
Yeah, there's 25 minutes left, so it looks like these players will most likely be able to finish this game out. There shouldn't be any issues off the bat, but it looks like Manaphy and possibly an Arceus top deck. Really no reason to not start that Arceus unless you top decked it, so that's most likely the choice, but does get the energy down at turn 1. And there's not much going on here for Travis in this hand. May have to just hope that Path sticks, but if Path sticks, then no one gets to use Starbirth abilities, and you'll have much going on. But there is the Quick Ball. And that opens up a few doors. Get rid of the Roxanne or the Tapu Koko, and now get yourself an attacker for the following turn, potentially.
You could grab Lumineon.
Or, get Lumineon down. Lumineon is a very solid card that lets you get set up, but especially against Arceus decks, it's just such an easy target to get picked off and knocked out that you always have to just really weigh the ups and downs of, is it really worth to go for a line like this? But in this position, you really have nothing else going on, so you've got to kind of just pray that something like a Research or a Marnie can bail you out of a position like this.
Yes. Do they drop the Path here too? Maybe if you go for the Marnie, maybe just hope that this Path sticks as well. If you're in a tough spot, might as well put my opponent in a tough spot as well. Especially since it looks like Andre didn't start any Sobbles as well here. That means they're only out to really searching the deck next turn is going to be the Arceus V-Star. They do opt to grab the Marnie here. Are they going to drop it? They're thinking about it.
Yeah, I think it's fine to drop the Path at this point. You do have Pumpkaboo in your deck, so there is the line of play to go Pumpkaboo and then Starbirth for the Path again the following turn. And look at this. Excellent draw there. Has the double Turbo Energy and a Quick Ball to get a Hisuian Decidueye out into play, and then leave yourself out with plenty of options to even be able to Power Edge the following turn. So this is like pretty much the best case scenario after a pretty poor start. Trinity Charge can accelerate 3 energy, I'm sure, onto this Decidueye. Could technically put 1 into this active, but it seems like it's probably the best position just to get this powered up and get it ready to start swinging on the next couple of turns.
All right, not a bad turn there for sure. Lumineon just really opening up the turn. Let's see if Auron can respond. They do get a Sobble down. Let's see if they can get an attack off. Getting an attack off here would be absolutely huge. They get the energy attachment. Do we see something like a Scoop-A-Man? There is the Arceus V-Star. And looks like the Path to the Peak just playing dividends there. Let's see if they top deck into anything interesting. Looks like, unfortunately, nothing just yet. But they do have an attack here with the Power Edge onto the Manaphy, which isn't too bad. You do get one prize here, and maybe that can bail you out. Anything like an Ultra Ball definitely helps out here. They can drop the Pumpkaboo, find an Arceus V-Star the following turn, but we'll have to see here what Auron does. Let's see.
Yeah, this is really relative on Andre's turn here because the options are now pretty available with Ultra Ball. However, with Quick Ball coming down, it means that if Dunsparce is available, that could be big because by putting Dunsparce down into play, it means that your Arceus will not get knocked out. And now this will limit the amount of plays that are available over on the side of Travis. You do have Pumpkaboo plus Ultra Ball, which technically means you can utilize Starbirth. And wow, Andre's going to say, I'm just going to play my entire hand down. I've got nothing else going for me. Here you go. I'm just going to go and accelerate some energies into play and say, well, hopefully you can't use Starbirth and kind of just have nothing in your hand.
All right. And let's see here. They capitalize on just grabbing the bosses or just really prioritizing getting rid of the Dunsparce. And even if it means this Arceus is going down, at least we do take down the Dunsparce for sure. And with Andre just having no cards in hand here, let's see what the top deck is. Something like a level ball would be huge. They are just going to go for a Power Edge knockout there on the Arceus. And they go down to 2 prizes.
Now the floodgates are just wide open. Dunsparce is out of play. The Hisuian Decidueye V-Star is available. The Ultra Ball's already in the hand, and you're going down to 2 prizes this quickly in the game, staring down a big 2-prize threat. Things are not looking very good for Andre, and they're looking excellent here for Travis. Also has access to the Pumpkaboo potentially to get down a Starbirth play. There's a lot of options to look at. Very interesting decision to decide to discard the Quick Ball instead of the Pumpkaboo. Now you don't necessarily have access to finding a Pokemon to attach to the following turn, but you're going to be taking 2 prize cards here, so it is very possible that you are still able to find what you need. Doesn't have to discard any energy cards. There's the knockout. And already out the prizes is very solid too. So Travis is 2 prize cards away from being able to close this game out. It's going to be up to Andre to figure out what he can do, and it starts with getting Dunsparce into play this turn.
They're going to need a lot to get Dunsparce, right? The Dunsparce is already in the discard pile. They're going to need the Ordinary Rod right here, right now, as well as a way to search for it. And an interesting play here is with the Pumpkaboo, in case they were stuck. The Decidueye V-Star actually has a V-Star power as well. In Star Fortune, they're able to draw until they have 8 cards in hand. That was something available too. I thought was pretty funny, and I was hoping to see. But all right, let's see what Andre does here. They do get the Drizzile. Let's see what they opt to find. Again, it's gonna have to be, I think it just has to be Ordinary Rod. Looks like it's Collapse Stadium just to get access to the V-Star ability. I think that is the perfect grab there. With that, they could grab the Ordinary Rod as well as a level ball to at least survive this turn here.
Yeah, with how it works out here at this point, you've got to maybe play a little bit more aggressive. Try to find yourself something like a Marnie to draw into some of these pieces. Otherwise, you're just going to be in a spot where you need a lot. You need to get an Arceus down this turn. You need to be able to find something like Sharon's Care the following turn. You also need to find an Ordinary Rod and a way to search your Dunsparce out. That's already a list of things that you need to do. So, Andre, I'm sure, has played this deck time and time again, understands what he needs to do to get there. He's going to do his best to make it happen.
I think you're right there. You're right. Maybe an Ordinary Rod and maybe something like a Professor's Research just to really dig through the deck there. Again, you're right. Maybe find something like an Arceus V, and the Dunsparce is the key to this turn at least. And with the Ordinary Rod, being able to shuffle back the Dunsparce as well as maybe another Arceus definitely helps out. Let's see if they opt to discard, shuffle into energies as well. And we'll have to see. They go for the level ball. So they do get the Dunsparce right off the bat. Let's see what else they have here.
Yeah, really just looking for another Arceus and a way to draw some cards, but no, it's just going to be the Drizzile. So maybe Inteleon is in the hand. This probably signals that because you can see the attack for 180, and then there's multiple lines of play to heal the following turn. No energy's getting accelerated. This Decidueye will be chilling for now, and that is a pretty solid top deck there in the escape rope. It means that either this Drizzile or the Dunsparce can potentially get knocked out. And that would mean that all Travis may need to do is play a single copy of Boss's Orders onto a remaining Pokemon on the bench in order to take this game. And I forgot that Star of Fortune is actually a very solid V-Star power. It's not as good as Starbirth, but hey, you've got the potential to make things work at this point. I think just debating, do I want to draw up to that now? We'll utilize that power, drawing 4 cards with the V-Star power. And look at that, finds the Tapu Koko. So that could be a very solid pivoting option. Instead, just decides, hey, I'm going to value getting down another Hisuian Decidueye and getting that powered up. And instead, just deciding to hit into this active, it looks like, especially paired with something like Marnie, could make a lot of sense. But this is
Definitely.
where you got to really evaluate your options. You got to evaluate what the best line of play is.
Looks like maybe they're opting to not even play the Marnie here and just going for the somersault feathers here for 160 60 damage. Let's see if Andre has the Inteleon that was being telegraphed, and it looks like they did. And you're right here, with the Inteleon, they're able to grab the Sharon's Care and really just reset up that Arceus. We'll have to see. At least the escape rope play is still live, just in case this turn.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see Sharon's Care come out. Maybe something like the Sharon's Care and a draw supporter for the following turn can come down into play. Arceus is not being threatened by anything as long as Dunsparce stays into play. So these are just things to think about and notice. Escape rope is definitely a very solid card for the following turn, though. So I'm sure Travis is very happy to have that as a possibility, as well as the Marnie to disrupt the hand. So yeah, we know what one of these cards is going to be. It's just really on Andre to decide, what card do I value next turn? I don't have a lot of draw. I'm only working with a 2-card hand. What can I piece together to make this the best couple of next turns to secure this round win for myself?
Looks like it's going to be Sharon's Care and a Boss's Orders, but I don't think they're going to be keeping the Boss's Orders for too long here, because with the knockout on the Hisuian Decidueye, Andre does go down to 2 prizes. That means Roxanne is going to be live as well. If they don't get another Sobble set up here, that means they have no searching options after this Roxanne, and this could be very, very big here.
There is the Aqua Bullet taking the knockout and dealing 0 damage because of that double turbo energy, reducing damage done all over the board. So Andre's going to go down to 2 prize cards left. There is a very juicy Lumineon on the board to be able to knock it out to close this game out. And yeah, it looks like Travis is really just understanding that this escape rope play is going to be my best line to win this game.
Yes, very, very interesting here. If I was Andre, I'd probably give something like the Dunsparce at this point, because you don't want that Arceus, I think, to get hit. Or maybe you do, because you could still Sharon's Care that Arceus just in case. But Hisuian Decidueye V can hit those numbers, as we've seen in the past. It's going to need a lot, but it can hit those numbers. A very important choice here for Andre. Let's see what they decide to give. We saw a lot of energies as well in the discard pile, and maybe Somersault Feathers won't be able to get the knockout. We'll have to see here. There's going to be a very, very big Roxanne. Let's see what they grab. Again, huge Roxanne opponent going down to 2 cards and with no means of search. Oh, this hand is
a big miss. Yeah, this is very bad. Did find the Ultra Ball for the Hisuian Decidueye, but not having access to any fighting energy means that there is going to be no way to put a lot of pressure on. Can't even deal any damage with how this hand is looking. Wow, this is not. However, you do put your opponent down to 2 cards, so there is a chance that there's no way to pivot this Arceus out of the active. And wow, yeah, just an attach and a pass over. So what's the top deck? It is a Professor's Research, but you've got a lot of energies you'd like to keep in the hand to potentially work something out here to close this game out.
Yes, big decision here. I mean, there's no choice. You have to discard the energies for sure. Maybe grab something like the Hisuian Decidueye just to guarantee it. No, it looks like they're going to go for the Bibarel, just deciding to draw a little bit deeper. But I don't know what other supporter you'd want to play besides that research here. Getting the Ordinary Rod is big. You are shuffling back in a couple of energies for sure. And let's see if they draw into it. This could be a very, very big turn. If they draw the right cards, they could win this turn. But I think just getting damage in is going to be very, very important. Let's go. This is
Yep.
going to be a very big research.
Wow, no fighting energy again. There's none to be found, and this means that Hisuian Decidueye just has to sit here looking pretty and doing nothing in this active spot.
Yeah, sometimes that is what is tough when you're playing the Pokemon trading card game with multiple different types in the deck, right? You're forced to play cards like lightning energies and fighting energies. Sometimes you draw into them in the wrong sequence. What's absolutely heartbreaking here is if they had that extra fighting energy, they actually had game, because all they had to do was discard 2 energy cards. Oh no, they'd still be down a little bit because a double turbo does go down, mitigate the damage by 20. So, but still, getting an attack off this turn would have been absolutely huge. But just having to pass here is heartbreaking. Let's see if Andre can capitalize here. If they have another energy, they can retreat the Arceus. They're debating here. They do opt to retreat the Decidueye, and they can reattach the double turbo energy. I think that was pretty smart there. Let's see if they get an attack off.
Big time miss, but it's more so what does Andre have off after this Roxanne? The energy attachment is not bad. It means that Trinity Charge can accelerate another energy onto this active, but from there it's just very dependent on what else is in the hand. No, actually going to just retreat into this Inteleon to be able to take a Aqua Bullet knockout, can also get down the Sobble into play. So it's also sitting on Sharon's Care, so a very, very solid hand there when it comes to being able to set up attacks and deal some damage. But Aqua Bolt can take the knockout. More importantly, Andre just wants to have access to more cards next turn, so can just take this knockout. But now, because of the reduced damage, this Decidueye will need to be able to attack. And, oh, wow, put the energy on with the Raihan, but didn't realize that there were no fighting energy in the discard pile because of the way this hand was working out. So can at minimum guarantee the fighting out of the deck. It's not all bad. You can still put together plays to take this knockout. You can now discard the fighting energy from your hand, go to 1 prize card, and then just try to thin out your deck as much as possible. You still have Palpad and Boss's Orders in the deck, so this is definitely still a big time grab in Raihan. Yep. Ultra Ball as well is very solid because it means you can just thin out more cards from your hand and from your deck for the following turn, and there it is. Somersault Feathers, taking the knockout, 170 damage after reduction. Gonna go down to 1 prize card. This is a tense game 3 here in round number 3.
All right, with the Boss's Orders grab from the prize there, just the perfect grab in my opinion, but also with just 10 cards left in the deck, they were pretty much guaranteed getting the Boss's Orders, and there it is, just straight up Boss's Orders into the Dunsparce to take the last prize of the game. Andre could not draw out of the Roxanne there, just showing the power of that card. And yes, congratulations to Travis Beckwith winning that game there with Arceus and Hisuian Decidueye. Absolutely crazy game.
Excellent, excellent. We'll go ahead and jump back into our casting channel. Give us some wrap-up thoughts as we get through round number 3. That was definitely a game we had for sure there. We don't get to see that deck a lot. Seeing Decidueye V-Star is not really a card people have ever talked about since its release. It was just overshadowed by the other incredible attackers that we had in the Astral Radiance expansion. But hey, listen, when you can discard some energies and when you hit one of the best Pokemon in the format for weakness, it's sometimes just all you need to really put together the numbers to take knockouts. And Andre not drawing well in that game was definitely another big factor, but it's part of Pokemon, and Travis is going to advance to 3-0 in this tournament.
Yep. Congratulations to Travis. But man, I absolutely love that we got to see everything Hisuian Decidueye could do, right? We got to see the attack for weakness. We got to see the attack with the full attack for 250 damage, discarding all the energies. We even got to see the V-Star ability. I mean, why would you opt to draw if you had access to an Arceus ability? But sometimes when your back is against the wall, you have to be able to think outside the box and utilize whatever you have that's on the field. And that's exactly what Travis did. Great plays. And I think this was one of the closest matches so far of the tournament that we've been able to watch. And I'm very thankful that we had the best seat in the house.
Hey, listen, that was definitely one of the good matches that I've seen so far in this format, let alone in this tournament. We're going to have plenty of more exciting close matches coming up in this tournament. Round 3 is wrapping up. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with round number 4 of the Shuffle Squad, Tournament of Champions. Stay right where you are.
Check out the Late Night Series Season 6, brought to you by myself, Zach Lesage, and the Shuffle Squad. We're going to be running a bunch of sick events for the Pokemon community, and they start on August 30th. So one thing you might be noticing here is that there's an EU time and an NA time. We have one at 12 p.m. Eastern, which works out to about 5 p.m. in London, and then we have one at 7 p.m. Eastern, which should help out a lot of players on the West Coast play in this event. That being said, we still have a lot of cool things going on. Expect similar prizing that we've had for other Late Night Series events. Expect better staffing, expect better tournament experiences, and of course, we do have a stream going up for this season as well, and I will be streaming the event on Twitch. That being said, we have the whole season up on the Play Limitless website. Late Night 51 all the way through 70 runs until we hit the Invitational on November 5th. So check that out, sign up today, and support Zach Lesage Events and the Shuffle Squad. See you there. This video is sponsored by PokeXWord, the best place to get your fill of Pokemon-inspired crossword puzzles. New puzzles are posted every single Sunday, and it's a great way to disconnect and have some fun. They also host monthly giveaways on their channel, so be sure to check those out. I personally complete these puzzles every single week, and sometimes they're pretty challenging. Let's check out one of the hard ones. So if we check out here, there's a lot of things that might be difficult here. So if it's a little bit too difficult for you, you can always go and complete the normal ones that might be a little bit easier. They're pretty fun though. Definitely check them out. Be sure to follow PokeXWord on Twitter at PokeXWord and get notified when new puzzles go up and when their monthly giveaways are live.
The Shuffle Squad is proudly sponsored by Atlas Collectibles, the best place to buy any trading card game product online. Visit atlastcg.com and at the checkout screen make sure to use code TSS12 to save an unbeatable 12% off your entire order. Atlas Collectibles will ship your product anywhere in the world, so make sure you're taking advantage of the 12% savings with TSS12. If you're looking for PTCGO codes, they have them there as well at atlaspokemart.com. And the best part is, the TSS12 code works there as well. And if Pokemon is not your thing, don't worry. Go to atlastcg.com and see all the other amazing trading card game products they have there to offer.
And we are back with the Shuffle Squad Tournament of Champions. And we're about to start round 4. Again, quick reminder, my name is Primetime Wizard TV, and I'm joined by a great partner with Ethan Heggie. And I'm so excited to see more games, especially after the last one. Decidueye, definitely a star of the last game. Hopefully we see more interesting decks for sure.
Yeah, it's been a surprise. We've seen, Stonejourner now, Arceus here and there, Arceus with everything different. Definitely been a mix-up 100% of the different decks that we've had. And we've got a lot of more interesting matches to feature as well. So round 4 going up. So we've got 3 more rounds of Swiss. Players are looking to punch their way into top 8. A win here at XO means that you've just got a double ID to pretty much secure yourself up a spot. So this is where we're getting to these win and in matches. I know we featured Travis last time as well, but out of the people we have, Travis is at 3-0, playing an interesting deck. I want to see more Decidueye. I want to see more of what this deck's got. And he's going to be up against a very interesting matchup in Blissey V, which on paper seems pretty good. There's no Dunsparce in here, but if we've seen anything about... Oh, there is actually a Dunsparce. Wow, yeah, that's actually be really interesting to see. So we're going to hop into Stream 6. We're going to get this on. Blissey versus Hisuian Decidueye, Arceus Koko. Let's hop into it.
All right.
Right, here we go. We're getting into round number 4, and this Blissey deck is definitely one of the 60 cards on trading card game I've seen before. It's playing Irida, Energy Lotto. It's playing the Tornadus with Sudden Cyclone, a whole bunch of healing cards. Definitely a little bit more of an interesting list for Crushing Hammer as well. And you see right away, Travis understands that, hey, Decidueye is going to be the best card I have in this matchup. I might as well just start applying some pressure with it as soon as this turn.
Real quick, though, we saw that Blissey just missing a couple of hammers there was actually really big. That means Hisuian Decidueye is ready to attack next turn, and opting not to find the Dunsparce is leading me to believe that Dunsparce is going to be prized, because all Travis is going to need to find here is that Decidueye V-Star to get the knockout on the Blissey. And let's see if they find it here. They do get the double turbo energy, which was already in hand. It's going to be a very big research here, drawing 7 cards. They do find the Evolution Incense. With that means that's going to be a knockout here. Quick knockout by the star of the tournament, Hisuian Decidueye V-Star so far. Is Decidueye the play for Worlds? We'll have to see here, but
listen, yeah. Honestly, that's a cool Featherbird. You know what? I can't hate anybody who wants to play that. But as you said, yeah, Dunsparce being gone is a big deal, and it has to be a signal without it being grabbed off the quick ball, or maybe not realizing the power of Hisuian Decidueye V-Star as Travis taking a quick 2 prize cards on turn number 2 of the game.
Yes, something that could happen as well is the Blissey player could find something like the Milk Tank in case the Dunsparce isn't in play. That will force Travis for sure to play something, play around it, try and find a different route for victory there. We see the Tornadus going down, forcing the Arceus to the active, and just a big blissful blast here. And all Travis needs to do is attach that double turbo energy and get that retreat to get another big knockout. And man, Decidueye just putting in work for sure. Let's see with this quick ball what Travis opts to find. Maybe just a Bidoof just to get really set up here. And yeah, things are looking good. If they wanted, they could even go for the Star Fortune ability just to draw a little bit more, and looks like that's gonna be the case here. Finding the escape rope could be big. That's actually a pretty big card, a way to definitely circumvent if the Blissey player, in case they opt to really wall up with the Milk Tank. Again, Travis in a pretty good position, just going down to 2 prizes. All he has to do is take 2 more knockouts on a single prize, or just get 1 more Blissey here. Let's see what the opponent decides to do.
Yeah, this is really where I feel like Miltank shines heavily in this matchup. The only Pokemon in this deck that can hit Miltank is Bibarel, and you have to flip a coin flip to even deal 100 damage, and most of the time, you're only going to be dealing 80 because of double turbo energy, and that just is not enough to be able to get you places where you need to go. In this case, though, we are going to see the pretty heavy aggression from Travis, and not having access to that is going to be a big deal. But hey, Miltank's coming out now, and if there's a scoop up net, that means that there's a potential way to deny Travis from taking these last 2 prize cards, because they're clear in setup. You can knock out the Tornadus and then play one of your boss's orders to take another knockout onto the Radiant Greninja onto the bench. But it seems that over on Travis's side, just wants to play out as many cards as possible and take this next knockout on the Tornadus, actually not realizing that Tornadus resists fighting and will miss the knockout onto this. And wow, that means it's going to be an extra turn now for our opponent here, for Travis's opponent, Unknown Gamer, to find a scoop up net to pick up one of these Pokemon. And there it is. The scoop up net can pick the Tornadus up. And now there's just 2 Pokemon remaining in play, and one of those is that Miltank.
Ooh, all right. Miltank here in a great position. Again, you mentioned it. There's no Pokemon on Travis' side of the field that can attack besides the Bibarel. And with the Miltank having the Cape of Toughness, just have 160 HP, Bibarel is definitely going to need to 2-shot that Pokemon for sure. And we see Unknown Gamer here just opting for a boss's orders on the Hisuian Decidueye V, which is very, very interesting here. Maybe thinking if... Oh!
What? Oh, it has Shred?
Oh.
There's no way. I did not know it had Shred.
Me too. I am completely shocked. Hisuian Decidueye for Worlds confirmed. If it can get through Miltank, wow. Okay. We're both just dumbfounded here, and
wow. Yeah, they have it's been so, because it was like recently within the last 2 years, they just have decided to print Shred on a bunch of different Pokemon for like no reason. Well, I guess there is a reason, right? They just want to have outs to things like the Miltank, but wow, that is a very interesting thing that I did not know. A lot of Pokemon like Shred, even the newest Alolan Vulpix V coming out, the V-Star coming out, has Shred too. So they're giving it to everything, and as soon as they'll say thank you, I would like to out against Miltank, and I'll take that knockout. And I have to assume that Dunsparce was not available in that game.
100%. Maybe very, very tough prizing, and Blissey being a little bit slower of a deck, definitely can't draw into prizes as fast as something like this Hisuian Decidueye. But we'll have to see here, maybe for Unknown Gamer, if the prizes are right, if we can get a big Blissey, if Blissey can if we could see Blissey make a big comeback. We see a quick ball here, discarding the Tornadus, finding the Blissey V. Let's see what else they can play. They play the Powerful Energy. Again, Powerful Energy, when attached to a colorless Pokemon, does 20 extra damage. And we just see a pass here off to Travis's turn, getting the first turn 1 DT attachment. Is great for sure. That means the Arceus is going to be able to Trinity Charge, which is always good to see. Getting the Ultra Ball as well, not too bad. That means they can get themselves a Hisuian Decidueye right here, right now. It's just a matter of what they discard here. A lot of choices here. They could go for the Marnie if they value having the boss's orders in the deck still, or they can just forgo everything and just go for a big research, maybe try and draw into a couple of more cards. Looks like they do value the boss's orders in the deck. He's just gonna go ahead and go through his deck right now to see what he has to work with. Being both Hisuian Decidueyes in the deck is great for sure. Go ahead and grab that. And it looks like he's just going to opt for a Trinity Charge here, not going to play a supporter. Very, very heads up. Maybe a hallmark, again, of a great player, realizing, you know what, I don't need that much else this turn. Might as well just keep this hand in case I need this boss's orders, and try and dig later, just in case. And there we go. We see the Trinity Charge here, deciding to attach the last energy on the Arceus, just in case. So this Arceus in the active can attack. Now we go ahead to Unknown Gamer's turn, going for a quick ball, finding the Dunsparce, and that's probably exactly why that we have the boss's order still in the hand here. But Unknown Gamer realizing that, going for a quick Marnie, shuffling the deck there. Let's see what both players draw, and looks like not too bad there. Travis binding the boss's orders again, but something of note is if you do target down that Dunsparce, this Blissey is only going to get bigger and bigger. Well, this turn only attaching 1 energy.
Yeah, and the thing too is it doesn't matter how big this Blissey gets. If you're assuming Decidueye is taking a one-hit knockout, you are in an excellent spot. And looking at this is also an open list tournament, so Travis can see that there's no way to recover this Dunsparce. Once it's gone and discarded and knocked out, there's going to be no Dunsparce available for the rest of this game. And from there, assuming Decidueye can just start to steamroll through everything over on the side of Unknown Gamer. And I think just debating, do I want to evolve as assuming Decidueye? Understands that, hey, I can have one V-Star in play to take care of these Blissies, and I can have one V in play to deal with these Miltanks, and that's kind of all you need to be able to close these games out.
That is true. It was just deciding if, do I want the V-Star now or later? Looks like just deciding, you know what, might as well just have it down right now, just in case we get hit by Marnie. And now back to Unknown Gamer's turn. Definitely in a tough spot, but again, that Blissey is getting very, very big here. But going for the research, that means this Blissey shouldn't it can't get a knockout on the Hisuian Decidueye. That's all I care about. My Hisuian Decidueye is safe. If I was Travis, I'd be feeling pretty good right now with the attachment of the Cape of Toughness, though, bringing the Blissey V, a basic Pokemon, up to 300 HP. That means Travis here has to draw into a basic energy to be able to take a knockout. Let's see if they can do that.
Yeah, there is technically the option that Travis, if he attaches a double turbo, needs to draw into an energy regardless. So I think the thought process here for Travis is, well, do I even want to attach this energy? Because if I find a basic energy, I'm just doing what I need to for knockout. So I think a smart play is just to thin the hand out, see if he finds into a basic energy and does. This way, there's no need to discard the energy from hand. You know your opponent's playing a Crushing Hammer deck anyway, so you might as well just save what you've got and utilize the pieces that you have in hand. Also has access to Raihan as well, but there's no fighting energy in the hand. Marnie's going to be a lot more disruptive at this point, but hey, I mean, if you can get more energy into play, you can start powering up a Hisuian Decidueye on the bench, maybe, potentially, and that will be the option.
Yeah, not too bad. And again, we got to see the Hisuian V-Star ability again from Travis, coming in clutch, to be honest. Just being able to draw up to 8 cards is pretty big. Maybe not as good as Arceus V-Star's ability, but good enough in this scenario. Finding the Bibarel as well, just making yourself a little bit safer, just in case your opponent plays something like a Marnie or the Roxanne. But looks like just a Marnie for the Unknown Gamer. But again, here we see Hisuian Decidueye just hit for weakness, 328 damage to that Blissey, and it just goes down there. Let's see how Unknown Gamer responds. Not quite sure how you can respond to this Decidueye. Blissey at most this turn can probably do something like 40 to 60 damage with one energy. But with Hisuian Decidueye having 270 HP, something you're going to have to hope for is just you're going to have to try and power it up on the bench manually fast enough, but I don't think that's necessarily possible. I think Travis definitely in the driver's seat for this game here, attaching the Cape of Toughness onto the Radiant Greninja, bringing its HP up to 180. That means Hisuian Decidueye V has to be able to discard an energy to take a knockout here. And we're going to see just that here. Yeah, just straight attacks, Somersault Feathers. Don't need to play anything else. Just 190 damage there. And Travis here going down to the last 2 prizes with Blissey in play with no energy. This should close out the game here.
It is looking very good for Travis to take a quick 2-0. The Desperation Boss to bring up this Bibarel, but as we know, for Travis, that double turbo energy is sitting into the hand, so as long as there isn't anything else, yep, the Blissful Blast will deal 50 damage. You get some more energy on, but Travis has all the pieces in hand to get there, and it's not too much, just needs the one piece. The double turbo energy will allow this Bibarel to retreat into that Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, and these Somersault Feathers will deal 320 damage, taking the knockout. Travis is going to advance to 4-0, securing a spot into the top cut of 8 at the Tournament of Champions here for the Shuffle Squad with a very interesting, unique deck, Decidueye V-Star, Tapu Koko, Arceus V-Star.
Yes, very, very cool there. Again, Hisuian Decidueye probably, is it the play for Worlds? I just have to give props to both these players. We know they're top in their respective fields. I mean, they're top in Pokemon for sure. And they're bringing decks that are, Arceus is an established deck. Blissey is a pretty much established deck, but they're putting their own spice into it. And that's what I love to see here.
Yeah, it looks like we can feature one more match. That was pretty quick, so we'll hopefully get one more match, and then if we've got some extra time, we'll figure out what we need to do, whether that's a break or whatnot. But we're going to hop into match VC number 2. We've got some Arceus Duraludon action. Aiden Kus is playing and is up 1-0 so far. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. It looks like we're jumping into this game number 2. So it seems that Aiden is up 1-0 so far in this game, as we are going to see the Arceus V-Star Duraludon deck up against Palkia V-Star. An interesting play starting out right away for Huntimon. Going for this Radiant Greninja play, only hitting this Duraludon for 60 damage on the bench, and hitting the Arceus for 90, really just trying to set up for a potential play the following turn, but it's not looking too great. You're going to put yourself on even prize cards, you're going to lose your Greninja draw engine. This could get scary very quickly.
That's very, very interesting play for sure. I'm curious what Huntimon has planned. I mean, getting damage on both the Arceus and Duraludon is pretty big here, especially when you know for a fact that the Arceus Duraludon does play a very low bench count, which could hamper the Palkia V-Star's damage capability. But again, you mentioned just losing your Radiant Greninja, losing some draw power, as well as going to even prize. You have to question if it was necessarily worth it here. And yeah, we see the Arceus Duraludon just go down to 4 prizes. Let's see how Huntimon responds. And yeah, looks like it's just going to be a choice belt there onto the Palkia. Something of note, though, it isn't Palkia's V-Star ability just absolutely powerful. Just being able to attach 3 energies from the discard pile to any water Pokemon. The fact that the Radiant Greninja play was even possible is just a testament to the power of the deck. Just doing 90 damage to 2 Pokemon out of nowhere is absolutely huge. We'll have to see here what they decide to grab. They don't have access to anything yet in particular. They don't have they don't have a Sobble in play. That means we have no shady dealings just yet. But with this level ball, they could get them a couple. We already see 2 down in the discard pile. Makes me think that maybe an early Avery was a play early on. Looks like they're just grabbing a Zigzagoon here, just doing some extra damage and getting the training core, just getting another energy. Let's see where they decide to attach this. Maybe into the Inteleon at this point. Maybe try to force back the odd price raise. They go for the cross switcher here.
Yeah, this is a really interesting line of play. He's going to be forced to retreat this and just hit with Subspace Swell. So you're dealing 170 damage, so you are setting up for a 2-hit knockout. But at the same time, looks like there is just 1 card in hand and absolutely nothing happening here.
Yeah, and a little bit of a desperation play there, just grabbing the Zigzagoon could signal the fact that Huntimon could be out of Sobbles, which could be an absolute a huge problem. That means there are so many dead cards in the deck. That means Level Ball, Drizzles, Inteleons, Evolution Incense. These cards are no longer live. So that could be an absolutely huge problem. They go ahead and luckily the Duraludon player Aiden did find the switch. They were able to attack with the Arceus. Huntimon just going for another Subspace Swell here, doing 160 damage. Still a little bit too short, thanks to the Tool Jammer there shutting off the choice belt. Absolutely huge for sure. And they're just gonna go for another Trinity deal over here, going down to 2 prizes. Duraludon actually pretty much in control of this game here. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see how Huntimon responds. They do go into the Palkia. And Roxanne is a great card to have. That's something, if they had a Sobble, that's something they would have searched for sure. And just having that naturally in the hand is absolutely great. Unfortunately, they are going to be attacking with the Palkia here, which means they are going to take 2 prizes, but with 2 Duraludons in the bench. Yes, 1 hasn't VMAX just yet, but if that does VMAX, you're still going to have to take 6 prizes. Anyway, we see a Palpad here just shuffling in a Marnie and the Roxanne, and Huntimon does take 2 prizes here. Unfortunately, Aiden was able to draw probably the perfect 2 cards to close out the game. I mean, just having a research or the boss's orders, having access to either of those is great. They can even attack with the Duraludon here, which is pretty interesting, something you don't quite see every day.
Yeah, what I would like to see Aiden do there is just swing with the Duraludon VMAX. Your opponent's at 4 prize cards, hit this Palkia really hard, and then your opponent's going to think your hand is pretty poor. You played nothing, so there's no reason for them to disrupt it. And then by taking the knockout, even if they knock it out with something else on the bench, all you have to do is just play the boss in your hand and you just win the game. With this play here, you're not hitting for quite enough damage. It does find the Ultra Ball though, so this is going to just be like a pretty much the same position because you can just take a knockout with the Duraludon. Both plays are fine, but there's just something to notice at this point. But it just seems like it's a little bit too late here for Huntimon. Your opponent's already at 2 prize cards and heavily damaging this Origin Form Palkia, so there's no even way for another Pokemon to attack this turn because Star Portal's already been used and there's no Palkia on the bench. It just seems like options are really running out here for Huntimon.
That is true. I feel like Aiden should be able to close out this game here. And Melanie there unfortunately, Melanie is only able to attach to Pokemon V's. I'm sure Huntimon would have loved to see that Water Energy go to the Inteleon on the bench. But I think here, yeah, just having to retreat into a Manaphy, not too great. After this Manaphy, there's nothing really to retreat to. There's no backup. There's no Palkia just yet. They go for a quick ball here. If this Pokegear does hit a boss, it is game. Unfortunately, it is going to be the Avery. That means we're going to have to wait probably one more turn. And yeah, it's just going to be a quick G-Max Pulverization. Speaking of Pokemon with shred abilities, this is another one of them for sure. They do drop the Crystal Cave. Crystal Cave allows Dragon type or Metal type Pokemon to heal 30 damage each turn. That means that Duraludon on the bench that is heavily damaged is slowly getting better. Getting the Hyper Potion as well. Again, all these cards, all these great cards, but all Aiden has to do next turn is attack into literally anything, and he should have game here.
Yeah, looking pretty solid to close things out. Still at 4 prize cards. All you just really did is buy yourself a turn before your demise is inevitable. So, I mean, you got to play it out when you have nothing else to do. But at the same time, this is just kind of how Pokemon works. You just get into these situations where you just can't draw into the cards you're looking for. You run out of luck, and that's just how the game works. There's just not much else you can do.
That is true. I believe this is game 2. Who? Do remind me who won game 1 here.
So the Aiden is up 1 game. So if Aiden wins here, he will win the series.
All right, and I believe all he has to do is he has attack here. Roxanne can't help out too much. So congratulations to Aiden there for winning a game with Arceus Duraludon. Looks like the Arceus variants really doing quite well in this tournament.
They are doing solid indeed. We've been through 3 rounds already. Getting through our 4th round. Let's go ahead and jump back into the Casters channel and talk a little about what we've seen. Sweet. Well, we're already halfway through. We're more than halfway through at this point now, and well, we've seen a lot so far, Joe. We've seen Decidueye, we've seen Duraludon, all the D Pokemon at this point, but we've seen a lot of mix as well. What's the most interesting deck you've seen so far that you've really had your eye on?
Is that really a question today? It's the Hisuian Decidueye V-Star. I mean, I think our minds were blown when even the basic V had the shred ability. We were thinking maybe Miltank isn't out to this deck, which something like the Arceus Flying Pikachu has struggled in the past with. This deck just has an innate counter to it, and I thought that absolutely blew my mind. I mentioned in the round before we got to see everything Hisuian Decidueye V-Star could do. I was completely wrong. It still had one more trick up its sleeve, and it was absolutely amazing to watch. What about you, Ethan?
That deck's been really interesting. I think it's always interesting to see that Blissey is still able to kind of keep up at the top. This is a deck that on paper it's just like, oh, well, you hit for 30 damage every turn, 40 damage every turn, and you build up. But as we really saw in Milwaukee, when this deck can start to ramp up and get going, it just has the potential to deal with a lot of the top decks in the format. The aggressive boss plays too. Powerful energy on a Blissey means that you are taking a one-hit knockout onto Sobbles, as well as some of these other support Pokemon that are available. So it is definitely a really good early game aggression. It's got everything a good deck needs. It's got early game aggression. It's got mid game aggression to heal up, and then the ability to just snowball late game when you've got plenty of energies on your Blissey. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot more that was going to be going on as we get into our next rounds.
100%. and I am so excited to watch them for sure. And again, just a testament to how great these players are. I mean, that Blissey deck, playing the Irida is a very spicy tech. I think just being able to find something like the Radiant Greninja and an item card, something Blissey always struggles with, trying to find those switch, I think is a great addition for sure.
Yeah, that's something that we've got to keep our eye out on. Everyone's eyes are on the World Championships, and this is an awesome tournament for players to prepare and get ready, as well as feature some top-level competition. And speaking of more top-level competition, that's what we're going to have coming up after a break. We finished a little bit early, but we don't want you to go anywhere. Go ahead and grab a snack, grab a beverage, get yourself nice and comfortable, because we've got nothing better in the world. Pokemon trading card game online action coming up very shortly. Stay tuned.
Late Night Series Season 6, brought to you by myself, Zach Lesage, and the Shovel Squad. We're going to be running a bunch of sick events for the Pokemon community, and they start on August 30th. So one thing you might be noticing here is that there's an EU time and an NA time. We have one at 12 p.m. Eastern, which works out to about 5 p.m. in London, and then we have one at 7 p.m. Eastern, which should help out a lot of players on the West Coast play in this event. That being said, we still have a lot of cool things going on. Expect similar prizing that we've had for other Late Night Series events. Expect better staffing, expect better tournament experiences, and of course we do have a stream going up for this season as well, and I will be streaming the event on Twitch. That being said, we have the whole season up on the Play Limitless website. Late Night 51 all the way through 70 runs until we hit the Invitational on November 5th. So check that out, sign up today, and support Zach Lesage Events and the Shovel Squad. See you there.
The Shuffle Squad is proudly sponsored by Atlas Collectibles, the best place to buy any trading card game product online. Visit atlastcg.com and at the checkout screen, make sure to use code TSS12 to save an unbeatable 12% off your entire order. Atlas Collectibles will ship your product anywhere in the world, so make sure you're taking advantage of the 12% savings with TSS12. If you're looking for PTCGO codes, they have them there as well at atlaspokemart.com. And the best part is, the TSS12 code works there as well. And if Pokemon is not your thing, don't worry. Go to atlastcg.com and see all the other amazing trading card game products they have there to offer.
This video is sponsored by PokeXWord, the best place to get your fill of Pokemon-inspired crossword puzzles. New puzzles are posted every single Sunday, and it's a great way to disconnect and have some fun. They also host monthly giveaways on their channel, so be sure to check those out. I personally complete these puzzles every single week, and sometimes they're pretty challenging. Let's check out one of the hard ones. So if we check out here, there's a lot of things that might be difficult here. So if it's a little bit too difficult for you, you can always go and complete the normal ones that might be a little bit easier. They're pretty fun though. Definitely check them out. Be sure to follow PokeXWord on Twitter at PokeXWord and get notified when new puzzles go up and when their monthly giveaways are live. the Late Night Series Season 6, brought to you by myself, Zach Lesage, and the Shuffle Squad. We're going to be running a bunch of sick events for the Pokemon community, and they start on August 30th. So one thing you might be noticing here is that there's an EU time and an NA time. We have one at 12 p.m. Eastern, which works out to about 5 p.m. in London, and then we have one at 7 p.m. Eastern, which should help out a lot of players on the West Coast play in this event. That being said, we still have a lot of cool things going on. Expect similar prizing that we've had for other Late Night Series events. Expect better staffing, expect better tournament experiences, and of course we do have a stream going up for this season as well, and I will be streaming the event on Twitch. That being said, we have the whole season up on the Play Limitless website. Late Night 51 all the way through 70 runs until we hit the Invitational on November 5th. So check that out, sign up today, and support Zach Lesage Events and the Shuffle Squad. See you there.
The Shuffle Squad is proudly sponsored by Atlas Collectibles, the best place to buy any trading card game product online. Visit atlastcg.com and at the checkout screen make sure to use code TSS12 to save an unbeatable 12% off your entire order. Atlas Collectibles will ship your product anywhere in the world, so make sure you're taking advantage of the 12% savings with TSS12. If you're looking for PTCGO codes, they have them there as well at atlaspokemart.com. And the best part is, the TSS12 code works there as well. And if Pokemon is not your thing, don't worry. Go to atlastcg.com and see all the other amazing trading card game products they have there to offer.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Tournament of Champions. And man, what a tournament it has been. We've seen some absolutely amazing games from the highest of caliber of players. And man, Ethan, what a day. What a day for sure. Great day for Pokemon.
Yeah, it's always good to see a bunch of top-level players show up and show us what they've got. So far, nothing to disappoint. Palkia has been one of the things that people have had their eye on. Very strong showing, 3 placings in the top 8 of the North America International Championships heading into Worlds. Definitely has a big target on its back, and it seems to be pretty respected here so far amongst online players, at least, and our players in this tournament. Less than 50% conversion rate when it comes to our win rate, rather, when it comes to winning. And it looks like we've got our next round up, but it's interesting to see that a Palkia might not even make a top 8 cut here out of the 47 players we had, or 37 players we had, rather, with 6 people representing the deck. It happens, that's how it works, but we've got our next match up and ready. And we've already featured some of these players on stream. We're going to finally get to feature Mew VMAX on stream. We're going to have Logan up against Joao Pedro Medeiros, one of the top players from the Latin America region. And he's going to be playing this Arceus Inteleon deck. It's a match we've seen ever since the Brilliant Stars format. Arceus Inteleon up against Mew VMAX. So we're going to get right into action. No delays here. We're going to get into it. We're going to hop into stream number 1 and get down to the action.
All right.
Just make sure our players are muted and all ready. All good. Okay, looks like we are good. All right, getting into things here. Nothing we haven't seen before. Mew VMAX is one of the most powerful decks in the format. It has access to high hitting damage, great consistency. There's not really much else to say besides this deck. Oh, it doesn't matter how many counters you print, it's going to find a way to stick around wherever it is.
100%. I mean, the Pokemon Company has printed so many counters, and yet here we are still in doing pretty well with Mew VMAX. And oh boy, the matchup we have here today is very reminiscent of a previous format, Brilliant Stars format for sure. It's Palkia Inteleon against Mew VMAX. We have here Logan playing the Mew VMAX deck. Again, this Mew VMAX deck is built around the Fusion Strike battle style. Every single card played in this deck is a Fusion Strike card, because thanks to the Fusion Strike system ability, you're able to draw equal to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. And that's not a once per turn ability, so you can draw as many as you want, depending on how many Genesects you have, of course. And unfortunately here, it looks like Logan not having the most explosive of turns. I don't think he can draw in a way where he gets more, or he can play down more Fusion Strike Pokemon. He did play an Ultra Ball here, finding himself a Mew V. That is very, very important to establish. He gets an attachment for turn. The last card he can play in his hand is really an Escape Rope, and that'll still bring him down to 2 cards. And with only 2 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, you can't really draw anything. Unfortunately, it's going to be just a pass there. Let's see if JP Wizard here can capitalize on this pretty slow Mew start. Again, all the Arceus is going to need is an Arceus V on the bench and an energy attachment. You'd like to see, again, a couple of Sobbles for sure. There's the energy attachment. Let's see if we find some Sobbles here. Again, JP Wizard has access to some supporters this turn. Let's see if he decides to play any. We do see a Quick Ball here, discarding 1 card, be able to search for any basic Pokemon in the deck. Just opting to discard Sharon's Care there, which is very interesting. Something you typically like to keep in hand, but we do know these Arceus Inteleon players do play cards like Pal Pad to get those cards back for sure. And yes, JP is playing 2 Pal Pad. That seems to be the flavor of Pal Pad for the day for sure. And that's always great to have. So being a little bit more reckless with your early supporters that you don't really need at the start should be fine. They do get a Sobble there and pass it over to the Mew. Mew drawing into the Trekking Shoes there, a new card from Astral Radiance, just helping out with consistency for sure. They play into the Escape Rope. Let's see what JP decides to give. They go for the boss's orders here onto the Arceus. If they do get, they're going to need a couple of things here. They're going to need a Mew VMAX as well as a damage modifier to really get the knockout on this Arceus. But if Mew can do this, they are pretty much set to steamroll the game. We do see energy attachment there onto the Genesect, maybe just to play it down. We see the Rose Tower as well, able to draw a couple of cards. We see a couple of Battle VIP pass. Unfortunately, not cards you want to see on your second turn. We do see an Ultra Ball though, which is great. Discarding those 2 Battle VIP passes, maybe finding another Genesect to be able to draw a couple more. We see the Mew VMAX as well. That means Logan here is able to draw 5 cards, and all he needs is something like a Choice Belt or the Power Tablet, and we do see it here. And that means
big. That means the knockout is going to come out onto the active, and just like that, Joao, this is one of the situations where if you lose the coin flip and you're not able to find anything, then this is what happens. You kind of just get into a position where it's back and forth, and you really just can't keep up with this deck. It's just able to take knockouts, and now it's like you're starting the game up all over, and now you're staring down a fully powered up Mew VMAX with a Choice Belt and no way to deal damage this turn. And this is how Mew is able to just be so successful, because of the amount of aggression it can put on turn 2.
And pretty much having exactly what he needs. And the next hand, something JP has to do here is he has to be able to maybe Marnie this hand. Finding a Marnie in a path here, there we go. We see the path to the peak. Do we find the Marnie as well? There it is. Sometimes that is the way you can beat Mew VMAX. You're gonna have to Marnie, path, and Ray to see if it sticks here. And we're gonna have to see if it does. He drew into a couple of interesting cards for sure. Let's see if JP can find another Arceus. He needs another Arceus to power up. We do see it there. Do we get no energy attachment for turn though? So
no attachment. This is going to be tough for sure. Yeah, it does have Chromatic. Really would like to flip heads here to find the stadium. Does not though. So we very likely might see the retreat into the Mew V or into the Genesect potentially, just so that this Mew VMAX can stay up, healthy, and fresh. Though there is going to be a lot of cards that need to come out, because by playing Path and Play, it also means that you shut off your own Starbirth, and that is a very big deal, because it means now it will be even harder. Joao needs to find the Melanie, the Double Turbo Energy, the V-Star, and the pivoting option. That's a lot of cards to find to work off of with only a 3-card hand.
That is true, but with something like the Drizzile or the Sobble in the bench, nothing's impossible. We do see the Melanie right off the bat here. Not too bad. Now all they need is a TTE, a V-Star, and a way to retreat. And that's still a lot to ask for, but again, we do see a Drizzile and a Sobble. Let's see if either evolve here. If not, with JP is going to be in trouble for sure, because we do see the boss's orders in hand already. They do get the evolution incense, so something is going to happen here. It's just a matter of what they decide to grab. Are they going to decide to grab the Arceus this turn? Looks like that is the case here. Do they have anything else? Do they have a way to bump the stage and potentially? There it is. There's a scoop up net on the Manaphy, interestingly enough. And the double turbo energy off the bat as well. And the shady dealings in Inteleon. That is everything they needed for sure. Again, never count out Arceus Inteleon when it comes to consistency. And yeah, just grabbing another quick ball to find themselves a second Pokemon V for sure to be able to power up. There's the Arceus V there. And let's see with the level ball, they're just keeping the level ball in hand for next turn, doing 180 damage onto the Mew VMAX, something you don't want to see, especially if it's the only Pokemon that is really powered up and ready to attack. Let's see how...
This is one of the things where it's kind of back and forth, where this is going to be a big-time top deck. Do we see anything really relevant here? No, it's the double turbo energy. And Logan is not running anything like Pumpkaboo in this deck. There's no way to find that card to replace the stadium, and we can see a play bring up this Arceus. Okay, so this is an okay play too. So what essentially Logan's saying is, I'm going to take these 2 prize cards onto this Arceus that you put onto your bench, and then from there I'm going to just try to find a bunch of damage modifiers and a way to draw cards to get there. Prizes are looking very solid too. Does have Chromatic, so it can take another coin flip opportunity, but you're going to go down up against this Arceus V-Star. You haven't played any power tablets yet, and you've still got a Choice Belt, so pressure's on. But these next couple of turns are going to make or break this game.
Definitely probably one of the most important coin flips of the tournament for sure. Can this Chromatic find the Rose Tower? And from there, it's just a matter of how many draws, how many how many power tablets does Logan draw, but there we go. We see a Paddle VIP pass, not too bad. That's something you can discard off the Cram-O-Matic. Bless. All right, here we go. The most important coin flip. It is heads. That means Logan has
He's
access.
different. Yeah, that is some Twitch luck right there for sure.
Yes, Logan has access to the Rose Tower. He does draw one card, gets the Meloetta. Let's see if he decides to quick ball this Fusion Strike energy. Looks like he's opting to keep it. There's one more power tablet. He also has
to find
access
one
to
more. Yeah, he just needs
That
one
is-
more power tablet and a Mew VMAX, and he's got it here. He's got all the pieces needed. So you can go ahead and get rid of this Boss's Orders, or he can keep this. He's
Yes.
not playing Echoing Horde in the deck, but I think just values getting the Genesect at this point. It's not really a
Oh.
big deal, but these are going to be a big couple of Fusion Strike systems. Do we see the Power Tablet and the Mew VMAX? There's the Mew VMAX. He can thin his hand down to 0 cards, and from there, it's going to be almost inevitable. He's got, I believe, all the Power Tablets except for, I think one is still in the prize cards here, so... it looks like actually I end up saving the Boss's Orders, and this play is fine here to save Boss as well. Interestingly enough, just going to decide to use this Fusion Strike system and not draw anymore. And there's the Power
And there it
Tablet. That's going to be the game. And there it is, Logan taking game number 1 with Mew VMAX. Just double checking to
Yeah.
make sure, have I played a Power Tablet already this turn? I have. There's a second Power Tablet. And Cross Fusion Strike system will be able to take this knockout on to the Arceus V-Star. Logan's going to go up 1-0. Pretty quick game 1. You can see how quickly back and forth it was. It was scary at the one point when the path stuck for a few turns, but then all you need is that one opportunity to get out, and then this deck can just start over-rolling and really
For sure.
outpacing this Arceus V-Star deck.
For sure, for sure. We even saw the pretty slow start as well. Typically, you want Mew to, they would really want to start drawing turn 1, right? They want to establish their hand, especially if you're playing against a Path to the Peak deck. You want to thin out the cards in your hand. Maybe you want the Counter Stadium already in your hand. But yeah, Logan only opening up Mew and a Genesect, but you saw how fast the train got going as soon as you got a couple of quick balls, a couple of ultra balls here and there, and they were able to draw into everything they need. And here we go. This is round 2. JP is gonna be choosing to go first. Let's see if he can turn this one around. Something Mew VMAX is known for is having that turn 1 210 damage using the Meloetta's Melodious Echo attack. And to be
And
honest,
it's just in hand. It's just in hand.
yeah, it's just
he's got it.
naturally there.
Wow.
So it's up
That
to
is-
JP here.
Oh, and he starts the Raikou too. Wow, this is a big opening. If that Raikou just stays inactive, the turn 1 Meloetta is already there. Doesn't even need any damage modifiers. Raikou is a low HP V Pokemon. Has only got 200 HP, so we will see if that is available for Logan at the end of this turn. But
At
Joel's
least
going
we-
to start it off pretty similarly here. Yeah, he's just going to quick ball away the Sharon, finding a Pokemon out of the deck. Getting Arceus down is very important in that first turn of the game.
Yeah, yes. At least here, JP does get a second Pokemon. That means we still have a game going. There is the Arceus there. And importantly as well, they get the Sobble too. A play that was open is Logan could have used the Alessa Sparkle to everything. They could draw a couple of more Escape Rope if the second Pokemon is a lone Arceus. Luckily, there is a Sobble there. They might opt to retreat the Raikou here just to really save prizes. And retreat to a Sobble potentially. But we'll have to see. No, it's just an attachment to the Raikou. Very interesting.
And wow. Okay, that'll pass top deck too. This is like if I could pick any 6 cards to have in my hand to start this game out, like these are like very closely like the 6 cards that I'm getting. Like this is an incredible start here, game 2 for Logan.
I don't think the only thing I would change is honestly that one quick ball turned it into a second battle VIP pass. Other than that, this is the perfect hand. We'll have to see here. If I had to guess, they just use the quick ball anyway. Quick ball to Cram-O-Matic just because that guarantees you another Pokemon if you want to draw a couple of more. But again, they have everything they need. They have the attachment. They have the Alessa Sparkle. They get a chance here to look through the deck, make sure they have the energies to Alessa Sparkle. Something that could go wrong is if all the Fusion Strike energies are prized. That has could certainly happen as well. But here we go. We'll see Alessa Sparkle into the Meloetta and the Mew V. All Fusion Strike energies are in the deck, and Meloetta here has the attack Melodious Echo for a Psychic and a Colorless. It does 70 damage times the amount of Fusion Strike energy in play, and thanks to Alessa Sparkle attaching 2 extra Fusion Strike energy, Meloetta right now is doing a base 210 damage on the very, very first turn of the game here. And now we'll have to see what Logan decides to play. He draws into a couple of cards. He has some options here. He has the Quick Ball. If I had to guess, Quick Balling away the Meloetta, maybe just valuing more Genesect, just get more draws here. Something JP needs to do is establish that Path to the Peak Marnie lock for sure. And the fact that Logan has 2 of his stadiums in hand is not looking good, to be honest. If this hand gets Marnied, that means there's only one stadium potential draw out of 4.
Yeah. This actually seems okay. There's no way for Joao to be able to attack and play Marnie this turn. We'll have to rely off the use of Melanie as a supporter for turns. So if we do see like a Melanie DTE play in combination with whatnot of a Path to the Peak, then this is going to be completely fine for Logan. Logan will have the counter stadium. And if no path comes down, then Logan is again just free to utilize as many Fusion Strike systems as available on the board. But Joel's going to put something together. It definitely starts with like Raihan or Melanie, and Raihan will be the choice to get this Water Energy onto the Arceus, and I'm sure this will grab the Arceus V-Star, opening up a plethora of options for him this turn.
That is true, but again, a little bit sigh of relief there that there is no Marnie, because the hand is perfect. Again, if the Arceus turns into an Arceus V-Star right now, Logan has the capability to just get another one-hit knockout on an Arceus V. Going down to 2 prizes could be very, very big. I mean, is very, very big. And even if a JP decides to get the path this turn, which might be the case, we already have the Rose Tower in hand as well. Let's see what those 2 cards JP decides to grab. If I had to guess, maybe something like Collapse Stadium. That's an interesting grab. Maybe could bait out one of Logan's Rose Towers for sure, and also limiting the draws, which is always good as well here. And grabbing the DTE, they have the attack here, and there it is, Trinity Nova for 180 damage, enough to take a knockout there on the Meloetta, as well as taking out 2 Fusion Strike energies from play. That means a big Melodious Echo late in the game is no longer an option here for Logan. And there we go. We see a second Arceus powered up. It's up to Logan. Let's see how he decides to let's see how he decides to play this turn. He does top deck into the double turbo energy, which is, I think, kind of exactly what he needs. He needed an energy to attack. That's the only thing that was missing, and we'll have to see how else he decides to play this.
Yeah, double turbo or Fusion Strike energy, one of the 2 cards missing in this hand. Everything else is just exactly where it needs to be. Deciding to get rid of the Mew V from the hand, that play seems fine to me. You can go ahead and just evolve, play the double turbo energy down, play double power tablet, and now all of a sudden you have a knockout. But I think it's just debating if there is going to be the potential to get a boss's orders knockout onto this bench Arceus. Then your prize mapping is very simple. All you got to do then is take the knockout on the Arceus and then just play your last 2 power tablets, and you can just take a knockout onto this last Arceus V. But this is where Logan's got to decide. You've got a lot of cards you really don't want to discard with this Ultra Ball. Do you just, go for the knockout now? And Logan says, yep, you know what? I think this is probably the best opportunity for me to utilize this. Let's go ahead and draw some cards to Fusion Strike system, see what I got for the following turn. I've got Ultra Ball, I've got Counter Stadium, I've got all the cards I need. The problem is you're about to go down to 2 prize cards left, and Roxanne Path is a very, very scary option coming up.
That is true. And with, again, the Shady Dealings in Inteleon live for JP, again, with the Drizzile and the Sobble in play, that could be exactly what we see here. And top decking out of 2 cards is definitely a position you don't want to see. And there it is, the Evolution Incense here could grab himself the Shady Dealings in Inteleon, something we've seen so much already in this tournament. A very, very powerful engine for sure. And just being able to find themselves 2 trainer cards. And there it is, Path to the Peak and Roxanne, the exact 2 right there. And let's hope Logan can find himself the stadium off the top, off 2 cards. Luckily, he hasn't played any just yet. He didn't take the bait off the Collapse Stadium for sure. So he still could be in a pretty good position. Let's see if JP even has the Arceus V-Star. It looks like he doesn't here. If he doesn't find the Arceus V-Star, that Arceus in the active could be in danger, but not with this hand.
Yeah, with how things are looking, it could definitely get scary, but the Drizzile will guarantee one of the many search outs for this Arceus V to evolve into that Arceus V-Star. Logan's hand, though, really didn't thin the deck out too much in these last couple of turns, and just because of that, has so many unplayable cards that really just are going to clog the hand up, such as these Battle VIP Pass and Fusion Energy. And this is looking pretty poor, especially with Ultra Ball able to find an Arceus V-Star. And now you're setting up math onto this Mew VMAX, and the game is looking pretty simple to be able to close this out.
Yeah, something Logan is probably hoping to just top deck with something maybe like a Stadium or the Cram-O-Matic, since we do have the Battle VIP in hand. We'll have to see here what is the top deck, and it's going to be an Ultra Ball, not something too helpful, but they do have the retreat here onto the Mew. They're just going to go ahead and energy mix. I like this play. This way you have, even if they boss the Mew VMAX on the bench, you at least have a Mew V powered up that potentially could Ultra Ball into the Mew VMAX as well and just start swinging.
Yeah, you've got options here, and that's what matters the most. Drizzile, though, can guarantee the boss's orders onto the Mew VMAX, and then from there, you just need to knock out one more Pokemon. But Scuumnet is going to be the choice instead, and that's going to be smart to just reuse this Inteleon this turn, and pretty much just say, hey, you've got to have it this turn, otherwise, I'm pretty much just going to go boss's orders, and then the following turn, I'm going to play another boss and close this game out. So Inteleon, though, it's the backbone of this engine for a reason. The ability to grab specific pieces out is just so powerful.
And there it is, the boss's orders and the Pal Pad. Again, Pal Pad just a way to reuse a lot of your low count supporters, and getting a couple of boss's orders back in the deck is good for sure. And yes, you're absolutely right here. The pressure is on Logan. It has to be, it's this turn or bust. Yeah, there it is. There's a choice on the Arceus. He has to draw into literally the Stadium right now, or the Cram-O-Matic, or it is game, because we do know JP has a way to search the deck for the last couple of boss's orders, or the last boss's orders from the deck to take a knockout on something like the Genesect. And no, unfortunately, that's not going to cut it here. They can Ultra Ball again for the Mew. Something JP is pretty comfortable about is that Mews typically don't play any hand disruption, something like Marnie. So their hand was just going to stick there, and we are going to go to a game 3. Sometimes Marnie Path was the way to beat Mew back in the Brilliant Stars era, and it just got upgraded with Marnie Roxanne for sure.
Listen, if the Overlilo works, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And that's kind of how Marnie Path feels against this Mew deck a lot of the time. And it's better if something's not broke to fix it. You can upgrade it as well and add Roxanne Path, and that's an even more powerful combo. So Logan's going to be starting things off, really is just trying to find a strong start. It wasn't there game 1 was able to pull it out. Game 2 had the perfect start, but because he was unable to dig through his deck too far, was just clogged with too many important pieces. So Logan's got to keep that in mind. I think Logan identified that at the end of the first game of, hey, like, I needed to apply more pressure. Like, I did not do what I need to do correctly the last game, and like, that's on me, and I need to make that mistake, fix it. However, we're going to be seeing some cards start things out. There is a Chromatic off of the Trekking Shoes, and hey, let's test our luck out a little bit, right? Instead of discarding it, let's just flip heads.
Yeah, and it looks like it definitely pays off there, finding themselves probably the Battle VIP Pass, one of those powerful cards to be able to play on your first turn. This allows you to allows you to play 2 basic Pokemon from your deck, and as a Mew player, that is exactly what you want to see. More Pokemon in play means more draws off Genesect. More draws means more ways to really take a knockout against your opponent. And there you go, we see a Mew V and a Genesect V come into play. He still has a couple of more cards he can play, just a matter of how hard you want to go, how hard you want to draw here. They go for a quick balling away the Ultra Ball, could find themselves maybe a second Mew V or potentially another Genesect. A third Genesect could be good as well, but it looks like they're going for the Mew V. They're able to draw at least 3 cards here, which isn't too bad on your first turn. Looks like they're going to commit the switch as well. No,
Yeah,
it's like
I think the switch commit is fine at this point. You just want to draw more cards through your deck. You're going to probably play that eventually, and oh boy, now there's plenty of switching cards. And actually deciding to commit another Meloetta into play means less Genesect, and you're able to get the energy down as well. But at this point, you're really going to be just looking for a lot on the following turn. But hey, sometimes you got to do that, right? In order to pull games out, you get Dendel and Meloetta, try to power those up. It's not looking too bad. It actually looks like Joao also started out with a lot of mulligans, but wow, has to commit the capture energy onto Sobble. Not exactly what you want to see. You really want to start just getting these energies down onto Arceus, but can at minimum grab it, so it's not all bad, but you really need to start as aggressively, as powerfully as Mew VMAX, especially when they get off to a start like this.
Exactly. And again, from this hand, if you're only finding one Arceus V, that is a huge boss target for sure. And that is something Mew definitely excels in. Just trying to find those bosses orders for play, back-to-back bosses orders, is something Mew VMAX is pretty much known for. And if you only have one main attacker in play, you're definitely in trouble for sure. But there it is. There's the Ultra Ball here, maybe opting to grab another Arceus, which is interesting here. They decided to Ultra Ball. They decided to attach to the Sobble, valuing the Keep Calling instead of the energy attachment onto the Arceus. So
yeah, I think that makes sense. At the end of the day, you really understand what your opponent's route is. They really just want to take a knockout on Arceus regardless, so you might as well get some more value out of this turn. If they're going to knock an Arceus out anyways, you might as well just not have them remove energy. You might as well just get more Pokemon to play. The hand could also be extremely weak here for Joao. Could just have like a bunch of Drizzile in the hand too. And by leaving this Sobble active, you just pretty much are going to give up any outs of consistency you have for the following turn. So I like this play from Joao. It's fine. You know you have Raihan next turn. Very likely could see that Raihan come out. And yeah, you're not out of it at all for missing this turn 1 energy attachment. That's what's so good about playing cards like Melody and Raihan in this deck.
All right, and we see here the Escape Rope. If I had to guess, it's just going to be an Escape Rope to the Sobble. There it is, and a Mew to the active. It's just a matter of what do we discard here to get the Mew VMAX. They're going to commit the Power Tablet here, and they're thinking about it. By committing it here, that means they have to draw the boss's orders right here, right now. Let's see what they discard. Decide to discard. Looks like they decide to discard the Switch. Something you definitely have to keep count of is how many switching options have you discarded at this point. Sometimes if you start a little bit too fast, you can run out of options for sure later in the game. They go for a Trekking Shoes here. They're opting to, they really value the Cramomatic here, and they have 2 chances to try to get the boss's orders. Fortunately, that is going to be Tails right there. Luckily, they do have 1 more chance here, as well as another 5 Genesect draws potentially. Let's see. There it is. There's a Cramomatic. Tails, unfortunately, this is it. They're even going to commit the Rose Tower here to draw 3 cards. There's an Alessa Sparkle, not quite the boss's orders. Let's see if they get it.
Wow,
Looks like they don't.
That's one of the downsides to playing down so many Meloettas. You just want to be able to reutilize an attack like this. And we are going to see the Max Miracle copied. It will be able to take the knockout, but at the same time, you've already now committed the Power Tablet into play and a Stadium card just to knock out a single Sobble.
Something of note too is that Logan opted to not play any supporter last turn, because they did have Alessa Sparkle in the hand, and that could be possibly just to bait out, a potential 280 the next turn, which could be the case here, and again that could be very, very big. But yeah, it's very interesting that they risked the fact they didn't play the Alessa Sparkle this turn, because they could still potentially draw into the last one of the last 2 Fusion Strike energy, which could be very problematic for sure. And
Starbirth
there we go.
Finally gonna get used. Look at that. Starbirth can go ahead and grab the double turbo energy and the other pieces needed to get here. Things are looking pretty solid here for Joao, especially after your opponent played so many resources on that first turn.
That is true here. Let's see. But luckily, at least this turn, Logan can breathe a sigh of relief that he's not going to get hit by Marnian Path. Again, that's all I have to reiterate. As a Mew player myself, seeing those 2 cards are always what scares me the most.
They are a very scary combination. There is the Starbirth. I don't know exactly what got grabbed, but at minimum can get this Arceus up and attacking this turn, and double turbo energy will do just that. Has the other Arceus as well to prevent a boss's orders knockout from coming into play. And the only thing that's really scary right now is a Meloetta attack dealing 280 damage this turn.
So if I had to guess, that could be what is coming. But we also he also has to hope that none of the Fusion Strike energies are prized here. Otherwise, he still has to try and dig for a couple of Power Tablets And we already know he's down 1, which isn't too good. Something scary as well is JP could just decide to commit a blind path here, which is exactly the case. And without a counter stadium in hand, that means Logan has no access to draw here. Luckily, he does have everything he needs in this hand, but it's just a matter of the following turns for sure.
Yeah, and the fusion energy being in deck is another big thing that we're gonna have to see. So is there? Oh, wow, big stadium grab. So we'll see exactly if it's here. Does have the Meloetta available, and there it is. 2 fusion strike energies in play, and this is big too because we can see the retreat into the Mew VMAX, and then from there utilize the attack to deal 280 damage while keeping all of the fusion strike energies in play. And I think this is also good because by doing this, you also technically single. I do like let's go and play the Ultra Ball. It's definitely smart. You want to get those Battle Pass out of the deck. I also think it's smart though to have the speed potential option because you also are keeping the stadium card in hand, and your opponent is not going to know that that card is there. So
yeah,
you could be a little bit more hesitant to play Roxanne, but I'm sure if Roxanne's available, it's just gonna get played again this turn. There's no reason that you wouldn't go for that.
Yeah, I could absolutely get behind this bluff. Like your opponent's probably thinking there's no other cards he needs. He doesn't have the stadium in his hand, and did he draw it off the last 2 prizes, or do I try and give it to him using a Roxanne? We'll have to see here what they decide to do with the Inteleon. But again, let's see if this bluff pays off, because either way, right, at this turn, because of these shady dealings in Inteleon, if I played that Rose Tower last turn, JP can easily just find a counter path as well as a Roxanne. And looks like they're just going for the Roxanne and the boss's orders here. Let's see. Something he needs to find is potentially something. Oh, they just go for the boss's orders, which is okay here. That means Logan just has to find a couple of power tablets to try and clean up this Arceus in the active.
The bluff might actually be working out here at this point, or Joao understands that, hey, if I'm not taking a knockout this turn onto a Meloetta, if I'm not doing that, if I'm not removing these Fusion Strike energies from play, then my opponent's just going to deal 280 damage to me again next turn. And then from there, how am I taking my last prize cards? So exactly. I think this is smart. This works. This makes the most sense.
Yes. All right. And again, putting JP into the odd prize count, not too bad as well. A second Rose Tower is kind of funny to draw there. They do get the Choice Belt. That's 1 damage modifier down. They do play the Rose Tower here. Let's see if they decide. Yeah, they're going to opt to bench another Genesect. They attach a Choice Belt, and they're going to see some draws here. Interesting. A Pal Pad in the Mew deck, maybe just to reuse a couple of boss's orders. I don't think he's used any quite yet, so I don't think... Yeah, so if he decides to use that Pal Pad, he has to put back pretty much a useless card back into the deck. So he opts not to play it here. He draws 2. There's another power tablet here. That means he is lacking 1.
Yeah, it needs 1 more damage modifier from here, but I think it's really just like trying to hold on to this power tablet because you need that to be able to take this last knockout. But at the same time, at this point, it's pretty lined up. You're going to take a knockout onto this 2 prizer, and then you're going to use take the 1 prize knockout. So we are going to see the Pal Pad get played now. I mean, at this point, I'm like, I might as well have just played that before to draw an extra card there. But this is going to be a big 3 cards Fusion Strike system. Do we see a power tablet? Boss's orders, though. Oh, that's good enough. The boss can bring up the Arceus and take the knockout with the Technoblast attack, and from there it just comes down to what the options look like. So I'm trying to think actually here. So he actually could have taken a knockout without using Technoblast, I believe. Had played, just 1 power tablet, my bad. No, didn't need to use Technoblast there, sorry. For some reason I thought he had played 3, and I was like, oh, he can just use Max Miracle, but at that point you'd rather just knock the V-Star out. So here we go. We're getting to the final end game here. We know Logan's at a big lead, but that can all change with Path Roxanne.
Oh boy, Path and Roxanne. But luckily there's only 9 cards left in deck and 7 cards in hand, so 16 cards. Out of 16 cards, he still has 2 boss's orders. Can he draw into them? The less sparkle that he put back.
Oh, the escape rope though. That's big. The
escape rope is huge, yes.
Yeah, if Joao does not put down another Pokemon, does put down the Raikou though, and gets the capture energy onto it. So that means that there are a few options to be able to take care of this, but I believe that will actually still be the game here. Logan can
Yes.
go ahead and play the escape rope, retreat, and then take the knockout on to the Pokemon that is promoted into the active spot. Doesn't matter which one, Technoblast is dealing enough damage to close the game out. And Logan's going to move to 4-1, an ID away from securing a spot into the top cut. Congratulations to Logan. That's going to be all she wrote in the game. Congratulations there, as we are slowly getting through it here. We're going into our last couple of rounds. We'll jump back into casters, talk about what we just watched and what's coming up in our next round. Wow. That was a close one. That was so back and forth. Like game one, Logan had such a poor start to get things going. We're like, okay, well, this will be wrapped up soon, and then pulled it out of nowhere. And then in game two, had the incredible start. Perfect hand there, turn one, Melodious Echo knockout, but the Path Roxanne stuck. And then game three, it seemed like a pretty poor start. Had to discard a lot of resources early on in the game to be able to take a knockout in just a Sobble. But clawed back, the Roxanne path wasn't enough to be able to keep him out. And Logan's going to go ahead and advance to 4-1 and secure a spot in top cut.
Yes, congratulations there to Logan. I think he played that absolutely amazingly. Again, a lot of, as a Mew player myself, I absolutely love seeing the engine get going. Like just seeing all the draws is so exciting. I think that is something special here in the Pokemon trading card game. I think it's one of the trading card games that has access to cards like Genesect that you're able to really go through your deck. And that's exactly what we saw in the last round of the match, right? He was able to thin his deck enough where he only had like 9 cards left in deck, 16 cards total, to the point where even a Roxanne couldn't stop him, right? He still drew into exactly what he needed, and that's exactly what he needed to make happen. And again, we just saw the power of the Mew deck. Mew was formerly, I think, the best deck in format, and now that, you know, Palkia has taken up that spot, we see Arceus opting to decide to pair up with things like Raikou or like the Tapu Koko or Flying Pikachu, electric type. And without the dark type Pokemon keeping Mew in check, is Mew the play for Worlds now? That is the question.
It's a question that we may not have the answer for until the event comes up. And that's going to be on a lot of people's minds as we get through here. We finished up a little bit early. I think we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have the next round. We're also going to talk about what players and decks are looking to make top cut. Last round of Swiss coming up. All the money's on the table here. The $2,000 Shuffle Squad Tournament of Champions. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
See you in a bit. Welcome back to the Tournament of Champions. Again, my name is Primetime Wizard TV. I'm joined here by Ethan Heggie, and it's been an absolutely amazing set of games. We're now into round 6. This is the last Swiss round. And man, Ethan, what has been your favorite game so far?
I think the last game was probably up there. That was a pretty close back and forth game. I like seeing the first match we got with Hisuian Decidueye V-Star as well. It's been a good tournament. It's been a long tournament as well. We've been at it for about 5 hours through Swiss so far. Nothing we're not used to. We've both had our fair share of playing in long events and casting long events. It's just the nature of Pokemon. But this is where it is. Our final round of Swiss. We don't have the best people playing at this point right now. Oh, actually, it looks like Aiden got down paired, so we're going to be able to stream that match. Okay, cool. So Aiden Kus is 4-1, getting down paired to a 3-1-1 in James Cox. So we're finally going to get to feature a full game of Palkia V-Star on stream. Looks like they're getting ready into it. We've got plenty to talk about here. Let's go ahead and get into things. Jump into the first stream match and get started.
Go.
So again, for everybody just joining us here, Aiden Kus is playing Arceus Duraludon, a deck we've seen have pretty moderate, fair success, winning a regional championships. There's nothing to scoff at, having some solid placings here and there as well. Up against one of the best decks to come out of the Astral Radiance format, Palkia V-Star Inteleon. Nothing too out of the ordinary in this list specifically. And we're ready to get into things here. Into game number 1. This is essentially a win and end, so whoever wins this game will advance into the top 8 cut, where they will battle it out for over $2,000 in prize.
Yes, 100%. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup for sure. Arceus Duraludon, a very powerful deck. It is playing a VMAX with the ability, the Duraludon VMAX with the ability Skyscraper, which isn't going to come into play here unless a certain random capture energy gets attached somewhere. But something of note is Arceus Duraludon is known for playing very, very low bench size, so that could definitely limit the Palkia V's damage output, and maybe taking a knockout on an Arceus V-Star and 2 Duraludon VMAXs before Duraludon can take 6 prizes might be a little bit too tough. So I'm very, very excited to see the games here today. And yeah, looks like the Palkia player here starting very, very strong, just opening up the Battle VIP fast on the very, very first turn of the game. Something you love to see for sure. Let's see if they get an energy attachment too. That would be great. They play the Hisuian Heavy Ball here. Hisuian Heavy Ball allows you to look at the top, look at your prize cards, and if there's a basic Pokemon in there, you can grab it. A great way to just know what's in your prizes, and grabbing the Radiant Greninja off the prizes is pretty big as well. Radiant Greninja, a very powerful card that allows you to really draw through your deck if you have water energy to spare. Looks like they don't though, and we go to the Arceus player. Let's see how the Arceus responds. All he's going to need is an energy attachment. Ideally, it would be a double turbo energy. We'll have to see here if they opt to just blind Marnie here, just try and find DTE, or just commit this metal energy right here, right now. Opening hand is not looking too good, to be honest. Looks like they might just go for the blind Marnie here and just hope they get everything off of the bat. Let's see if they get it. Unfortunate there. Looks like it's going to be just a Marnie to no energy, but they do get the Quick Ball, and they have the evolution incense for next turn. But they missed the energy attachment. That is very, very important to take note of. The fact that there's no energy attachment means they can't necessarily attack with an Arceus V-Star next turn, so they opt to just Quick Ball for a fresh Arceus V just in case, because the active one should be heavily damaged after this turn. Let's see what the Palkia player does here. Again, Palkia, one of the most powerful decks in the format. The fact that it missed an energy attachment for the turn doesn't quite matter, because again, there has been so much water support the past this entire format, to be honest, where we have things like Melanie, we have Cat Buckets, we have the Radiant Greninjas to discard, and the fact that it missed an energy attachment isn't as debilitating, because again, you can play Melanie to get that energy from the discard pile, attach it to the Palkia, and just get an attachment for a turn, or even use the Star Portal ability on the Palkia V-Star itself to just power itself up. We'll have to see what they decide to grab. Looks like they're grabbing a Drizzile here. And
yeah,
with
No, you're good. You're good. It's just this is like the early setup turns, right? But the main thing to note is no energy attachment turn one means that it seems that they're gonna have to utilize Star Portal on the second turn of the game. Star Portal not as relevant in this matchup as in others, but it's pretty important to get the specific pieces needed to get knockouts at this point and apply some pressure. But the way the bench is looking right now, a full bench plus Choice Belt is enough if there's a Zigzagoon in play to get a knockout. So let's see if the cards are there to get the knockout. Needs to have Zigzagoon. There's the level ball. Do we see Zigzagoon, Choice Belt, and the Palkia V-Star? And this is signaling that it's all in hand.
Oh, boys. Getting a turn 1 knockout on an Arceus is going to be very, very big here. And there it is. You called it. The Zigzagoon, the Choice Belt. And there it is. Subspace Swell for the knockout. 210 damage with only 6 bench. Not too shabby for sure. Now it's going to be on to Aiden. Let's see if they can respond here. They do get the evolution incense, but again, without the energy attachment, they can't attack here. I don't think Arceus Duraludon plays any means of energy acceleration besides attacking with the Trinity Nova attack itself. So, yeah, Aiden definitely in the back foot here. Let's see if he can come back.
Yeah, so just eyeing up the potential options. It may just be Duraludon and something like a Marnie to try to reset and slowly get set up as well. Could also go for something like a single strike Mustard in combination with something like a Ultra Ball. That could also get there. So it's going to be pretty relative on what he wants to go ahead and grab. It's just Double Boss is something you really just want to keep around if you can avoid it. However, it does make sense to just go ahead and grab these specific pieces. You get double turbo energy. It's going to be pretty likely that you can get off at least a Trinity Nova and try to just rely off of your solo Duraludon to close the game out. However, we know that Echoing Horn is a very popular card, and James understands how powerful it is, did decide to run it in the deck, and that's it. We're just going to see the boss try to bring the Palkia up, buy a turn out, and then hope that it's enough to be able to get there, and it might be able to, depending on how many water energy are in the discard pile. And it looks like there are none in there yet. So unless there's a way to discard some waters and get this Palkia powered up and attacking, this Arceus could be safe this turn.
Yeah, and something of note too is that the Palkia player actually does not have any Sopples in play. That means Level Ball was not a live card there. And a very heads up play here by Aiden, just bossing up the Palkia, buying himself a turn. And that one move definitely brought him back into this. We're going to see an Ultra Ball here, finally able to establish a Duraludon V. Let's see what he opts to discard. It's going to be a hefty discard for sure. It's like he's going to opt to discard a Switch and a double turbo energy. Potentially, yeah, that's exactly it. And something of note too is that he's not going to take a knockout on the Palkia. So something that could happen is the Palkia player could just be stuck again for another turn. And this could be just a free 2 prize and just easy setup for the Arceus. So again, huge play by Aiden. Absolutely great boss.
Yeah, big time. It's going to stall this Palkia in the active. It's also going to get some solid damage on there too, but it's just one more turn now with energies finally hitting the discard pile. Melanie is a very solid play to be able to damage this Arceus up. But Hyper Potion is already sitting there in the hand, so there's a lot of counterplay that Aiden's got to potentially make something work. It's just really going to be on how much pressure is there, and wow, there is absolutely nothing. Look at this big time opening. A free 2 prize cards here can even boss up that Palkia that has the energies and the Choice Belt on it. Say, hey, I'll leave you for later. I'll be able to deal some damage to you when the time comes. And this can also accelerate a single energy or 2 onto this active Arceus, allowing it to just heal off as soon as it goes for Hyper Potion play. And Aiden understands that, understanding that, you know what, instead, I'm just going to load up this bench Duraludon, say, you can hit me pretty hard, but I'm just going to retreat, start swinging for 220, and have the energies on there to heal off.
Yes, absolutely great plays. Great use of bosses orders back to back. Absolutely huge. Aiden, again, from a very tough position to a pretty good winning position for sure here. Let's see how the Palkia player can respond. Again, it's going to take a bit. There's no way they can really take a prize this turn. Well, they can potentially use the Echoing Horn, maybe take a 2 prize off an Arceus, but from there, you're still going to be struggling for your last 2 for sure. And yeah, we'll have to see. Do they even begin to power up the bench Palkia at this point. Looks like they are still going to do just that. And there it is, a big subspace swell onto the Arceus. Let's see how Aiden responds here. To find a single strike muster, that could be big, but then they can't really play their hand down, so they're opting to just, put it to the bottom of the deck, it looks like. Yeah, there we go. We see the retreat on the Arceus. Looks like favoring that Hyper Potion in hand, opting to not play that Marty, saying, you know what, I have the Hyper Potion in hand. That's exactly what I need. I don't need to go digging any longer. And yeah, he's just going to go ahead and take a knockout there, go up 2 prizes. Prize count is even at this point. Let's see how the Palkia player responds. He does play the Raihan here, allowing him to accelerate energy from the discard pile, as well as search for any one card from the deck. If I had to guess, probably finding maybe a second Palkia, or potentially the big Shady Dealings Inteleon, something we've already seen so many times in this tournament. Shady Dealings Inteleon, again, able to search for an extra 2 cards. Why not? Because he still needs a way to find a way out of the active here. And evolving to the Shady Dealings Inteleon to find a scoop up net just to reuse the Inteleon seems like a pretty good play to me. But we'll have to see here. Again, a Palkia player just thinking it out, what else he has in the deck, what other resources he has to really take this game here.
Yeah, not looking too good. It was looking super strong earlier on for Aiden's opponent, but now, after a few turns of not doing anything, the Palkia can come up and swing, but the Hyper Potion is there, and the ability to just take a knockout in return is looking super duper strong. So we'll see what James is able to pull out at this point, but it's just, again, just went so south so quickly.
Oh, could be a potential cross switcher play here just to grab the Arceus. Not too bad there. Playing around the Hyper Potion for sure. Something I'm sure Aiden would love to have in the hand. Again, this turn would be probably another Boss's Orders on the fresher Palkia for sure. But we'll have to see what they can do in response here. But yeah, let's see. Ooh, a 3 energy attachment to the Palkia on the bench. Do they not have the V-Star? So they're just going to go ahead and use, I'm not even quite sure what the name. Hydro Break. A rare attack on the Palkia V, yeah. Interesting play here. Again, that does do 200 damage. You're going to have to discard 2 energy cards there on the Palkia, but it doesn't quite matter since that Palkia should be getting, oh no, sorry, it's not discard. They can't attack the following turn.
It just can't attack, yeah. But if you evolve, you're completely fine, or you're going to get knocked out, so it's worth it. But look at this, big-time Marty coming out. So that's going to go ahead and put James down to just a few cards in hand. It's also going to just leave that lone Palkia there, and all of a sudden, we've got a close game. There's a very real win condition here for James. Echoing Horn plus some damage modifiers and Boss's Orders would be enough, but the fact that James is already down his choice belt is a big-time deal in this position.
Is true. Something of note as well is James is only playing 1 Raihan and 1 Melanie. I believe we've seen both at this point, so there's no attacking with the Palkia this turn, I believe. Unless, of course, there is no Pal Pad here. So yeah, no attack coming out this turn. It's going to be probably just an evolution and an energy attachment for turn, I believe. We'll have to see here. There's the Training Court, pretty good card to have there. Able to just, get an energy off the discard pile for free. They could use it to draw with Radiant Greninja, or if they're missing the energy attachment for turn, they could always grab that. And I think you're right there. A very real win condition here is just to evolve into the Palkia and just hope for the Echoing Horn knockout. But yeah, without the choice belt, that also doesn't seem like a line play. Very tough position for sure.
Yeah, Shady Dealings can at minimum find some of those pieces, but again, we'll be short. So even with the Echoing Horn, it will only be 180 damage. And even if there's something like a Zigzagoon Scoop Up Net, that's still not going to be quite enough to get there. But you swing into this active, you kind of just have to hope your opponent doesn't have something like a Hyper Potion. And even if you just swing into this active too, you're only dealing 160 damage. So Crystal Cave could also just take you right out of the math you need to be able to get there.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I see the Raihan there. I wasn't quite sure. We'll have to see if they still have the Melanie here. And yeah, again, Shady Dealings, Inteleon, very powerful card. There it is. There's the Melanie. So they potentially could attack this turn. We'll have to see. They still need another energy card. Oh, they do have the training card. They need the VMAX here. V-Star, excuse me. And yeah, and then it will be up to Aiden to see if they can heal off a couple of damage to really just seal the game here. There's a Scoop Up Net essentially guaranteeing the fact that James is going to get the V-Star, Palkia V-Star here. Let's see if they have any more Evolution Incense. Looks like it's just going to grab the Echoing Horn just to ramp up the damage for sure. They grab the Arceus V-Star. They even have the Cross Switcher here. This could be very big. They could two-shot this Arceus for sure. Oh, they missed the V-Star Pokemon.
And look at that, Avery top deck is absolutely massive here, but it doesn't even matter. There's the boss off of the Pokegear, and that's the exact card that's needed. And I'm going to go ahead and mute this person because they came in with their speaker on. All right, all good. But all right, that's the game here. It's gonna be 1-0 over on inside. We have some people join the voice channel sometimes. I've have my fair funny clips from when I ran Hexter tournaments back in the day, where we'd have random people just join in and do their fun stuff. But focus on the thing that matters here. This is it's a big game for both these players. A lot of money on the line, and Aiden's gonna go up 1-0. Most likely gonna be kicking things off second to get things going, but we'll see what the opening hand has to warrant. No basics for either player, but as we get into our next couple of games, this is where it's going to be pretty interesting to see what everybody's got going. All right, looks like so far here, Aiden's going to have to take a couple of mulligans. It's going to be even better for James to have a more powerful start and setup in this game number 1. And look at that. Does have the Arceus and the double turbo energy. Really going to be relying off this Pokegear. James going to take that one mulligan and the draw for turn. We'll see if there's some Battle VIP pass to get things going off. There's no better way to kick off your first turn with a party full of Battle VIP pass. That's a pass that I want delivered to my door that invites me to get those basics out to play.
100%. But Quick Ball isn't too bad either, especially if you're the thing you're grabbing is that Radiant Greninja, able to draw you 2 more cards there, 2 cards deeper. Maybe off those 2 cards, you get the Battle VIP pass, and there it is. You said it. Battle VIP pass, one of the most powerful cards in game on your first turn. Always glad to see it. Grabbing 2 extra Sobbles there to get the attachment onto the Palkia, and a very, very, very powerful turn here by James. Let's see how Aiden can respond. Again, everything rides on this Pokegear here, and it's a research.
Yeah, it does find research. Could have potentially used the evolution incense and thinned the card out, but because of the research now, it's going to feel a little bit better. You can go ahead and get this down. You can get down the Tool Jammer as well, and then play the Professor's Research. It's going to be pretty hard for this Arceus to get knocked out now, unlike in the first game. And do we see the Pokemon to get accelerated onto? We do. Okay, so now we got to look at the rest of this hand, though, because there is only way to draw cards is with the Single Strike Mustard. So is there the potential to get rid of cards in this hand so that you can make that potential play happen next turn? I would really like to see this boss's orders get discarded. By discarding the boss and one of the energy cards in your hand, you can then make it so that one of so many top decks makes it so that you can just go for this play next turn with the Single Strike Mustard. As it looks like Aiden is kind of just understanding that, hey, like, what is my game plan for next turn? Do I really want to rely off of Mustard or Boss? And it looks like it's going to be the Boss's orders play instead, because we're going to see the Duraludon get fully powered up with the Trinity Charge, accelerating 3 energy onto it. It is all ready to attack, and this is the benefit. You really don't want to go second with this deck. You want to get that turn 2 Trinity Nova, but turn 1 Trinity Charge, hey, that's still pretty good.
Not bad at all. And I do not blame Aiden at all for just keeping the boss's orders in hand. We've seen in the last game how skillful he is with that particular card. And maybe that boss's orders here can drive him to another victory for sure. And again, the Single Strike Mustard, it could be a good play, but it also dependent on what your top deck is. If you top deck into another energy, it's essentially another dead card. At least here, Boss's Orders is going to be something that's live for sure. Not sure if it's essentially the greatest card to have, but at least it is guaranteed to be live. So we'll have to see here. Let's see how the Palkia deck responds. They need to find an energy and a way to just evolve into the V-Star, just to put in some pressure for sure. There's no way for them to get the knockout, I believe. Yeah, because the Choice Belt is not live for them thanks to the Tool Jammer there. They go for the Irida, absolutely powerful card there. Irida, a supporter card that reads, grab a water Pokemon and an item card. And that water Pokemon could be something like a Palkia V-Star, which is exactly what James needs, or another Drizzile, which then lets you search for even more items. And that's exactly what it's going to be. A Drizzile and a level ball. Okay, there we go. An evolution incense there. Onto the bench, Palkia. Very interesting. We see on the Shady Dealings in Drizzile here just doing its thing, something we've seen so many times in this tournament for sure. Grabbing a scoop up net, interesting.
This is a really smart play here. So the idea is this is going to grab Zigzagoon, it's going to go ahead and headbutt Tantrum the active, and then the scoop up net is going to get played to pick it up again, which will set the perfect math up for Hydro Break to take the knockout.
I did not see that coming. You are right. Hydro Break does 200 damage here. And that is enough to take a knockout on the Arceus without the choice belt. Wow, very heads up play there by James. And now going up 2 prizes, denying Aiden his V-Star ability, absolutely huge. We'll have this here. Again, not the best hand. They do get a knockout though on the Palkia V, which is nice. They did top deck Crystal Cave there. Not the best top deck, and we'll have to see what else can happen.
Yeah, Research is a very nice draw, though, off the prizes. Exactly what you want to see. Avery, I think, is actually even better than Research in this case, because you can keep the Crystal Cave around. You can then keep the double Turbo Energy in your hand to use for Hyper Potion. This is actually looking very solid here for Aiden, so I can't blame him for going for that route at all. There was a potential to maybe utilize something like the Single Strike Mustard to get down another Pokemon, but usually how this game is going to work anyways is you're going to want to get those down, and Echoing Horn will take a prize anyways. So we'll see exactly what happens. However, Irida is exactly the best way to start your turn off to grab yourself those water Pokemon. We haven't seen Inteleon come down yet. We can also see the Capacious Bucket utilized on the Greninja to draw some more cards out of the deck. So there's plenty of options. That hasn't even attached yet for turn, so we will see the energy come down, as well as the Palkia, and that's actually it. Just going to be a subspace swell for 160 damage. There's already been a lot of damage resources committed at this point, so it's going to be pretty hard for this Duraludon to get knocked out the next turn, especially if there's a boss's orders. And I think really what Aiden is considering is there a way for my opponent to damage this for 200 next turn? Is there any line that makes sense? So Echoing Horn plus Choice Belt will be enough to take the knockout. So I think Aiden smartly says, you know what? I think you have a lot of Pokemon on your bench. I'm going to force you to find that instead, and maybe take the turn to get out another Arceus into play this turn. And yeah, being forced to discard the Radiant Greninja will not have access to that draw option anymore. And this is really where you've got to decide, what do I think my opponent can do to me this turn? They've got to find a full bench of Pokemon plus a Choice Belt, and now that Zigzagoon is gone too, there's no way for them to knock me out. Is it even worth benching out the Pokemon here, or do you just play risky, especially with that Zigzagoon gone now?
Ooh, those are very tough decisions for sure, and a very, very important decision as well. This could be the difference between being in top 8 in the Tournament of Champions and sitting it out. And we're gonna see here, I think, yes, they are gonna use the Quick Ball here, opting to discard not a boss's orders, trying to grab a Duraludon, trying to set up a second VMAX here. That could be very tough for sure, but there is time here. They can attach a Fighting Energy. So in this case, they do have to commit every single attachment to the new Duraludon, though, to be able to get an attack off with it in the future, because they can't go the Arceus V-Star route. They won't have access to their V-Star ability for the rest of the game then, unless, I guess they could still set it out, but it could just be a liability for sure.
At this point, if you're going to play down a Pokemon and accept that your Duraludon can now get knocked out, it's just always worth to just grab the Arceus V at that point. You could just draw into the Hyper Potion and make your play fine on the other route, but by essentially benching this Duraludon, if he knocks out this active, there is no way for this Duraludon V to attack next turn. And by doing this, you're pretty much just putting yourself in a spot where you sit here and say, hey, okay, you're going to deal, 150 damage to me, and then I'm going to, just be okay with that? Like, it just doesn't really make that much sense. Arceus is still able to take 2 hits just like your Duraludon is, and it just seems like a lot better of a route at that point. But hey, listen, James is here for a reason. He's at 3-1-1. He's playing this out, so, or rather, Aiden's here at 4-1 playing this out regardless, so he's definitely got some route in mind to be able to close this game out.
100%. We'll have to see if this line of play plays out. again, the James getting the Irida there. Great way to just refill the bench. Let's see if they even have any more Pokemon. We know they're down a couple for sure. They could get another Sobble or another Palkia. Do they still have a Palkia? No, they're out of Palkias there. Looks like it's just an Inteleon and the Choice Belt. Oh, that definitely scares me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So I'm benching this other Pokemon here. Full bench plus Choice Belt will be able to take the knockout, I believe. Wait, actually, without Zigzagoon, it might not be able to anymore. So 80, 100, 120, 140, 160. It's 182. No, it is. Now with this bench Pokemon, it is. So it's going to be 210 damage with a full bench. 10 more damage than needed to knock out this Duraludon. And then from there, it's just a simple Echoing Horn plus Boss's Orders play to potentially close this game out, especially with this Palkia not being knocked out this turn.
Yeah, either that or just hitting into the Duraludon V that's not even ready to attack yet. Doesn't seem too bad as well. There we go, a subspace swell for 210 damage. And the big tower does go down here. And
This isn't even like terrible the more I think about this though, because you can just play another Avery this turn and now your opponent's really running out of Pokemon. It does find the Training Court as well. We could see that come down to grab the Metal Energy, and this play I think is actually pretty solid. You can go ahead and grab the Metal Energy. You can also start swinging the following turn with Gatling Slug with another Metal Energy to take this knockout. Look, it's not that bad here, especially because you committed the Choice Belt to that active Palkia. It means even if Pass of the Peak comes down into play this turn, it's not really doing too much.
And there we go. We do see an Echoing Horn here. I wonder if this changes the math. I don't think they can take a knockout.
So with Zigzagoon gone, no. If there was a Path to the Peak, then maybe. We are going to still see the Boss's Orders come up onto this Arceus.
The quick shooting Inteleon is actually exactly what I was thinking of.
I forgot quick shootings here.
That
80,
could
100,
definitely
140,
change
160.
everything.
Well,
That is a knockout.
So, no, it's 210 right now, so he needs one more Pokemon.
Yes.
So
with the Drizzile, do they have anything? They still should have the Manaphy in the deck, unless that
no,
is
the
the
Manaphy's
last
discarded. Manaphy's discarded. It was discarded last turn, so it's not there. I think maybe slight oversight to hit into this because, wow, has to now grab Cross Switcher instead. This is very interesting. So we are going to see the quick shooting onto this. The energy will come back to the active, and no, it's not going to be enough. And now you just put an Arceus into play, and look what's right there in the hand. Arceus V-Star can get evolved, and now you've got access to Starbirth ability, and this could mean that if you find yourself something like the Switch this turn, you could be in a solid spot. You're going to then force your opponent to find a lot of cards to make this happen. So we'll see if it's there. Starbirth can potentially find something like Duraludon and the Switch. The energy is there from the Training Court. You can just attach your double turbo energy potentially for turn. The only issue again with this play is that you know your opponent already played down grabbed a Cross Switcher off the Drizzile, but I mean, you're just fine to play this out regardless because you got 20 minutes left on the clock and you benefit from a tie at this point. So Aiden is completely happy to tie this match. He's got no problem with that at all. Puts him at 4-1-1 and secures him a spot and cut. James needs to win this match. So Aiden's still going to try to play this game out and maybe assume that the Cross Switcher piece is prized or there's not something there, and instead is actually going to play pretty risky and go for the slide. So this is going to get the Metal Energy back. The Evolution Incense can go ahead and find the Duraludon VMAX. That can take the knockout. And then from there, you're pretty much going to put your opponent at a 5-card hand after draws and say, hey, you need to not be able to find yourself the Cross Switcher, the Energy, and the Palkia V-Star. And if you can't find all of that, I win the game. And there's nothing you can do, really. All I have to do is find Boss next turn. It's not that difficult. I've still got tons of Poke Gear. It's also in my hand. Let's see what you got. And this is pretty much what he's going for.
Yes, very close game for sure. Off 4 cards. Again, a lot of cards are alive here. Shady Dealings Inteleon definitely could help out. Shady Dealings Drizzile, the Evolution Incense, Level Ball, so many things here. But off 4 cards, meaning so many things. Let's see if they get it. There's the Evolution Incense.
Start. Look at that. That can find the Shady Dealings Inteleon. So Cross Switcher plus Energy. Yeah, that should pretty much do it here. So this can grab Irida Cross Switcher, and then Irida can grab the Cross Switcher and the Palkia V-Star. And it looks like we're going to game 3.
Wow, just the difference one card can make, one Evolution Incense to close out a game. This was a very, very close one for sure. nail biter. I love the little tech that caught me off. That caught me by surprise by using Star Portal to power up a Palkia V to take a knockout with a couple of Zigzagoon pings. That was absolutely huge in my opinion. Great plays here by both players for sure. And we're gonna have a game 3.
We have 18 minutes for this last game of the series between both of these players. And it looks like some updates from some other matches here. We've got 4 players locked already in at 4-1-1 or better, 3 players at 4-0-2, and 1 player at 4-1-1. And then Darren is up against Nico Alabas. Darren's up 1-0 in the Mewtwo v Union Mirror. It looks like Blissey won their match to go to 4-2. Vicente playing Mew VMAX won to go to 4-2. And there's one more match in Game 3 between an Arceus and a Palkia in this final match. So anything can happen here in this series, but it's going to be a big advantage for Aiden to start things out and gets exactly what he's looking for. The attachment on the Arceus, a supporter for next turn, and a Duraludon. And over on James's side, the best way to start your turn off, Irida for something like Greninja Battle Pass or Greninja Bucket. And look at that, exactly what you're looking for.
Not too bad. We're going to have a very exciting game for sure, with both players getting a pretty optimal start. And yeah, we'll just have to see who can really put in the pressure and get this game to secure their spot into top 8 of the Tournament of Champions. Not a bad board here by James. Again, all that's missing probably is just the energy attachment for turn, just to be safe. But again, Palkia is just known to just Star Portal all the energy into play anyway. Looks like Crystal Cave, not the best draw this early on for sure. But there we go. We see a Professor's Research.
It does find the V-Star. That's a big grab. So that can grab double Turbo Energy and another card out of the deck. Maybe something like the Avery for the following turn as well. Seems like a pretty solid grab if you ask me. I know double Turbo Energy is going to get grabbed right away.
The Single Strike Mustard is an option too. With this many Ultra Balls in hand, looks like it's going to be double Turbo.
Yeah, if you think he's eyeing up the Mustard as well, that definitely also seems like a really good grab. Nothing's really threatening this Arceus of getting knocked out this turn, and I think Aiden understands that having that access to that card is actually a pretty good way to be able to try to close this game out. Just have 2 Duraludon in play. You're gonna take 2 hits with this Arceus. First one's just gonna go ahead and accelerate all these energies onto Duraludon, and then next turn you're gonna go Single Strike Mustard, whatnot. I do like holding on to Hyper Potion, so that is the potential that you can hold on to Hyper Potion at this point. You can technically accelerate some energy onto your active as well, to just play around Hyper Potion and just say, hey, if you hit into me next turn, I'm going to Hyper Potion everything off and be in a good spot. Otherwise, it kind of can get a little bit weird here, especially if your active is going to get hit. But those are all potential lines of play. Aiden's doing everything he can to play around whatever James is going to put together on the second turn of the game.
100%. Something that could happen too is you could still top deck into something like a double turbo to still make use of that Hyper Potion for sure. But yeah, we'll have to see. I think Aiden just in a better spot than last game for sure. And we see here James just playing that Irida, something Palkia players just love to do. That's why they play 4 of it, just being able to search for so many resources off just one card. And there you go. We see a Capacious Bucket. We're going to see a couple of draws there with a Radiant Greninja. You just see how much synergy there is in this deck and the reason why it is considered to be one of the best decks in format. We see a Quick Ball here. Great grabs another Origin Form Palkia into play. And yeah, it's going to be as simple as Star Portal, attach 2 to the active, 1 to the bench, and just get swinging.
Seems pretty cut forth and straightforward to me. He's got all the energy in the discard pile, can utilize the Star Portal, bring them back. And this is where this deck really starts to get rolling. It starts to attack, it starts to apply a lot of pressure to this active. It's going to be interesting to see how Aiden is really able to respond, because there's a lot of pressure going on with this attack. Do you utilize something like the Hyper Potion early, or do you try to wait, maybe even have to discard it to try to get off the Single Strike Mustard play next turn?
100%. Again, this is one of the times that, again, as a high caliber player, you're thinking so many turns ahead. And that's just what you have to do to be someone who can make it to the World Championships or potentially even win it. And there we go. We see 160 damage there to the active. What do they top deck? Looks like they get a quick ball. They have a lot of options here. They may just choose to switch into the Duraludon and just heal off the Arceus. Maybe just do everything they want to do. Just attack with the Duraludon, heal the Arceus, use the Ultra Balls, and get another Duraludon potentially, which that could be risky, but it's an option. Again, we see here Aiden just going for the switch, attachment to the active, and maybe just an attack. Maybe instead of doing it all, might as well just attach and wait another turn. And 220 damage there onto the active Palkia, not too bad. And with the energy attachment to the active, just signaling, hey, you know what? Even if you hit, I think I have enough energy to be able to heal out for sure. And we'll have to see here what else happens. We see the Palkia on the bench just getting evolved there. I'm trying to see if there's any other cheeky plays we could see for sure. I know James has been known to for just some very surprising plays. Again, just the third Irida played third time in a row there. Let's see what they decide to grab.
Yeah, what's better than an Irida? 2 Iridas? You know what's better than 2 Iridas? Let's play 3 in a row. Let's get everything we're looking for at this point. So, this will eye up most likely the Shady Dealings Inteleon to try to put some pressure on. Can also get the pieces for a cross-switcher play to knock out this benched Arceus. That play is also very solid, but you kind of get around the elephant in the room, or in this case, the tower in the room that is Duraludon VMAX. You're going to eventually have to deal with it. You can't run from it. He's going to slowly but surely come towards you and pulverize you one after another.
Yep, and there it is, the Shady Dealings Inteleon. That means the searching isn't over just yet. They get to look 2 deeper. And I think if you're James here, do you just retreat the Palkia potentially? First, force your opponent here to have the boss's orders if you want to take the... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, to force your opponent to take to have a boss's orders to take a couple of prizes. We'll have to see.
Yeah, well, Roxanne Path being prepared into the hand. There's a potential way to play around those lines, and the scoop up net as well to come out. So this is going to be interesting to see. I think at this point, James understands what needs to be done. He needs to apply pressure to this Duraludon, needs to get pressure onto this Arceus eventually too, and is really just looking to utilize Echoing Horn, not only to apply more damage, but hopefully take that last knockout.
All right, we see there Subspace Well for 180 damage. Not too bad there. A couple of cards in the hand at the moment. Let's see if they decide to finally use this Single Strike Buster. That is their only draw support at this point. They can thin their deck out, but maybe grab the Arceus Visar and discard it. Looks like they opted not to do that. They go ahead and use this quick ball here. Grabbing another Arceus, thin that out the deck potentially. Nope, looks like yeah, I guess they couldn't do that because of they want to have the Single Strike Mustard as a last card in their hand. There you go. We see Hyper Potion here. Hyper Potion healing up the Duraludon, 120 damage, but also discarding 2 energy cards there. So they're going to need to get the energy card off this Single Strike Mustard, or else they are in big trouble for sure. There's the Ultra Ball and Single Strike Mustard. If it's the last card in your hand, go grab a Single Strike Pokemon and put it into play. And oh boy. Looks like there is no metal energy.
No metal energy at all, but can still retreat into the Arceus, so can discard something like the metal energy or the fighting energy and the... I'm just going to look through. I think you definitely are going to maybe get rid of this one. Fighting energy in the hand, and we are going to see Trinity Nova take the knockout, and it's going to accelerate all of these energies into play, opting to just go ahead and get this one Duraludon powered up. No reason to accelerate more energy, I think. I think it probably would have been fun in retrospect. You're going to get 2 prize cards here, and 2 very nice ones indeed. Does find Boss's Orders and another Metal Energy to start getting this second Duraludon powered up. You're okay if this Arceus falls. Your opponent's going to have to knock out 3 Pokemon regardless with this deck, so you might as well have it be this Pokemon that's not going to really be doing as much and not going to be as tanky.
Yeah, not too bad there. Glad that they have the Arceus just in case for backup there. Looks like here we just going to see a Shady Dealings Inteleon at this point. Do you even hit into the Arceus? Do you just go ahead and try and put pressure into Duraludon potentially? I think, but we'll have to see what they grab with Inteleon for sure.
Yeah,
so many
it's a
lines
really
of play.
back and forth. Yeah, it's really like depends honestly. At this point, I think getting rid of the Crystal Cave can be important, or chasing after this Duraludon 2 is fine. But at the end of the day, like I guess stranding this 2 also works because your opponent's already down a few switching cards, so you can attack into this heavily. At the same time, though, it's just like you're kind of. I mean, at this point, you know you're already down a switching card, so this could be a smart play. Looking at Aiden's deck, how many switch is Aiden running? Aiden is running 2 switch, and there's already 1 gone. But at the same time, this training court sort of helps out Aiden, depending on what he's able to draw into, because he can slowly like load energy up onto this Duraludon and have it be a nice Hyper Potion target as well. Does also have the energy attachment for turning the double turbo energy, so you know what? Like, things aren't looking too bad here for Aiden, despite getting Rock Sand and put at a 2-card hand, especially if his top deck is good. And okay, Boss's Orders. That's a nice top deck there for sure. You can utilize the training court to get out an energy attachment onto something like the benched Duraludon to get that powered up and ready. You can also throw the double turbo energy onto the Arceus. So there's a lot of lines you can take here to put yourself in a good spot. It just depends. You got to look a few turns ahead and think, what are my potential top decks and what are my potential routes that my opponent can make against me in this position?
Do you think it'd be favorable for James here to just boss up the Duraludon again on the bench, just have 2 Duraludon with that much damage in play and just go the 6 prize route for sure? That could be something, just something I thought of on the top of my head. But definitely taking this knockout here, just going up 3 prizes definitely feels good. And yeah, we'll have to see how Aiden responds here. Again, with this many energy on this Duraludon, it seems pretty good. If they can top deck into something like a Hyper Potion, that would always be great there. But here, I believe they just have to attack.
Yeah, there's the this is pretty interesting spot, to be honest. We have the Boss's Orders in hand, so that could target down one of these Drizzile on the bench. You're gonna have to knock that out anyways. I actually think that play is pretty good here. You could just take that Drizzile out, and then from there your opponent's gonna attack with Palkia anyways next turn. You're gonna need to find a Hyper Potion as it stands. I think that play is okay. It just really is going to come down next turn of, does Aiden have the ability to get down a Hyper Potion to heal this Duraludon up? Otherwise, it's just looking pretty grim to the fact that there's not really much else to do. And the fact, too, is you take a prize card, you shouldn't get 1 extra card to look at through your prizes. So this is just a fine play to go for. Do we see an access to Hyper Potion? That is a very nice card. Marnie is probably one of the best draw supporters you want to be able to dig through your deck next turn, because you're also going to put your opponent down to a pretty low hand size.
100%. What are your thoughts in deciding to attack with the Duraludon VMAX instead of attacking with the Arceus V-Star at this
So the idea with attacking with Arceus is your opponent's got to knock it out, and you have no way to win the game next turn. So the thought process there is you give your opponent a lot easier of a win con and Echoing Horn if you do that. Meanwhile, with this play, your opponent's going to hit you pretty hard here, and they're going to Echoing Horn, but they're also not going to win the game, and you've got a way to counteract and play around it. The Echoing Horn play on your opponent's side, you've got no counterplay. It doesn't matter how well you draw next turn, they can just find the cards to win. By attacking with Duraludon, if you find Hyper Potion and Crystal Cave, now all of a sudden you're in a favorable spot instead of an unfavorable spot.
100%. All right, let's see what they can grab here. Again, it's just going to be a lot of damage coming out of this, coming to this Duraludon here, and it's going to be one important Marnie for sure. This is going to be the difference between being in top 8 and sitting it out for sure. This is a very important Marnie. But there we go. We see the Echoing Horn just increasing the damage done onto the Duraludon. They're doing 200 damage this turn. We do see a Quick Ball. They can thin out the deck a little bit more. They do decide to Quick Ball away the Arceus, just grabbing another one, and with Marnie, you are going to be able to put that to the bottom of the deck. And let's see here, very important. Let's see if they get
one Hyper Potion. No Hyper Potion at all there. No way to even get rid of the training court. And what can you do? I mean, I guess your only line of play is to go retreat into this Arceus, discard 2 energy attached to it, and hope that your opponent doesn't have a way to take a knockout onto this Duraludon on the bench. So there's Trinity Nova, and there are so many outs here for James. Just needs to find a single copy of Irida, and that will get him there. Let's see if... Here we go.
So many outs. An Irida, the Level Ball, the Evolution Incense, or just having the Shady Dealings Inteleon. in hand. You see here, there it is. There's the boss's orders for the game. Very, very good game there by both players. I was at the edge of my seat for sure.
That was an intense last game. So unfortunate when you get that last round down pair. There's still a chance, though, that Aiden can make it into cut. It looks like 2 people will get in, so I wouldn't count Aiden's chances out yet. Still a chance you guys will be seeing him in top cut. We're going to jump back into Casters here as we wrap up Swiss rounds and talk about what we saw today. Wow, wow, wow. What a day. What a day of Swiss that we had. So much great action. And I just want to say, after everything we've seen, after all the great matches, Juancho, it's been a pleasure casting alongside you. I feel like we did great here today. And more importantly, we got to see some amazing Pokemon trading card game action. There's nothing I love doing more on a Saturday than having a nice cold beverage, sitting back and casting some TCG.
100%. I 100% agree with you there. Today was a great day for Pokemon. It's just seeing all these high caliber players really duke it out. Again, these are the top 120 players in the world. These are the people you are going to see in streams to essentially try and win the world championships, and seeing what they can do, how differently they play certain decks, how different they change the decks is absolutely amazing. And nothing beats that. Nothing beats watching these Pokemon games with good company for sure. Thank you for joining us here, Ethan. It's been an absolutely amazing day. If you could do me a favor, we could take a real quick picture for Twitter to commemorate the day for sure. All you have to do is look at the camera and smile. And
Listen, if we need a picture, man, I'll do my due diligence there. I got you there.
All right. 3, 2, 1, and cool.
Sweet.
That was good.
There we go. Awesome.
Thank you for humoring. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, my friend.
It's been a great day, and that's not all the action we have. Top 8 cut is coming up, and that's where these players are going to be doing a single elimination bracket, battling it out for the $2,000 of prize money there. And that's going to be casted by the lovely Little Dark Fury and Lindsay Rosecobb. And this is going to be all for us too. I want to say thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for the Shuffle Squad for putting this event on and having us cast today. It's been a pleasure. For Juancho, Primetime Wizard TV, I'm Ethan Heggie. Stay tuned for Swiss, and we'll see you soon.
See you next time.
Check out the Late Night Series Season 6, brought to you by myself, Zach Lesage, and the Shuffle Squad. We're going to be running a bunch of sick events for the Pokemon community, and they start on August 30th. So one thing you might be noticing here is that there's an EU time and an NA time. We have one at 12 p.m. Eastern, which works out to about 5 p.m. in London, and then we have one at 7 p.m. Eastern, which should help out a lot of players on the West Coast play in this event. That being said, we still have a lot of cool things going on. Expect similar prizing that we've had for other late night series events. Expect better staffing, expect better tournament experiences, and of course we do have a stream going up for this season as well, and I will be streaming the event on Twitch. That being said, we have the whole season up on the Play Limitless website. Late Night 51 all the way through 70 runs until we hit the Invitational on November 5th. So check that out, sign up today, and support Zach Lesage Events and the Shuffle Squad. See you there.
Yo, welcome back everybody to the Shuffle Squad Tournament of Champions, and we are ready to get into the top 8. I am joined here by my co-caster, Lindsay.
Hi, what's going on, everybody? I am really excited to be here, excited to see some of the best players in the world compete. I can't wait. We have a lot of different decks in the top 8. In fact, every single deck in the top 8 is different.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that, and it's awesome. There's actually a few like unique decks in the top 8 right now, which is really cool. Actually, the second place deck, there's an Arceus, Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, Tapu Koko VMAX deck at second seed right now. There's even an Arceus Mewtwo deck in the top 4. There's a Blissey deck in top 8. It's pretty insane. So
yeah, there's definitely a lot going on, and we definitely have some really accomplished players in the top 8 as well. So we'll be talking a little bit more about them as we're going along here, looking at the different matches, looking at the different players. We can kind of give a little bit of their background, look up some of their accomplishments, and I'm so excited to watch some good Pokemon matches, especially with some decks that are all different, some things that we don't see on a usual basis, like, you know, Hisuian Decidueye and Tapu Koko, along with, I mean, the Mewtwo V Union in like the Sander control style deck, as well as just with plain Arceus. So it's going to be a lot of really interesting matches.
yeah, I'm excited to see it all go down. I mean, every single deck is different, which is awesome to see. There's some unique rogue decks. The deck in the top seed right now is that Mewtwo Sander control deck, which I think got a little bit better with Pokemon Go. I think this list is starting to play. Yeah, I saw it. There's there's no Radiant Venusaur. Never mind. I thought there was a Radiant Venusaur on the list. But yeah, I think that it's a pretty good deck in the meta. Now, okay, so Lindsay, looking at all the decks here, what deck are you gonna say do you think has like the best chance of taking down the tournament?
To be honest, the Arceus Mewtwo V Union deck, once you get out that Mewtwo, it kind of can't be stopped. And it's the way that deck works with being able to do the attacks. I feel like with the Sander control list, it's more about stalling out your opponent and not having them find a win con. But usually, like with the Arceus and the Mewtwo V Union, that deck can just beat just about everything. I mean, it's a really insane deck that kind of just popped up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by that deck. I'm personally rooting for that Arceus Tapu Koko deck just because it is a different kind of Arceus deck. I think this Arceus Koko Decidueye deck has seen play in the past, but the fact that it's like kind of rebounded now and is already doing this well in this tournament is exciting. Of course, there is a Palkia deck in top 8. Palkia did make top 8 here at 6th seed, piloted by James Cox. And of course, Palkia is going to be hopefully what Travis is going to be hunting down in the tournament. I'm rooting for the Arceus Koko deck personally. Koko's really good if the opponent doesn't play that many switching cards. Tapu Koko VMAX can be very, very deadly.
Absolutely. And speaking of Travis and that deadly Tapu Koko, Hisuian Decidueye, their match just started over in the room 2. If you want to head over there, we can take a look and see what he's up against.
Let's get into it. Let's check it out. So here we are in the top 8 match here. We got Travis. Actually, he's going to be up against the Blissey deck. Now, actually, this might be a really good matchup for him, mainly because the Decidueye can hit Blissey for weakness. As long as that Dunsparce gets KO'd, I think that Blissey deck will not be able to stop the Hisuian Decidueye.
Right, and with that, the Blissey deck not having any way to recover that Dunsparce once it gets knocked out, there's no Ordinary Rod, no Clara, no way to get that Dunsparce back as soon as it gets knocked out. So once that Dunsparce is down, Travis will be sitting in a really good spot.
Yeah, I agree that we know the Blissey deck doesn't play any Ordinary Rods. Looking at the list here, there's no Rods. It does play cards like Crushing Hammer, however, which definitely can be a bit of a problem. Sometimes Crushing Hammer can remove a lot of the energy on the Decidueye deck, causing the Decidueye player to not have any out to attacking. The Decidueye deck actually plays 3 basic fighting and 1 copy of Ordinary Rod as a way to get energy back. So Crushing Hammer could be a very big deal in this matchup for Blissey. Of course, that Miltank is a big deal too. However, the Hisuian Decidueye V does have an attack that is basically Shred. So at least Travis does have an answer to that one of Miltank.
Right, and we're seeing our first Trinidine over here being able to attach 3 energies from the deck to benched or really any Pokemon V in any way you like. So go ahead and loading up that Decidueye V so it is going to be ready to attack. And that's as far as the unknown gamer, we don't know too much about, who they are and some of their accomplishments and what they have been up to this season. But what we do know about Travis is, a really accomplished player coming up from seniors, and already this season alone has gotten top 8 at the Secaucus Regional this year, top 16 at the Indianapolis Regional, and top 64 at EUIC. So Travis is a player that is hunting down it all.
Yeah, that's a pretty good resume already in just this year alone. So that's pretty impressive. And of course, Travis, being such a good player, no surprise to see him here in the top cut of this tournament.
Right, so it looks like we are getting a Marnie here. So going to get 5 fresh new cards for Travis and only 4 for the opponent. Looks like we did get that Beebrel, which is definitely huge.
Yeah, and actually, Travis is in a pretty good spot. He actually does have a KO on at this Blissey here. Doesn't even have to use the Decidueye. I think the Arceus is enough to take down this Blissey V, doing 180 damage here with Trinity Nova. And that's a big deal because the point of the Blissey deck is when Blissey gets built up, it's hard to stop. But when the Blissey falls here, it's a pretty big deal. So I think Travis really now just has to maybe hunt down a potential boss's order to kind of chase that Dunsparce here. And that could be a pretty big deal for Travis. Travis does play, I think he's got 2 boss in the deck. Actually does find one here, it looks like, for next turn. He's already got the Decidueye V in play, basically ready if Unknown tries to put a Miltank in play.
Right, so Travis, by the looks of it, kind of has this game wrapped up. We know that the Blissey has to build up those energies to be able to hit big numbers. And with the not being in the active spot, not attacking, it's kind of difficult to do that manually on the bench, especially with the boss in hand. We can just get that boss up.
Exactly. And kind of the big thing here too is the Blissey deck's really only defense mechanism is that Miltank and Crushing Hammer, but with that Hisuian Decidueye in play, being able to kill the Miltank in one hit, and that's just really scary.
Right, and I like how he opted to attach the 1 energy to the Lumineon V in case the opponent tries to go for a boss stall play, maybe trying to boss up the Lumineon, but now he can just retreat with the 1 energy that's already attached. And I really don't see how Travis doesn't have this game already kind of wrapped up.
Yeah, and actually the Avery being played here, this is a good opportunity for Travis to just get rid of that Lumineon, get that out of here. And that's pretty good. Obviously, Lumineon and Crobat being very big 2-prize liabilities, and that Avery does come in clutch for Travis there. We'll see what Unknown is able to cook up this turn. Can he slow down Travis here? There's no Marnie coming, so actually Travis is going to be able to just boss out this Dunsparce and knock it out, probably with Arceus again, assuming Crushing Hammer doesn't make its rounds. But that's just going to be a really big deal, is that Dunsparce might be able to be knocked out, which will give Travis the ability to just kind of run over Unknown setup.
Right, so it looks like they're going for the Miltank stall here, but with the boss in hand, we can just get rid of that Dunsparce. And Travis really does have this one wrapped up. We're able to knock out that Dunsparce, and as we talked about, there's no way of that Dunsparce coming back to life. It's staying in the discard pile. Might as well be the lost zone at that point, because we will not see it again this match.
Exactly, and that's really all Travis needed to do, is once Travis kind of deals with that Dunsparce, he's able to just kind of clean up those Blissey Vs pretty easily. Unknown does not play any Roxanne. His only hand disruption is 2 Marnies, and with that Barrel in play, it's going to be pretty hard for Travis to kind of be in a scenario where I think he's actually going to lose. I really think Unknown's only way to kind of stay in this game is probably with Crushing Hammer at this point in the match, or even Unknown may just see the writing on the wall, might concede early, realizing that it's pretty hard to win at this point. But there's a boss, probably going to trap the Barrel here, but Travis does have that Turbo in his hand.
Yep, so we can just simply attach that Turbo Retreat and knock out with the Decidueye V, since the Decidueye V does have that Shred attack that can hit through Miltank.
Yeah, here we go. Actually going to see that come down here, knocking out Miltank, and all Travis has to do now is just take out 1 more Blissey or KO a Greninja and another single prizer. And we'll see how Unknown is able to counteract this. Crushing Hammer is really the only thing I can think of off the top of my head, but if he can't find any or flips tails, it won't be good.
Right,
Actually,
and taking out that Dunsparce the turn before was essential to be able to knock out that Miltank with close quarters only hitting for 100, plus then minus the 20 with the DTE. That really was the only way that we'd be able to one-shot that Miltank.
Yep, and speaking of the devil, there's actually a Crushing Hammer hedge there. That's a huge hedge, and actually interesting too, the cape on the Greninja is really smart. That actually gives the Greninja a little bit more HP, making it harder to KO, actually forcing Travis to have to go into Arceus here to deal with this Greninja in one hit. But we do see the Blissey come down with a cape. I think Cape of Toughness does make it harder for Decidueye to one-shot it. If I remember correctly, Decidueye does do, well, no, it does 160 base. Okay, never mind. Decidueye with no turbo on it does have the ability to one-shot a Blissey with a cape on.
Right, and it looks like here Travis is just thinning out that deck. I wasn't sure if we saw there was only one in the discard pile. Yes, so I think that he does have two. He does have two more.
Yeah,
Oh, was that three? I couldn't see.
it might have been. Yeah, might have been. I didn't really get to see it either. But yeah, I'm curious to see what Travis is going to do here. He does probably need to find either a switching card or a turbo energy here. It's what he can at least attack. He also could just do Decidueye's first attack, which gets any 2 cards out of your deck into your hand, which is not even terrible either. He actually might just be eyeing up the retreat here, which I don't
Yeah.
hate. Or, yeah, he's either going to retreat or he's going to do that first attack. I think both plays are honestly fine. Retreating does leave you in a scenario where it could get bossed again. Travis only plays 1 copy of Escape Rope and 1 switch as his only ways to move. He does have the double turbos, of course, but he's starting to run a bit low on them, I think.
And putting down that path can be really huge if Unknown Gamer doesn't have any cards in hand. They can't use that concealed cards ability to be able to draw more cards. But it looks like if he, I mean, with the cape on, that's 190 for that Radiant Greninja. So he can't really one shot with anything, it seems like.
Yeah, this Greninja is surprisingly pretty tanky here, which is kind of funny to see. One interesting thing actually in this matchup Travis could have done is Blissey with Path in play makes it so Blissey cannot get out of paralysis. So I wonder if there's ever a scenario where Travis maybe tried to use Tapu Koko VMAX against Blissey here, try to paralyze it. If the path sticks in play, then Blissey just can't get out of paralysis as easily. That's just one thing that I think Travis does kind of have. He actually has a lot of options within this matchup. Honestly, I think Travis could not have hit a better matchup in top 8 here.
Right, and I still think he is sitting in a perfect spot here.
Yeah, it is a shame Travis is out of boss's orders. He only plays 2, and I know there's both in the discard pile, and also he's down his escape rope too, I think, which means he's going to be unable to gust here. But it looks like he's just going to go on the aggressive here, knock out this Greninja, going to get the energy back just in case, another boss comes into play. And we're going to see the Greninja fall, I think, to the Arceus here. And then...
Oh, that's right. Yep, 180. Yep, the perfect 180.
Yeah, and then all Travis has to do now is just knock out Blissey for a game, which he can easily do it to Decidueye. Blissey is not going to be able to KO the Decidueye here. Really, Unknown's only defense here has to probably be to bossing up on the bench and hope that it, stays stuck for a turn or two.
Right, but the Blissey not even taking any prizes, I just don't see how Unknown Gamer is going to be able to pull this one off. Just with one more prize remaining, I think Travis just has this one.
Yeah, all Travis has to do here is attack this Blissey with that Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, which will do 160 times 2, 320. Even with the cape on, that Blissey will still get knocked out. And let's see what he's doing here. He's going to Energy Lotto. If Unknown still has any Crushing Hammers left, again, we could still see a Crushing Hammer come into play to slow down the Decidueye. There's a Zinnia's Resolve.
I believe that there were 3 in the discard pile, so...
Okay. So 1
Crushing Hammers.
Hammer. Yeah, so just 1 hammer remaining. And that's not enough. Actually, Unknown just concedes, sees it right on the wall.
Yep, definitely. I think the smart concede to go there. Travis, had it in just about every single way possible. I don't think that there really would have been anything that Unknown Gamer could have done to get out of that situation.
Yeah, it was looking pretty grim. And we're going to get into, it looks like, game number 2 here. And I'm going to be curious to see who goes first. I think, as Unknown, you probably want the Arceus player to go second. Yeah, you never want Arceus to go first, because it usually feels bad when Arceus goes first and they get that turn 1 energy attachment. So I'm actually curious to see if Unknown's going to go first or second. Yeah, it looks like he is going to go first here. And it looks like Travis, double Decidueye. That's
starting
not
with both
terrible.
Decidueyes.
Yeah, not bad. Now you got the Decidueye in play guaranteed. I'm actually curious to see if Travis is going to try to get an Arceus down, if he can find one, or if he's going to just maybe attach to Decidueye and do that first attack. I think both plays are honestly not bad. Especially if maybe Dunsparce is prized, then we could just see the Decidueye just kind of attack by itself without really needing the Arceus to kind of build it up, I think.
Right, and getting the Bidoof the first turn is definitely helpful to be able to draw cards earlier in the game as well. And with Travis only having the 2 switch cards, a 1 switch and 1 escape rope, it's going to be a little tough. We do have Marnie. Hopefully we can find a way. It looks like he is going to go ahead and commit that energy to the Decidueye in case he doesn't find. He would need the Arceus, the DTE, and a switching card here.
Yeah, very unlikely to get that. And actually, he does get an okay Marnie here. Doesn't find an Arceus V, which is a bit of a big deal. He's not going to be able to do Starbirth next turn, but he does have Mountain Hunt. This actually forces Unknown to find a Marnie here, or else I'm pretty sure Decidueye will be able to KO this Blissey, especially if no Dunsparce comes down. So I think he's probably eyeing up maybe a double Turbo Energy. I think that's the first thing you want is a double Turbo. And maybe, yeah, there it is. I wonder what else he'll grab. It's either going to be a Bibarel or an Arceus V, I imagine. One of those two could be on the agenda here. Yeah,
Yeah.
Bibarel, yep. Yeah, gonna get Bibarel.
Gonna go for the
and double
Bibarel,
Turbo.
definitely, so we can start drawing some cards as well. And we already have that Decidueye V-Star in hand, so if Unknown doesn't get out the Dunsparce, I mean, this Blissey's gonna go down.
Exactly. Unknown has to find either a Marnie or a Dunsparce here, and Unknown only plays 2 Marnie within the deck, so not a whole lot of outs here to a Marnie. So let's see if Unknown can find it and also get the Dunsparce. Oh, Crushing Hammer, though, also could be big. All right, is that going to flip heads? It doesn't.
And something really so
there we
Unknown
go. Yeah.
does have the Marnie. I was gonna say something interesting about the Blissey deck is that they only play the 2 Quick Balls, so they are relying on their supporters to find the Dunsparce. And there, speak of the devil, there he is.
Yeah, there we go. Unknown, pretty good counter to that turn. Actually gave him a pretty bad Marnie too, it looks like. Gonna have to probably either top deck out of this or probably just use Decidueye's first attack again, which is not great because this Decidueye will get knocked out next turn by the Blissey. So Unknown basically had the perfect turn there. Get the Dunsparce down, get the Marnie, and we'll see what happens. Oh, he does draw a boss. So I guess
Right.
Unknown can knock out the Dunsparce here if he wants, which I think is obviously the correct play. Knock that out, and now the Blissey can get one KO'd by Decidueye now.
Right, and now we have the Raihan to where we can hopefully, I'm wondering if he's just going to grab the Bibarel with that Raihan, but now we can use the Raihan to get the energy on the Decidueye and at least start setting up for hopefully an attack on this Blissey.
Yeah, it's actually a good thing that Travis does play an Ornate Rod within the deck, because actually, if this Decidueye falls here to the Blissey, and then Travis has to use the other Decidueye, which has to evolve, he would not have an answer to the Miltank. So it's actually good that he has the
Right.
Rod here, because yeah, he'll have to do triple Decidueye, it looks like.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, this Blissey is starting to get a lot of energies on it. That's when we kind of start to get a little nervous with, okay, that's a lot of energies on the Blissey, and how much damage is it going to start doing at this point? So it is now within one shot of any V that Travis can put down. So we really are going to need something good with this Raihan and hopefully maybe able to draw some cards. And love that the Tapu Koko has that free retreat where we can use it as kind of the pivot while we decide what we want to do.
Yeah, Coco is really, really good for that scenario, specifically. Also being a good Palkia counter. And actually, I wonder if that Path of Peak never came down. I wonder if it was actually correct to maybe Raihan into the Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, and then do that V-Star Power Star of Fortune, drawing up to a hand of 8 cards. That could have been a pretty good play there for Travis if that path never came down. So I wonder what Travis is going to grab here. He definitely probably wants to get some kind of draw, like, yeah, he's going to have to probably get Bibarel. If he had access to Pumpkaboo and Decidueye in the same turn here, he would have been able to go Pumpkaboo the path away and then do Decidueye's V-Star power and build up a big hand.
I mean, we are really putting all of the power into these industrial incisors right now. He's going to be able to draw 4 cards with using the switch card, but we can't really attach the energy because we need the DTE to be able to knock out. So we're only going to be drawing 3 cards, and no, that's not what we need.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad roll.
Oh.
Actually, Travis he just immediately concedes, realizes that, okay, he's probably going to lose now. He's a little too far behind. And
Right.
there we go.
We know that Blissey is going to one-shot. So I feel like that was a good concede, a good time resource. And now going first, he's going to have the upper hand in this matchup. So I think he probably feels good about just letting that game go, going first in this one, and just seeing what we can do.
Exactly. So let's see how this goes. Both players are now tied, which is interesting because I thought Travis was favored here, but Travis now being able to go first could be a very big deal. Again, if he's able to kind of build up a few attackers here, it deals with that Dunsparce, or maybe the Dunsparce is prized for a game. Unknown is definitely going to be on the back foot for sure. And Travis just opens up with a pretty mediocre hand, just has
Oh.
Coco and not much else going on.
Not much else going on. It's not the best opening hand in the world. Definitely one of those things you feel like you only see on. Oh, and we get the Ultra Ball, which is huge for Travis here.
Yeah, that was a big top deck. I wonder if he's just going to get rid of the pass here. I think that's probably what you do, is maybe just Ultra Ball away the path. You could get rid of the Coco VMAX. I don't know if Travis really needs it in this matchup. Yeah, actually eyes up the Coco discard there. Probably going to grab the Arceus here. The problem with this, though, is it does leave Travis in top deck mode. He still has to draw out of this. He could have gotten Luminion, but he still would have been far behind. So I think maybe Travis just had to go Arceus there and just YOLO it. He does still have Coco's first attack. I mean, if worse comes to worse, he can still, like, do Spike Draw to maybe draw some cards.
Oh, this Crushing Hammer is going to be huge. And oh, we do see the heads, which is very hurtful, not the best in the world. And hitting with the Path and the Marnie, we're not, unless he has an out to Pumpkaboo, we're not going to be able to use Arceus V-Star's ability to get any 2 cards we want.
Yeah, but oh, it looks like Travis does get a Marnie. So I think this turn Travis probably wants to try to find a double Turbo Energy and a Decidueye and just kind of build that up here with Arceus, and we'll see how that goes. If Travis's Pumpkaboo is, of course, in the deck, he will be able to have access to Starbirth or Star of Fortune, one of the 2 V-Star powers here to kind of build up a hand or kind of just build up a board state.
Right. Kind of interesting that they decide to go for the Greninja here with the Path in play.
Yeah, I think maybe Unknown is kind of realizing that, okay, Travis has to probably play this Pumpkaboo at some point to try to get back in this game. So he's probably like, okay, I could still probably bench the Greninja and be safe. And I think it's fine. There's the Marnie, doesn't find double Turbo, does get a Lightning.
Not finding what he needs here. So it looks like we are going to probably see not even going to see a Spike Draw, just going to probably sacrifice that Coco. And I wonder if he's debating, do I just need to go ahead and get a Decidueye out? But all Unknown would need is a boss, and I don't think that we're hitting anywhere close to getting those numbers yet, but it's kind of in an awkward spot. We're in a really good spot for next turn with the research and the energy. At least we'll be able to Trinity Charge if needed, but he's really deciding if he wants to go ahead and just get rid of this energy or kind of deciding what to do here.
Yeah, I think maybe it's best to just get rid of the light energy, grab a Decidueye V, and then, because he's got Switch, so even if there is a boss from Unknown, he can at least switch out of the active spot. I don't actually know if the Coco is going to get knocked out here. The Blissey doesn't, I don't think the Blissey can do enough damage, even with a double Turbo. Actually, Travis eyes up a Bidoof here as opposed to a Decidueye, which is quite interesting.
Yeah,
This
definitely wanting to draw more cards after the research.
Yeah, I think at this point, you probably want to get the Bidoof down the more I think about it. And there is the boss, probably going to knock out the Bidoof, I imagine. Yeah, there goes the boss there, knocking out Bidoof with Blissful Blast. But Unknown didn't do much else, so maybe Unknown doesn't have much going on within his hand. Because he can't do conceal cards. And let's see here, can Travis find the Arceus?
Well, definitely having the research in hand is still very, very good. Maybe they thought that was the only way Travis could get cards, but luckily there is that DTE. We have the Ultra Ball. Now we can do damage with Arceus V-Star, but we are not able to get out a Decidueye because we still have Path.
Yeah, that is still a pretty big deal. I wonder if maybe Travis can still utilize Coco VMAX here. Blissey is pretty bad for Coco, but when Blissey can't use its ability, the Coco VMAX can actually still paralyze the Blissey here. So I think you can still maybe kind of go for the Coco play if you really wanted to. Because you can force the Blissey to have to get out of paralysis, either through its ability. With Path and Play, it's not going to work. The only way to get out of there would actually be with 2 of the switching carts. And if Unknown can't find those switching carts, then the Blissey stays paralyzed. So I still think it's okay to maybe build up Coco here. But actually just doesn't even bother, just fails to search. Actually, I would have maybe even put energy on the Arceus, knowing that Unknown has Crushing Hammer within his deck.
Right, that's a good point too with the Crushing Hammers as well.
Yeah, that was a very interesting fail.
Yeah, but it's Travis is obviously a very accomplished player. It's just I would love to know what's going on in his head right now, kind of what his strategy is. Maybe he doesn't want to commit the VMAX play and have that 3 prize liability. I mean, that is kind of the downside of these VMAX cards now, is that, hey, there are 3 prizes where I can just play a V-Star that's only a little bit less HP, a lot less liability, and it's just with the... Okay, looks like we are going to get a Pumpkaboo here.
Oh, yeah, we could see the Pumpkaboo come down. I think at this point, Travis has to establish Decidueyes, because otherwise he is going to get ran over here by Blissey. Actually, the good thing is Unknown hasn't been able to find a Dunsparce yet, so, I mean, yeah, if there's no Dunsparce next turn, this Blissey, well, it is looking pretty big, and it is looking pretty thick. It can still easily fall here to Decidueye, and it's actually pretty good, too. Travis having access to Raihan here is pretty good, too, allowing Travis to be able to kind of accelerate and counter a Crushing Hammer if need be. But yeah, Unknown can still actually potentially be in a bad spot here if he's not drawing anything and isn't able to get that Dunsparce down.
Right. I mean, all really Unknown actually needs is a boss's orders to bring up that Decidueye to knock it out, because that big old Blissey is doing a one shot on the Decidueye V.
Yeah, boss here could be pretty devastating for Travis. If there is one coming, this is a big deal. There's Miltank coming down. There's a cape. There's an energy, and it's a capture energy, but there's no Dunsparce. So yeah, I think Unknown did prize it this time, it looks like.
Okay, so we're getting the Marnie, which is not bad for Travis, especially with this hand. It would have been nice to use that Raihan to hopefully get the Decidueye V-Star going, but we pulled off
there it
this
is.
Marnie and the Pumpkaboo.
Yeah,
But
not
we
bad.
don't have that Arceus V-Star anymore. We can't search for those 2 cards, but we still have the Decidueye V-Star ability where we can draw up to 8 cards.
Yeah, that was a pretty big draw there for Travis, getting the Decidueye and the Pumpkaboo. I wonder if Travis actually wants to play the Decidueye's ability now, or wants to wait a turn maybe. Travis does have to get another Decidueye down, because he does need an answer to this Miltank here. Oh, but he's actually just going to take a knockout with the first attack. Yeah, it doesn't actually have to evolve. That is actually true. I forgot. The first attack can actually just knock out this Blissey. It's already heavily damaged. And yeah, we see that knockout. We see a Marnie, good prize for Travis. And the other Decidueye, that's another really good prize.
Yes, and this just shows how much thought Travis is putting into this game, because if he would have evolved that Decidueye, he would not have been able to have an answer for Miltank this turn. So I think that was pretty smart for Travis, considering he doesn't have the boss in hand. But it looks like we're not even getting the knockout on this little Bidoof here. Then we have a little bit of time before this Blissey can really build up to hit those big numbers. But I still think Travis is now in a really good spot, especially with this Marnie, especially with this Pumpkaboo, and especially with the Decidueye V coming down. I think we're in a good spot.
Yeah, Travis just has to find a way to move Bidoof this turn, either with a double turbo or a switch here. And he probably wants to get another energy on the other Decidueye. And there's the double turbo. So he just flat out draws it. And he does have to evolve here. This does mean that Miltank will be able to sponge a hit from the... won't be able to be KO'd by the Decidueye. But we'll see if Travis here does anything. He does bench it. That does let Miltank do a little bit more damage now. But I think Unknown will bench another Blissey, and this could actually just lead into a scenario where Travis could just go boss for game, maybe, if he can find boss. He does have Lumineon. He's going to Rod here. This is a good Rod. Travis is down actually a lot of energy, so I think he definitely wants to get energy back, especially for that other Decidueye, and in case a Crushing Hammer comes back into play.
Right, and we are really going to need Path to not come down to be able to use this Lumineon so that we can get boss for next turn.
Yeah, exactly. And I wonder if Travis is actually going to go V-Star Power now, or if he's going to wait to do it. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it now. Yeah, you just kind of build up a bigger hand here and see what he's got. He's found a fighting... He's got a barrel here. Pretty good if there's another Marnie out of Unknown. And even Escape Rope can be pretty good too, actually, as a way to get around the Miltank, which is another big deal. And he's got the energy for the other Decidueye next turn. Doesn't have to discard anything here, thanks to the 160 base damage, knocking out Blissey. And we'll see if Unknown here is able to do anything to stop Travis from winning at this game.
Right, Travis is just 2 prizes away from winning this game, and it looks like as of right now, Unknown does not have an answer to this. We are not hitting big enough numbers to be able to really take a knockout on anything other than maybe Bibarel, which does put, Unknown down to 2 prize cards, but Travis is still going to be able to return with knockout.
Exactly.
Looks
And
like, looks like we are going to have to boss this next turn since we don't have the energy buildup on the Decidueye V.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal there. So I wonder if, I think Travis probably just wants to go Escape Rope here, maybe. Get an energy on the Decidueye on the bench, obviously. Make sure that thing is ready to go. And then maybe figure out a game plan from there. His hand is pretty big. He can actually draw some cards with a barrel here. He does have enough cards, technically, to thin his hand down here for the barrel if he... So pleases try to get some extra cards. I think at this point, you probably just want to find maybe like the energy for next turn, maybe the boss. I don't know. Because at least like Travis does have the win. All he has to do is knock out Miltank, knock out Greninja, or just a Blissey. And if Unknown doesn't have that Dunsparce and Unknown tries to bench another Blissey, then Travis just has to boss it out here. So thinning his deck out, thinning his hand down so that he can try to find maybe a boss for the following turn, especially if a path comes down, is a very big deal.
Right. I think he is eyeing that DTE that he would love to have. And so I think he is going to go ahead and go for the boss play here, or maybe, is going to go for that boss play. We do need that DTE for next turn to be able to hit with the Decidueye V is, I think, what we're really, really going to want to be doing here.
Yeah, Travis actually decides to wait to attach the energy here. Draws one less card here. He does have path. Again, at this point, yeah, the path is pretty useless for Travis to not be shut off here. It's actually interesting that Travis did not attach the energy to the Decidueye beforehand. Could have drawn an extra card with a barrel. This could be relevant next turn if he's not able to draw the double turbo to kill this Miltank.
Right. I'm wondering I'm wondering why he's hesitating to attach this fighting energy to that benched Decidueye. I mean, it is without Dunsparce, it is one-shotting.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe Travis just, he doesn't even attach the energy. Very interesting. Yeah, I wonder what the reason is. Oh, maybe it's because Unknown doesn't realize there's a rope in his hand. So maybe Travis just is like, okay, if you bench a Pokemon, I can just go escape rope for a game. I guess that's probably why he didn't play the energy, but I still think you want to attach it. Because I guess if Unknown goes like bench a Blissey and then plays a Crushing Hammer, moves the energy, then it could be a big deal. But Travis can very easily draw an energy here, I think, off the barrel. So I'm still interested by that play.
Yes, and I'm also wondering if he was looking for the Raihan play as well, to be able to attach an energy and then just get the DTE with the Raihan. It looks like we hit the Marnie. We are going to be doing the escape rope to get that out of the active, but now where it's kind of an interesting position here, because I don't think that Unknown is going to put down another Pokemon.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
And actually, it looks like
Travis, we're going to have to attach.
Yeah. Travis, I think, would have won there had he had the energy on. I guess, yeah, he's trying to play around the Crushing Hammer, obviously. But I still think you maybe want to put it there. But I guess, yeah, it makes sense. You don't want to attach it ahead of time. I think Travis is probably just going to, like, try to figure out some way to, like, maybe buy time to attack this Miltank. I don't think Unknown will be benching a Blissey anytime soon. I think maybe Unknown realizes that I can still win this game. All I have to do is KO that Decidueye. Obviously, Barrel is the only other way that Travis can deal with Miltank. It's just not a very good attacker because it's on a coin flip and it doesn't even KO it in one hit.
Right, and I didn't pay extra attention to when we were looking at the discard pile there on how many Boss's Orders Unknown has used. We know that they have 3 Boss's Orders. There's that Raihan, but we would need it for next turn. It looks like 3 Boss's Orders have already been used and no way to get those back. So we are not going to be getting the boss for next turn. It looks like he's just going to be going for the Raihan play to be able to win for this next turn to knock out with the Decidueye V.
Yeah, the Raihan, I think, does kind of seal the deal for Travis here. If he knocks out the Koko, then I think the Raihan just is kind of guarantee that Travis can win this game. Even if there's a Crushing Hammer coming. Because I guess that's Travis is trying to play around the Crushing Hammer here to make sure that he doesn't get hammered into a loss, I guess, which makes sense. And we'll see what happens here. Is there a Dunsparce in the deck? There is not. There's a Tornadus. Tornadus is not going to be enough, though, to stop Travis here. He can just go into the Decidueye on the bench and actually doesn't kill the Koko, anticipating that Raihan, which is very clever.
Yeah, definitely very, very clever. Knowing that all Unknown has to do is just knock out this delicious looking Tapu Koko, and the Decidueye V will be taking the knockout for the win. Looks like we're just attaching all these Miltanks, gonna try to act like Blissey here, like that. Those energies are really adding anything.
Yeah, this is kind of funny. This is an interesting spot to be in. This is sometimes what happens when people have Miltank in their deck. It does cause scenarios like this where nothing really happens because, Miltank is just so good sometimes that some decks don't have answers to it. Actually, if the new Thornton supporter was in the format, this Miltank can turn to a Blissey, which would be funny. There's a hammer
we were talking about with the tails. So it looks like that tails was huge. He's gonna try again for another Crushing Hammer.
And there's another
tails. Ooh, this is just great news for Travis. I think there's only one more Crushing Hammer in deck unless it's prized. And as long as that Crushing Hammer does not come out, then Travis has this game in hand.
Yeah, looks like Travis might have this locked up here if the Crushing Hammer is not found. That was an interesting play. Irida for Hammer is a fascinating combo. But there's Tornadus coming down. Gonna force the switch. Probably just gonna go into the Decidueye on the bench. And then this Decidueye will be able to just go into the other Decidueye, and that will be GG's, I think. Unless this Tornadus can survive a turn, which I don't think it can. So I think Travis may have this locked up here. I guess we're going to see.
Right. I think Travis does have this one. I think that Tornadus is, 120 HP with that cape on it to a beefy, what is that, a beefy 170. But I still think that we have...
too. Yeah. It does have resist to fighting, but I think Travis can still do enough damage here to KO it with Decidueye. He's doing 190 right now. Tornadus has, I think actually Tornadus might have, oh yeah, it's got a lot of HP. It's actually got 200 HP right now. Travis can't one-shot it with this Decidueye. He can still attack it though, and then just two-shot it, which probably just works the same too, I guess.
Yes, this is an interesting,
Yeah, this
definitely
is
an
funny.
interesting situation that we are in.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this the Tornadus to ever be a bulky Pokemon against this Decidueye, but here we are. Yeah, Travis is he needs to find another energy here to knock out Tornadus, I think. He needs another energy in hand for Decidueye's Somersault Feathers attack. I think he can just attack the Tornadus with Decidueye and then just be like, okay, well, I can win next turn regardless. He does have a Marnie and a Roxanne, so he's not really going to be decking out anytime soon.
Right. So, I mean, this is really just is battle of the stalls, hoping that, and looks like we are going to see that last crushing hammer here. This is going to be, and a third tails on that crushing hammer. That is huge for Travis. We now officially have the game in hand.
Yep. But wait a minute. There's a Hyper Potion. If there's any more damage healed in this Tornadus, then it can actually survive another turn here, which is really funny. But if not, Decidueye does do 190, so if this Tornadus is not able to heal 10 more damage, it will get knocked out. But there we go. We see a switch card. Okay, so Unknown can switch back into Tornadus and buy another turn. I think Unknown's just basically like hoping that Travis decks out at this point, but Travis does have that Marnie in hand.
As well as the Roxanne.
Yep. Oh, but there's the energy, and that should be GG's. I think Travis can do enough damage with Somersault Feathers here to knock out Tornadus with the double energy discard. That will be 220 damage
Right.
on the dot. Yeah, very close, and there is the knockout, and that is GG's.
Wow. What? I just don't understand how that was such a nail biter.
I know that was a crazy game there. Seeing Unknown without even having Dunsparce in play surviving for that long is really insane. Travis played it really well too. Obviously, not attaching the energy is a huge deal, but that was an awesome match there, and that was a nail biter for sure.
Right. So we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back for the next round, and we will see you guys soon.
See you then.
Check out the Late Night Series Season 6, brought to you by myself, Zach Lesage, and the Shovel Squad. We're going to be running a bunch of sick events for the Pokemon community, and they start on August 30th. So one thing you might be noticing here is that there's an EU time and an NA time. We have one at 12 p.m. Eastern, which works out to about 5 p.m. in London, and then we have one at 7 p.m. Eastern, which should help out a lot of players on the West Coast play in this event. That being said, we still have a lot of cool things going on. Expect similar prizing that we've had for other Late Night Series events. Expect better staffing, expect better tournament experiences, and of course, we do have a stream going up for this season as well, and I will be streaming the event on Twitch. That being said, we have the whole season up on the Play Limitless sponsored by PokeXWord, the best place to get your fill of Pokemon-inspired crossword puzzles. New puzzles are posted every single Sunday, and it's a great way to disconnect and have some fun. They also host monthly giveaways on their channel, so be sure to check those out. I personally complete these puzzles every single week, and sometimes they're pretty challenging. Let's check out one of the hard ones. So if we check out here, there's a lot of things that might be difficult here. So if it's a little bit too difficult for you, you can always go and complete the normal ones that might be a little bit easier. They're pretty fun though. Definitely check them out. Be sure to follow PokeXWord on Twitter at PokeXWord and get notified when new puzzles go up and when their monthly giveaways are live.
The Shuffle Squad is proudly sponsored by Atlas Collectibles, the best place to buy any trading card game product online. Visit atlastcg.com and at the checkout screen, make sure to use code TSS12 to save an unbeatable 12% off your entire order. Atlas Collectibles will ship your product anywhere in the world, so make sure you're taking advantage of the 12% savings with TSS12. If you're looking for PTCGO codes, they have them there as well at atlaspokemart.com. And the best part is, the TSS12 code works there as well. And if Pokemon is not your thing, don't worry. Go to atlastcg.com and see all the other amazing trading card game products they have there to offer.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shuffle Squad Tournament of Champions. We are now back, and we're almost ready to get into the top four here.
Almost ready. I mean, what an insane last game. I mean, we knew Blissey was going to be around for a little bit longer, especially after coming in second at, what was that, the Secaucus Regional?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
So we knew
after
Blissey
taking
wasn't
it
going anywhere with
Mhm.
that legendary match against Duraludon in the finals, but we're seeing Blissey again. However, unfortunately, Blissey is not going to be moving on along to the top 4 with us, but Arceus Tapu Koko Hisuian Decidueye. I have such a hard time with
The
that
tongue
one.
twister.
It is moving on to the top 4 as well, so that's going to be really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how far Travis goes with the deck. Travis will be either up against an Ice Rider or a Palkia deck. Actually, I think we actually know what he'll be playing against. He will be playing against Ice Rider Calyrex with Palkia. So that'll be an interesting matchup for sure. I think we actually might see the Tapu Koko VMAX start seeing play because the Palkia deck only has one escape rope in the deck. So we might actually now see the Decidueye VMAX see some action for Travis, which will be a lot more exciting to kind of see both sides of his deck work. And then I think we are waiting on Andre with the Arceus Intel deck versus Darren with the Mewtwo control deck here. I think we're still waiting on their match here. Right now it looks like Darren is actually up ahead of match. So there's a good chance Darren does make it to top 4 as he is ahead 1 game here over Arkintel.
Right, and with both of those players being really, really accomplished, I mean, Darren getting a top 64 in the Indianapolis Regional in 2022, and for previous seasons getting top 32 at the Knoxville Regional in 2019, as well as top 32 in Melbourne International 2019, along with the top 64 Memphis Regional in 2018 and top 64 Philly Regional in 2018. So Darren is no beginner to the game. He has been doing really well for quite a few years now.
Yeah, Darren is a pretty accomplished player, so I'm expecting to maybe see him make it into top 4 here. And Darren will be playing against either Arceus Mewtwo V Union. It might be a Battle of the Mewtwo decks. That'd be really exciting. Actually, let's see here. Who won
Battle
between...
of the V-Unions.
Yeah, who won here? Oh, actually, yeah, it looks like Mewtwo Arceus did beat Mew VMAX in top 8. So yeah, Lucas is actually going to advance into top 4 with that Arceus Mewtwo V Union deck versus probably most likely Darren with the Mewtwo control deck. That's going to be a really exciting game to watch. It's going to be quite literally the battle of 2 different Mewtwo V Union decks. Something that I never thought I would have ever said at all, especially when V Unions came out.
Those V-Union boxes have been cluttering up Walmarts on every single corner since nobody thought that they were going to be used. And now we're seeing this Mewtwo V-Union just doing so well at NAIC, and now paired with Arceus, that's just destroying these online tournaments. So I wonder if we're going to see a lot of that play at Worlds.
Yeah, I think this Arceus Mewtwo deck is actually a pretty interesting concept. It's very similar in my eyes to like maybe something like Arc Duraludon, where really all you're putting in play, you have like you only have like 4 basics in your deck, right? So you're basically a good answer to Palkia as you don't play many basics, and you have this big, bulky 310 HP monster that has so many different options. The heals, you have the big attack that when it KOs everything, you have a really good spread attack. You can't be like KO'd by like weird effects. Like it's actually like really impressive how a Mewtwo V-Union has kind of made a name for itself in the meta, because V-Unions were always kind of written off as like add gimmicks that will never work, but we're now seeing V-Unions, especially Mewtwo specifically, becoming arguably one of the best cards in the format at the moment.
Right, and I mean the spread attack really with spreading the 16 damage counters, getting past Manaphy and being able to attack things like Miltank, getting through that ability, and just with that built-in like big parasol with not any of the no effects of attacks being done to the Mewtwo. It really is kind of a really good card that I feel like was overlooked for so long.
Yeah, it's just kind of insane.
Really good cards, I should say.
That is true. It is 4 different pieces. That is a good point. And I'm excited to see this deck in action here. I've been kind of looking into that Mewtwo Arceus deck myself because I think, I mean, it's a smart idea. And I think it's got pretty good matchups across the board. And honestly, I would maybe consider the Arceus Mewtwo deck to be favored versus the Mewtwo control deck, because the Arceus deck can get Mewtwo in play quicker, and Mewtwo can also deal with Miltank pretty easily, I think, too. So there's a world where maybe the Arceus Mewtwo deck is favored against Mewtwo control.
I have to agree, especially with having those one prizers out, like the Galarian Persecutor, where it's the discarding the cards. I mean, we can just spread those damage out and hit a lot of those one prizers that are there, where that's not something necessarily that the control deck is going to be doing.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a very big deal here. And being able to get the Mewtwo in play really quickly is going to be very, very helpful. Of course, having those tool jammers in the deck for the Arceus deck is really good. As Big Parasol, I think, does get around Mewtwo's attack. but not with a Tool Jammer in the deck. So I think Mewtwo can very easily just deal with all of the Mewtwo controls options. The Miltank, Final Burn with a Choice Belt on can just one-hit KO the other Mewtwo V-Union, which is kind of insane. And the Mewtwo V-Union deck, the control version, has to do that attack first to get energy on. It's got a Union game before it can attack, whereas Arceus Mewtwo can just go Arceus into Mewtwo and just build it up for the entire match.
Right, exactly. I think you're right. I think that the Arceus Mewtwo V Union deck is definitely favored for that. And really, once you get Mewtwo V Union out, there's really no stopping that deck. And you have another really good attacker with the Arceus V-Star. And it really is a really interesting, powerful deck that did kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and actually, it looks like the top four's already started. We do see Darren did make it, so the Mewtwo control versus Arceus Mewtwo is a thing. And then, of course, we have Travis here with Arceus Decidueye versus Ice Rider. I think we can get into the match here for Travis. So
yeah, so let's head over to there and let's see Travis play some games.
Let's check it out. All right, here we go. We're in the match here. We do see, looks like Travis did go first, getting down an Arceus with an energy, already having the Koko VMAX and Arceus within hand. And like I said earlier, this is a matchup where we will finally get to see that Koko VMAX come into play.
Right, so we do have Travis playing against Owen Cameraman here from the Netherlands, who is playing the Ice Rider Palkia deck. So Owen has had some pretty good accomplishments himself, getting top 64 at the Bremen Regional in 2022, top 8 at the Lille Regional in France in 2022, as well as a top 16 at the Sao Paulo International in 2019. So he is, as well as everyone else in playing in this Tournament of Championships, definitely no beginner to the game.
Yeah, for sure. So definitely going to be a battle here of some pretty good players, like the entire tournament, of course. And I'm excited to see Travis use his Koko VMAX here. I've used Koko VMAX a little bit myself with Arceus when Astral Radiance first came out, because I thought Koko was like the best lightning Pokemon to pair with Arceus in the Palkia metagame. And I ended up doing pretty well in an online tournament with it because Koko VMAX is really deadly. Not a lot of decks really care about paralysis right now, which makes Koko VMAX really hard to stop when it can just constantly paralyze you over and over again. Once the deck falls behind in prizes, Koko's paralysis can be really hard to deal with. And of course, Palkia being weak to lightning is not a good thing either for the Palkia deck. And actually, we do see Palkia here is already kind of on the the main attacker here. Looks like Owen's kind of using here as he's already attached to it. Probably going to battle VIP for an Ice Rider here. Does play the Inteleon engine, of course. Probably going to see an Ice Rider and a Sobble maybe.
Right, and with Travis not playing Avery or any type of bench disruption, Owen knows that he can safely fill up his bench that is going to be free of not getting discarded by the Avery supporter card.
Yeah, Avery usually sees a lot of play in the meta for a lot of decks, but yeah, Travis opting to not play it actually plays 1 Roxanne, 2 Research, 4 Marnie, 2 Raihan, and 2 Boss instead of the Avery. And of course, the Raihans can be pretty useful too, especially maybe to build up a Koko a lot quicker. Travis actually plays 3 Koko Vs and 2 VMAXs, so he's got plenty of Lightning attackers in the deck here to kind of deal with Palkia. And of course, Ice Rider is a good attacker, but the problem is with Owen here. Owen only has 1 Escape Rope within his deck, so that's all he has for Switch, it looks like. So he'll be unable to get out of paralysis a lot of the time when Travis maybe goes for the Koko here. He's probably going to go Arceus. When Arceus gets killed by like maybe a Max Lance or something, then the Koko's paralysis is going to be activated, and we can start seeing these Ice Riders get paralyzed.
Right, and it does feel like we are taking a little trip backwards to where Battle of the VMAXs. We do still have a couple V-Stars on both sides, but going back to that classic VMAX match where 1 VMAX Pokemon will be 3 prize cards. So we might see an interesting little exchange of those numbers here in terms of prize cards and mapping out those win conditions.
Yeah, it is actually fascinating. Both VMAXs here are kind of the main attackers, but the side Pokemon is the V-Star that builds up the VMAXs. And we actually just see Rule the Region here, grabbing a path to the peak. That's fine. Travis does play Pumpkaboo. He does have a Marnie to get rid of that. Travis sitting on a pretty good hand here. He can just put the Koko VMAX into play in case there's any boss shenanigans next turn. The Koko will not be able to be 1-hit KO'd. And we do see the Marnie. And Travis does find a Bidoof. And he still has Starbirth here to get him the double turbo.
Right, and we probably won't see any Decidueye V action this game, considering there's not really any use for it, as well as, I mean, it just doesn't do anything. It really is a one-shot target with the Ice Rider just needing a choice belt to one-shot even just the Decidueye V Star. So Ice Rider is a very powerful VMAX that can hit for some pretty large numbers, can basically one-shot almost everything except that Tapu Koko VMAX here. So which is why I really like Travis's deck, is it could be really versatile in terms of how he's going to play his different matchups, and he can kind of manipulate the different parts of his deck. I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting to hear how Travis's deck is built. I mean, Decidueye, like everything in his deck kind of does its own thing. Decidueye V is used for Miltank. Decidueye V-Star is really good against those fighting weak Pokemon. Then Koko here, Paralysis is already really good. If you especially in an open deckless tournament, you know your opponent doesn't have many switching cards. That Koko VMAX can be very, very good. And of course, just being a lightning type Pokemon makes it super easy to deal with Palkia V-Star. And I'm excited to kind of see what happens here. We'll see if this Arceus is going to get knocked out by the Ice Rider. The Ice Rider does, of course, have 2 Choice Belt within the deck here. So it's very easy here for the Ice Rider deck, I think, to find the Choice Belt to KO this Arceus. But then, once you knock out the Arceus, you actually then activate Tapu Koko's Paralysis attack, as Travis will be behind in prize cards.
Right, and I feel like that is going to be basically Travis's answer to the Ice Rider VMAX, since nothing on Travis's side can one-shot that VMAX, and we know that that VMAX can be really powerful once it comes out. So I think that's going to be really big to be able to paralyze the Ice Rider VMAX to kind of build up a turn or so for Travis to get set up to one-shot or get another attack on that VMAX for the next turn.
Yeah, it's actually interesting, too, that Escape Rope is the only way that Owen can get out of Paralysis here, but Escape Rope does move Koko out of the active spot, so you would have to maybe have another Energy on Ice Rider a turn earlier, because otherwise you won't be able to get out of Paralysis. But actually, Owen here does have a boss, looking like Owen's going to boss the Koko, but oh wait, there's a Sad Face.
We get a Sad Face. It looks like we might not have an answer to attack the Arceus, even if we are. Okay, so we're hitting the Marnie. Getting rid of that research that we did just grab with the Starbirth, which is okay. We're just gonna get 4 fresh new cards here, hopefully out to a Beedrill so we can draw some more cards. We do see that Beedrill with a Marnie and an Ultra Ball. It's really great Marnie for Travis here.
Yeah, I wonder if Owen maybe like overthought that turn there. Actually, that Sad Face is a pretty big deal. Now, the interesting thing here is that if Arceus KOs this Palkia, then Paralysis will not work because Travis will be ahead in prizes. But if Travis can maybe find like a boss, maybe KO the Sobble or something, he can get around there. But that is something actually kind of to point out, is that, yeah, Paralysis will not be activated if Travis KOs his Palkia, because then Travis will be ahead 2 prizes. And if Arceus gets killed by Ice Rider, then both players are tied, which means there will be no way to paralyze. But it's interesting too, Travis doesn't play any Choice Belt in his deck either. So he can't boss this Ice Rider on the bench and punish it for not evolving.
I do think that he was trying to go for the boss play there. It looked like he realized that the Lumineon is prize and not able to just grab the boss by putting down the Lumineon. So we do have the boss and another Beedrill for the next turn, but I know that he would rather much swing into that Ice Rider V than try to, since we know that the Palkia is not going to be as much of an issue for us.
Exactly. And yeah, we do see the Palkia get KO'd. I mean, at this point, Travis, I think, is pretty far ahead in this match where you can probably just safely knock out Palkia. And the nice thing about playing against Ice Rider is you know that they barely can use Boss's Order because they have to keep doing Melanie. And now that Palkia is off the board, Owen only plays a 1-1 Palkia with no Rod or anything. There's no way to get the Palkia back in play. So the Ice Rider has to Melanie every single turn, meaning that Boss won't be very easy to pull off. There's no Cross Switcher in the deck either. So it's actually pretty easy here for, I think, Travis to kind of go between the Tapu Kokos every time Ice Rider attacks and kind of pivot between the two. And actually, Owen doesn't even play Quick Shooting Inteleon, not even a way for like him to kind of maybe set up a Koko to be like knocked out by Quick Shooting Max Lance, which is really interesting.
Right, and getting that other Tapu Koko VMAX off the prizes is pretty big for Travis because we know that little Tapu Koko on the bench, that 200 hit point, is definitely a big target for the Ice Rider, can very easily be knocked out in one hit. So now with the VMAX, maybe adding a little bit more HP, not as easy as a target, but it's going to be an interesting prize trade for Travis, where now he has 4 more prizes to take. and it looks like we put down another Ice Rider. I wonder what type of play he's going to go for here.
Yeah, I mean, Travis, all Travis really has to do is KO the Ice Rider and then just boss something out for game. That might be what Travis kind of eyes up here. Let's see if Owen, oh my God, Owen doesn't have the knockout on the Arceus. That honestly might just seal the match for Travis, I think.
Right. Doesn't want to discard those energies in case he's not able to find another one. But I mean, Travis seems like he's sitting in a pretty good spot at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Travis can really do to lose this point. I mean, the fact that Arceus is going to be able to get another free hit on this Ice Rider is huge. It's very insane that Travis was not able, or Owen was not able to KO this Arceus here. Wasn't able to find a Drizzle to find Choice Belt to be able to protect yourself from the, just be able to one-shot the Arceus. Yeah, I think Travis is in just like a commanding position right now.
Right. I mean, I agree. I mean, we just need one more hit on this Ice Rider, whether it's from the Arceus V-Star or from the Tapu Koko VMAX, and that just leaves Travis with one more prize.
Yeah, Travis sitting on the boss here is a big deal too. There's an Irida, no Marnie from Owen. So if Ice Rider retreats next turn, which I think is maybe what Owen is eyeing up here, you're going to retreat the Ice Rider into the other Ice Rider and then hope Travis doesn't have a boss. But obviously Travis does have the boss. Actually grabs Irida for Drizzle and a Choice Belt. I don't know if Choice Belt is relevant anymore, mainly because I mean, Travis is not going to put another Arceus or Decidueye in play. So I think it's really just Travis now just going Koko. Owen realizing he's in a bad spot with that sad face there.
Definitely telling with that sad face, not being able to see the face-to-face interaction that we get with the live play. We do get the digital frowny face from Owen.
Yep,
which I'm wondering why he did put the Choice Belt on the active Ice Rider, considering it will be knocked out this turn.
Yeah, I think maybe Owen just is like, I don't really need the Choice Belt anymore. It doesn't really do anything. I guess that might be why. But yeah, all Travis has to do here is just boss for game after knocking out this Ice Rider. And yeah, it looks like Owen's just going to scoop the game up anyways. Travis taking game number 1 here against Owen's Ice Rider Palkia deck.
I was really curious on how this match was going to go, especially with, the Ice Rider VMAX and not being weak to that lightning with it having the metal weakness. I really was kind of wondering which way it would have gone there.
Yeah, that is very interesting for sure. I think, honestly, Travis might be favored in this matchup just because of the Koko VMAX's capabilities. Even though he does play 2 very weak V-Star Pokemon that can be one-KO'd by Max Lance, that Koko VMAX is kind of like the MVP of the deck. And actually, Travis opens up with a really good hand here. Opens with Arceus and double Turbo Energy. And all he has to do is maybe get like a basic down, and he's already going to get an early lead here with Trinity Nova. And actually mulliganing too gives Travis more outs to find basics. Actually mulligans twice. So Travis can definitely, now Travis can maybe drop basic, and then Marnie probably would be the best play. Marnie into a Trinity Nova would be pretty good.
Right, and it's even if Owen decides to put down the path to try to slow him down a little bit, we still got that Pumpkaboo, but I don't see Owen putting down the path this turn, considering he would need it with his Greninja and using the Palkia V-Star ability, but I'm wondering if he's even going to try to put down the Palkia this game.
Yeah, I think you probably still want to use Palkia. Just having that free turn of using Star Portal to Ice Rider is really good. But of course, Path to Peak is a very big deal. Owen doesn't play any Pumpkaboo, so once Path is in play, that Path will stick for a while for Owen. Even though he does have a training court, Path is still going to be pretty disruptive here towards the Palkia. And you see the bucket here. Actually, the big thing about playing against Ice Rider, going second versus Ice Rider can sometimes be a very big deal, because Ice Rider usually, as long as they just get like Ice Rider plus energy attachment, they threaten that turn 2 Max Lance KO. And it's actually really good that Travis found the double turbo, because at the very least he can still fall behind and build up an attacker with double turbo here.
Right, and even with being behind the 2 prizes, we know that Tapu Koko VMAX will still be able to use the paralysis, and getting the Bidoof off that top turn is great.
Yeah, that was a pretty good draw. I think Travis is eyeing up the Marnie. Honestly, research isn't even bad either. Just try to get as many things as you can is probably fine too.
Right,
it is a little scary.
Another V. We do need another V on the bench.
Yeah, and Marnie may not get you there. The only problem with doing research, you lose your Pal Pad, you lose your Bibarel, you lose your Arceus, but I don't think Travis minds that. He realizes he has to get basics down. It does also there we go. See a Koko and a Lumineon for the following turn isn't terrible either. Because I know Travis does need that basic. It does build up the Koko here with Trinity Charge. Now, one thing is actually Owen might be able to boss knock out that Koko on the bench, and then that would leave Travis in a position whereas Arceus can attack again, but then Arceus gets KO'd, and then Travis can take an easy 4 prize cards, kind of in 2 different turns there.
Right. Without that Tapu Koko VMAX, we're not able to stall with any paralysis, especially if we do get the knockout. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. This will be an interesting turnout. And I think so far my favorite part of watching Travis and watching him play with this deck is that I feel like we're watching a completely different deck than he played last round.
Exactly. I think that is definitely what's going on here. And that's exciting to see this Arceus deck kind of have two different ways it plays other than just using just like one big VMAX. Kind of playing both the Decidueye and the Koko gives the deck some different variety. It makes it a pretty unique deck in the meta as just opposed to being like a straightforward linear Arceus deck that we've usually been seeing with like Duraludon or with Flying Pikachu.
Right. I definitely agree. And it looks like we did get another energy attachment on this active Ice Rider so that we can have a little bit more flexibility using Max Lance when we discard the energies and only needing the one energy attachment for the next turn.
Yeah, I think Owen here might be going for the boss, going to maybe KO the Koko. I think that's probably the play you maybe want to do, or just knock out the active Arceus. So actually just going to actively just KO the Arceus here. It's an interesting
Yeah,
play.
I think he used the Melanie this turn to get that extra energy on the Ice Rider.
Yeah, and actually it was good that Owen wasn't able to find a path here. Travis is able to play his Luminion's ability. Otherwise, oh, never mind. He's going to be stuck in top deck mode, but he drew the research anyways. Actually can probably just research.
Yeah, that is another big research. I think he's debating if he even wants to put the Luminion down, but I don't think that you really even need to. I mean, because I wonder what he's going to grab unless he wants to get a Marnie.
Yeah, he could
Raihan is also.
Yeah, he could either go Raihan or Marnie. He definitely needs the Koko VMAX this turn. He's behind in prizes. He can paralyze the Ice Rider, force him to find the escape rope. But I wonder if it's going to be the Marnie or the Raihan here. The only problem with benching Luminion is you now leave yourself in a scenario where you have an easy boss target on the board, especially if Palkia ever maybe hits the board or, you know, that boss play ever comes up. But yeah, it looks like he's going for Raihan, realizing that paralyzing the Ice Rider here is really smart. And yeah, I might like this play a lot more than maybe going research because you get to keep the energy in your hand and you get to guarantee the Koko VMAX. Just guaranteeing the paralysis, I think, is really important here. And this forces Owen to have that escape rope if it's in the deck. If he's already played it or not, I'm not too sure if it's prized. And if there's no way to move Ice Rider, yeah, this Ice Rider's fallen.
I think what he was maybe debating is, well, you know, his hand is so large, he probably has some outs to either Shady dealing Inteleon or, you know, Shady the Drizzile. And I think he was really debating, well, do I want to decrease his hand size, decrease the chance of him being able to get that escape rope? However, Owen would need to have the escape rope and a way to retreat whatever he promotes, as well as another energy on this Ice Rider to be able to attack.
Yeah, that is true. Actually, that would have given, that would have made Owen have to have a lot of outs here, especially, yeah, that probably would have been a good play too, for sure. But yeah, I like Owen also just guaranteeing the Koko.
Yeah, doesn't guarantee that Koko. So I think what he did was safe. It's just, and now, I mean, even if Owen does have those pieces to where he can get the escape rope and a way to get Ice Rider back and have a way to have another energy, then what next turn? You're not one-shotting this Tapu Koko, and you can just do the same thing again. And then Owen needs to get another attacker set up. He currently does not have another attacker on the bench.
Yeah, exactly. And if the escape rope comes down with maybe no boss on Owen's end, then obviously Travis probably just wants to give him the Bidoof here, knock out the Bidoof. I wonder if Travis maybe should have benched his other Bidoof then. But I think Owen can still get that Gust hit on the Koko. He does have Shady Dealings. He actually has technically 3 Shady Dealings to work with here if he really so pleases. So it might be pretty, it's definitely possible that Owen can pull off this Gust switch escape rope play and maybe hit the Koko still. But yeah, if Owen doesn't have that escape rope in the deck, I think Travis is going to be in a very commanding position.
Right, because he is kind of putting them in this position where, okay, you can do your little Gust play. You can, you know, get your Ice Rider out of the active and, you know, switch back out, hit my Tapu Koko. But then what? You are still going to need another attacker. So it looks like Owen might not have anything. Okay, so he does have the escape rope in hand, but he grabs that Battle VIP pass, making it seem like he can't discard anything in his hand with that Quick Ball.
Actually, the interesting thing here about Travis's spot, when Travis eventually loses his Tapu Koko, Owen will go down to 1 prize remaining, and Travis will have taken 3 on this Ice Rider, meaning that Travis's other Coco that he tries to use will be able to always paralyze, which is really good, especially since Owen has used up his only switching card here. That is just an interesting little interaction that I thought of there. So Travis probably doesn't mind his Coco VMAX getting KO'd. Yeah, there we go. There's the boss. As long as Travis can build up another Coco in time, he will be able to keep a constant paralysis in play until he goes down to 1 prize remaining.
Right. And I mean, Owen does need another attacker out, which we are going to see here, probably grabbing another Ice Rider. And there it is, because this Ice Rider is going to go down because we do not have another way to switch out. But you're right, though. Travis will be up a prize card now, which means we're not going to be able to paralyze.
Yeah, and we'll see the Ice Rider attack here. And the interesting thing is actually Travis losing that Raihan does mean that he won't be able to build up a Coco in time, because if he benches a Tapu Koko this turn and attach energy to it, then Owen knocks out this Coco and then following turn, Travis won't have a way to build up his Coco. So I actually think if Travis did prize his other Raihan, I did see that. If Travis can maybe get that Raihan out of the prizes here, he'll be able to build up that Tapu Koko in a single turn. And that's probably what he needs to do. He can't really use Arceus anymore, knowing that Max Lance will just come in and clean it up. So yeah, the Coco's going to get hit. Travis is going to try to get a Coco down this turn and then hit Knockout Ice Rider, I imagine. He could also boss
There's that top deck Coco.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was probably the best top deck he could have gotten, to be honest. Yeah, that was a good top deck. Oh my gosh. Yeah,
but you are right. He could boss up the other Ice Rider and still paralyze that one and kind of go for the 3-2-1 prize trade here. I think he's really debating if may have to change a heart here.
Yeah, but I think if he bosses it, the Ice Rider can just evolve, so it's probably not a good idea. But yeah, Travis found an energy. All he has to do here, I think, if he knocks at Ice Rider, if that Raihan is in his prizes, which I'm pretty sure it is in there. Yeah, if that Raihan is prized and Travis gets it, he will be able to build up Coco in a single turn here, and he'll be able to KO this. He'll start to paralyze the Ice Rider, and I think at that point, Travis can just win the game if he can paralyze this Ice Rider with this next Coco here, because Owen has quite literally no way out of paralysis outside of just that rope, and it's been used. So I think Travis will. Yeah, I think Travis will be able to win the game here if he can get that paralyze off.
Yeah, really, really needing to pull this Raihan off the prizes here, especially since we did have to get rid of that Pal Pad early.
Okay. Exactly. Here we go. There's a switch.
Ooh, come on, let's get that Raihan.
Ooh, just an Arceus. Yeah, not good for Travis. Again, if Travis had the ability to paralyze one more time with Coco, I think he just wins the game. Especially if this Ice Rider. Well, actually, you know what? No, Owen can still actually attack with the baby Ice Rider and then not evolve. Okay, never mind. I think Travis would probably still lose this because he can just go Pierce for the knockout. I don't think the Ice Rider can get KO'd here at all. And then he can just evolve out of paralysis. So I still think Owen kind of still had this wrapped up, actually.
Yeah, I think Owen does have this one wrapped up. We really, really needed to get the Raihan off the prize there to secure that Tapu Koko VMAX.
Yeah, I think Owen probably could have just went like Pierce here, knockout, knowing I don't think this Ice Rider can get KO'd at all by anything Travis even had. And then of course, if Travis tried to paralyze, then he could just evolve out of paralysis. But then I guess Travis still would have won regardless. Travis just needs to KO one more Ice Rider.
Well, if he doesn't evolve this Ice Rider and keeps it as the V, I'm wondering if we could do enough damage with the Decidueye V if we find the DTE, but there's no energy on it, so it's. We really needed that Raihan. We needed that Raihan off the prize.
Yeah, not having the Raihan there is huge. I'm pretty sure Travis is most likely going to lose the game. I don't see how Travis can really. I don't know if Travis can do anything. I guess he can try to wall with another Decidueye. There's a rock or a Coco, but even then, it's just not going to do anything because it's just like the Coco's going to get knocked out anyways. But there's a Roxanne. That's a huge Roxanne, and there's Travis getting a pretty bad hand. Was unable to find the barrel in time, so now Travis is in top deck mode.
Right. It looks like Owen might have this one. I wonder if we're going to see the concede or not. I wonder if Travis kind of has something else in mind that he might be able to do. But really all Owen needs now we know that the boss has been used and Pal Pad has been used. And I do not think that he got the boss back into the deck after it had been used with the Pal Pad.
No, yeah, it looks like Travis didn't get anything here. That is probably game over. Travis doesn't have anything on his board or in hand that lets him take a hit from an Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. So I think Travis just has to hope and pray that he doesn't see the Ice Rider come down. Just needs Owen just needs an Ice Rider and an energy or a Melanie energy to wrap this game up here. There's the Melanie, and there's the Ice Rider, and
And
that's
there
game.
it is. Yep.
Yep. Owen
So it
takes
looks like
game two.
Owen was able to take that game too. Now again with Travis gonna be able to go first in this match. Hopefully he's gonna be able to get enough head start to where he's gonna be able to take this one. We'll see how this next one unfolds. This is gonna be an interesting game 3 here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this goes. Travis is at a bit of an advantage now that he does get to go first. As long as he can get an Arceus energy in play, that's all you really need in this matchup here. And Travis can start to kind of take the lead if he can go first with that Arceus energy. So I imagine Travis will choose to go first here in this match. Lost a coin flip. And yeah, I think
That
he's gonna-
really is
yeah.
the story ever since Brilliant Stars got released, is that all we need is an Arceus and an energy. That's really all we need sometimes.
Exactly. And it looks like Travis Mulligan's here. Can he find it? He does. And he actually gets a pretty good hand. He got Ultra Ball. Even has the Coco already in play. Doesn't need to find it, which this is a big deal too, because he can evolve it early now, so he doesn't maybe see the Coco get bossed and Max Lance. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, this is a really, and
Oh.
just top decks the Arceus. Hello, hi.
Yeah.
And hoping that, Owen doesn't use the one Marnie in deck to disrupt his hand, because he is sitting in a really great spot here. I mean, if Owen does try to put down the path to stop Travis from using that the Starbirth ability, we have Pumpkaboo, we have the V-Star, and a Research in hand. Travis is sitting in a really, really good spot for this game 3.
Yeah, Travis's hand is just absolutely insane right now. And yeah, if Owen finds that one of Marnie here, that'll be pretty disruptive for Travis. Travis did not get a Bidoof down, so he'll kind of be relying on Marnie here to not give him an unplayable hand. If it does come down. And if not, we might just see Owen just maybe play Irida for Battle VIP Pass, try to just set up basics. Or we'll see the Marnie. We'll have to see what Owen is able to do. Does have concealed cards. Is able to
Yep,
draw
able
some
to-
extra cards. Yep.
Able to draw those extra 2 there, and looks like we do have the raw Battle VIP Pass in hand. Nothing feels better than that, being able to put
Yep.
2 basic Pokemon from your deck, but just put them straight on your bench just like that without having to do any extra searching with them with the Irida, which always feels good.
Yeah, that's just a very big VIP there, especially now that Owen doesn't have to Irida for pass if he doesn't want to. He just has a lot of basics. I kind of expected that, even as a heavy ball. Let's see if that Palkia is in the prizes there. The one of Palkia could be prized. No, it does get another Ice Rider. That works too. Get another Ice Rider down. Definitely not a bad thing either. And there's the energy. There's a Choice Belt. Yeah, basically, and there's a Sabo.
Wow. What a great start from Owen as well. I mean, these are 2 really great starts, and we do have the other DT. I wonder if he would just go ahead and promote it to the RCSV, guaranteeing the attack there and saving those basic energies for the Coco.
Yeah, exactly. That is a pretty good start for Owen. Gets an entire full board of 6 Pokemon. But now Travis can just kind of do his thing here. He can grab the Arceus V-Star, start to build up the Tapu Koko on the bench. Probably maybe want to get another Tapu Koko down, build up 2 of them. Ideally could be the case too. Probably wants to get a Bidoof down here. Just kind of set up your perfect board state. There's the Bidoof. There's a Palpad. There's a VMAX too. He can evolve.
Wow. I mean, this is already a really interesting game. I'm wondering if he is going to go ahead and use the Starbirth ability, knowing that Pumpkaboo is in the discard. It's not going to be as easily accessible if Owen does put down the path. So we are going to see the Starbirth there, getting another Coco, and just going to try to go ahead and shut down Owen using path. That way he can't concealed cards to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good Starbirth here. Just get the path down, prevent the concealed cards, and also getting the Coco. The second Coco is also really good. So I think that's probably just fine. And the Greninja getting KO'd is going to be decent too. Preventing potential 2 draw cards at any point in the match could be pretty powerful. And he'll just build up the Coco. I wonder if he's going to go all 3 on 1 or if he's going to spread them out. I think it's just going to be all 3 on the 1 Coco though. Or if he decides to spread. But yeah, I think you always want to just put all 3 on. Let's see if he's going to do that or if he spreads the energy out a little bit. I think you probably want to go all 3 just because the Coco can't get knocked out. The Coco V can, but the VMAX cannot be KO'd. So I wonder if he's eyeing that up. Yeah.
And
Looks like-
with that one fighting energy, there's not really much you can do to that bench Coco to be able to, power it up with just the single fighting energy as well. So I think putting him all 3 on the VMAX is still correct there.
Exactly. And we'll see what Owen does. I think Owen is probably going to be eyeing up a potential boss here, because obviously Owen knows that if he knocks out this Arceus here with Max Lance, he does walk into the paralyzed play, but he doesn't go. He goes Melanie. All right, it looks like Owen will not be doing a boss's turn, actually just going to go for the Max Lance on this Arceus, activating Coco's paralyze attack, which will force Travis or force Owen into a spot where he needs to find that escape rope.
Right, and with the choice belt on that Ice Rider VMAX, that Ice Rider is doing 280 damage with just 2 energies, having to discard them both, but is taking the knockout on this Arceus V-Star. However, we know that we are still sitting in a pretty good spot. I mean, I'm not sure if we have any basic energies in the discard pile to be able to use that Raihan, but we still have the Marnie, we still have the Bibarel, we still have the Evo Incense to get the other Tapu Koko VMAX out. I think we're still sitting in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I think it's pretty content here for Travis to just go Marnie and then play the Bibarel down and then kind of hope that he can start to build up this other Coco on the bench here and just kind of manually attach to it, or, set up a play where Raihan maybe builds it up. Because all Travis really has to do is just go Coco, Coco, Coco. He just has to make sure he's building up that Coco on the bench and paralyzing every single turn.
Right, and it's, really like keeping track of that prize card advantage where Tapu Koko can paralyze you is pretty important. And I feel like LDF, you are definitely, when you said that, I went, oh my gosh, you're right. Like that is going to make Tapu Koko paralyzed. And I feel like because we don't see Tapu Koko that often, people aren't necessarily thinking about those types of things. I mean, I wasn't thinking about it until you said something about it.
Yeah, Tapu Koko VMAX never really saw a lot of play when it came out. It saw a minor success. I think it's won a few online tourneys before, but never really was like a top deck in the meta. So it's actually really interesting to kind of see it be good. And yeah, some people just probably see Koko like, wait, what does this do? That happened to me at NEIC with Flying Pikachu. When I played it, my opponent was like, wait, what? What does this card do? Because it's just like, you don't really know what the heck it does because it's just a card you never see, which is hilarious.
Looks like we get a draw 3 cards here with the Industrious Incisors, grabbing a boss, which could be potentially good for a future turn. Maybe not this next turn. I think we do want to try to take out this VMAX though. With now we're kind of forcing that same play again, where we're going to need that escape rope, a way to switch out the active, as well as another energy. But we might be able to get there with the Shady Dealing Inteleon.
Yeah, pretty big deal here for Owen here. Gets the escape rope. It could be prize though. There is a world where it is prize, but if it's not prize, we are probably going to see the rope here. Now the interesting thing is that Owen still has to go through 2 Tapu Koko VMAXs. We know that it's hard for Owen to be able to use boss's order on one of these Bibarels, because once Owen knocks out this Koko VMAX, all he has to do is just take 1 more prize, and he could maybe try to boss a Bibarel for game at some point. And that might be something that Owen is maybe going to try to try to see that happen in a few more turns. Because Owen will most likely, the Bidoof's going to be promoted here. But yeah, Owen might go for the boss here. Might also just Melanie again, build up the Ice Rider. We'll see what Owen decides to do. But yeah, all Owen has to do is knock out this Bidoof and the Koko to win. So if Owen wants to maybe see a play here where he, instead of going through 2 Koko VMAXs, he goes through 1 Koko VMAX and then a Bidoof or a Bibarel.
Right, and it, with Travis still not being ahead of the prizes here, and securing that Shady Dealing Inteleon in the hand for next turn as well. And this VMAX is going to go down. Travis will now be ahead of prizes, and so we're not going to be able to get that paralyzing action for the next turn. So we're kind of in an interesting spot here, but we do have to keep in mind. So we are going to see the boss play here, but we do have to keep in mind that Owen does only play the 1 copy of boss's orders.
Yeah, Owen with that 1 boss, he does have a pal pad, but Owen really, to pull off the pal pad, you'd have to have access to like 2 Shady Dealings, and that could be a big deal here for Owen here. And yeah, he's gonna boss the Koko, hit it for most likely 280 damage, and then the Koko will fall. But I think Travis can still win this game as long as Owen can't, work up another boss on a Bibarel at any point in the match. I think Travis should still have enough firepower to win the game if this Koko can still attack on the bench here after this Coco does fall.
Right, and we do have the fighting energy in hand, so we know that we are going to get attachment for this next turn. We just really need to be able to guarantee that lightning energy after that. And, you know, we can draw some cards with Beebrill. Looks like we're already gonna put that boss's orders back in deck with the POW pad, knowing that we do have the Drizzile and the Shady Dealing Inteleon in hand. So we really are gonna be needing some hand disruption here to kind of, you know, ensure that he won't secure that for the next turn.
Yeah, Travis does play a Roxanne. Actually, you know what, though? At this point, I think Owen could have maybe benched the Palkia here. And there's Raihan. That does guarantee the energy after this Coco falls. So that's a good sign. But yeah, Travis can maybe try to go for Roxanne in a couple turns. That could be a big deal. Actually, Ina Boss here.
Yeah, gonna bring up that Ice Rider V, and it's gonna pair. We know that Owen does not have an answer to this paralysis.
That is true. If Owen doesn't have his other Ice Riders in the deck, then I guess that is a big deal. But if Owen has Ice Rider, he can get out of paralysis here. I guess this play does leave open the door where both Ice Riders are now heavily damaged. And I guess maybe Travis is expecting Owen to not be able to build up the Ice Rider in a turn. This does force the Ice Rider V to evolve, and this means that Owen can't just go Pierce for a knockout. He has to evolve the Ice Rider, which is interesting. And actually, Owen benches the Decidueye, kind of realizes at this point he kind of has to, because he does need to thin his hand down for Industrious Incisors. We'll see if Owen here has the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX energy play to knock out this Coco. I guess this play doesn't hurt Travis because it forces Owen to have it, and if Owen, even if he does have it, both Ice Riders are now going to be very heavily damaged, meaning that they're both going to be pretty easy to KO at any point in the match, where then Travis can't use either or.
Right, and we know that the Shady Dealing Inteleon is in hand, so we would need the Ice Rider, Water Energy, and a Melanie to be able to do some damage on this Tapu Koko. We do have another one. We do have Raihan in hand, so we know that we're going to be able to guarantee that Lightning Energy to the Tapu Koko. And coming down to kind of a close one here.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one for sure. Could go either way. There's another Shady Dealings. I imagine that Owen will be able to find the Ice Rider this turn. Does play 3 of them. Also should still have a few ways to find evolutions. With only 2 EV1s, 1 Ultra Ball, maybe there isn't actually a way to find this Ice Rider. I think
that now looking at it, I think that Travis still has this wrapped up, because we're going to be, if Owen does get the energy and does the VMAX for this turn to knock out this Tapu Koko, we know that the Tapu Koko is going to be doing a return knockout on the Ice Rider. He has to send up that damaged Ice Rider VMAX on the bench, and then what? We know that he would have to use Melanie that turn and would not be able to boss for game.
That is true. Oh, but there's the Ice Rider. He did have it. Goes for Palkia. I think one thing Owen can do, if Owen KOs the Coco this turn, which he does have the Ice Rider, I guess Owen can go KO Coco, Coco KOs Ice Rider, and if Travis can find that training court, he can actually bump the stadium and then Star Portal and boss in the same turn, knocking out Barrel. So yeah, Owen can actually still win this game. Yeah, I think Travis has to find Roxanne here to disrupt him. I think he has to find Roxanne Lightning.
He would need a lot of, but he's probably going to have to Raihan to guarantee the energy, but this is kind of interesting. We know that boss is in deck, but Owen has 2 scoop up nets. I know one was used already. We're not sure where. We're not sure. This is gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, this is gonna be a close one. I guess Travis can go Rod, put back some Lightnings in the deck so that he has energy in the deck for the Coco instead of Raihaning. I think Travis realizes, I think I have to Roxanne here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still has potentially a double Barrel if he can find it.
Definitely gonna have to go for either the Marnie or the Roxanne play here. Just gonna try to secure that up, and if he doesn't find it off this Industrious Incisors, we can still Raihan to grab a Lightning Energy if needed.
Yeah, he does have a fallback plan at the very worst. He actually goes for the Marnie here. Yeah, I don't think you really need the boss anymore. I think he definitely just, at this point, you gotta go Marnie. Here we go. We do see it. Oh, we do see a Marnie. We see the Lumineon. Can't play it, though, because his abilities are shut off by the
put it down, Travis. No. Travis, no. Not like that. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man. Marnie could still get Travis over the edge here. Oh, but he whips the energy, but does find Ultra Ball for Barrel. If he has a Barrel in the deck, he can still draw a few cards here.
Yeah, so now we're in a spot where we have to find something off this Bieber roll because we are going to now need either that energy or need that right. Or I mean, the Raihan plays out, but really needing to see what we can grab here. We need one of those 3 lightning energies in deck. That
Yeah, it's
Luminion,
gonna be interesting.
I
The
wish we could
Luminion.
play.
Yeah, if he could play that
Yes.
Luminion there, he would have been able to go Roxanne, and that would have been huge. But yeah, now he has to be Barrel. I mean, now Owen he needs Palkia, V-Star,
Do you
needs
see what
Training
I'm
Court.
seeing? Do you see what I'm seeing, LDF? He does not have his
Ooh.
other Bieber in deck.
Oh no, it's not in there.
So he is actually unable to attack
Oh,
this
no.
turn. Meaning that he can't promote anything else. It's within the 1 shot. The opponent does have 2 choice belt in deck. We saw that they did get rid of the 1, but we're not able to attack.
Yeah, I think Travis might actually. Oh no, this is not good for Travis. Travis either has to hope that this Decidueye survives the turn, or just, I guess he's going to the Decidueye. Yeah, I guess he's like, hope Decidueye survives, and then next turn I can try to find a switching card. Oh no, this is not good. Now, if Travis can just find an energy and just make sure he has the guaranteed attack with Ice Rider, that's huge. There's the Irida.
If choice belt is in deck, that's game. He's getting ready. Yep, choice belt is
there it
in
is.
deck, so that is game.
Yeah, and
Oh my
Travis
goodness.
concedes. Oh no, that's a disappointing loss for Travis there.
Yeah, that's a tough. I mean, we know Travis is a very, very accomplished player. It's, oh my goodness. Let's head over to the casting booth because we have a lot to unpack there.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was just insane.
What a game. What a game.
Mhm.
What a game that was. I mean, there was just so many different. There's so much going on there. I mean, we know Travis is a really accomplished player. We know that he knows how to calculate those odds of what is going to be the most likely scenario that I will be able to win. And even sometimes you just hit the rear end of those odds where you don't find what you need to be able to take those KOs. But I mean, he did statistically what would have been the best to do. It's just sometimes you just don't get there, and that was an interesting matchup. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking. I mean, we thought Travis had that in the bag for sure. I mean, he had the ideal start, got the Arceus, got the energy, had a Coco start even. And yeah, it just kind of fell apart. Whiffing the energy there was huge, because I know Travis probably saw that Palkia was coming into play. So all Owen had to do was just go find Palkia, find Training Court, and find Boss's Order, and he could have went Star Portal Boss for game.
Right, which was very, very reasonable. It's something that could have been very easily done. So it's a tough one. It really is a tough one.
Yeah, and sometimes that's why it can hurt to only have one Roxanne within your deck, because I know Travis really wanted to find the Roxanne there. Marnie could have gotten him over the edge too, and Marnie could have also put Travis into that spot where it's like, okay, Owen may or may not have the combo off of a 5-card draw off of Marnie, but definitely wanted to find that Roxanne. That's why I'm not a fan of playing one of Roxanne's in my deck, because I never find it when I need it. It's always when I don't need it. So that's why I tend to not play Roxanne unless I'm playing Shady Dealings.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like the finals are getting ready. So we will be right back just to make sure that we are going to get everything set up, ready to go so we can watch the finals match.
Be right back. we are here ready to get into the finals of the Tournament of Champions. We have Lucas with the Arceus Mewtwo V Union deck up against Owen, of course, with that Ice Rider Calyrex deck with the Palkia V-Star in it. I'm excited to get into this. That Arceus Mewtwo deck is going to be a very interesting one to watch.
I'm really excited too. I can't wait to talk about it. I can't wait for people who haven't seen how this deck works. It's once that Mewtwo V Union comes out, it kind of is unstoppable. So why don't we go over, and we'll go ahead and just watch the finals.
We'll get into it and see how it goes. All right. So we are here waiting on the finals here. I think we're just waiting on Owen here to accept the friend request, or is that we're watching? Oh no, I think we're watching Lucas or Owen. Are we? I don't even know. We're just waiting on one of the. To accept the
we are watching Owen, who's the Ice Rider player. We are watching from his POV, and he is sending that match over to Lucas. So I do want to take a second here to talk a little bit about Lucas. So what we know about him is that in 2021, he did get 9th in that Players Cup 3 Global Finals, as well as in the 2019 season, did get a top 32 at this Sao Paulo Regionals. So definitely some accomplishments there that need to be talked about. And this is going to be a pretty interesting match. I mean, who would have thought that a Mewtwo V Union would be sitting here in the finals of the Tournament of Champions?
I know, it's crazy. And there's actually 2 Mewtwo V Union decks that could have been in the final. So that's kind of crazy to think about. That Mewtwo V Union is actually starting to see play now when everybody kind of just wrote it off as not a very good card.
I mean, I agree. And it kind of just came out of nowhere. And so I'm really excited to see how it's going to pair up against this Ice Rider. This is very interesting hand from Owen, to say the least.
Yeah. This definitely an interesting start for Owen here, but there is a lot of mulligans. Oh my god, there's quite a few. Yeah, that is one thing when you're playing a deck with only 4 basic Pokemon is you're probably going to mulligan quite a bit, and it looks like Owen just got mulligan into a very good hand. He's got the VIP pass, double Ice Rider. Yeah, basically the perfect start.
Right, and that is something that is really interesting about the Arceus Mewtwo V Union deck is that you are guaranteed to start with Arceus, but as we've talked about before, with an Arceus, we need an energy.
Yep, and that'll be an interesting thing. I think the Lucas does play 12 energy in total, so hopefully Lucas can maybe find one here on the Arceus. But I wonder, actually, who do you think is more favored in this matchup, the Ice Rider or the Mewtwo deck?
Well, I mean, in terms of early game, I'm going to have to maybe say Owen with the Ice Rider here, because especially with Owen going first, and with his hand looking how it is, Owen does have the guaranteed knockout on the active. So if Lucas doesn't get out another Pokemon, which, because we know that the Mewtwo V Union, I mean, the odds of it coming out this turn are near to none. I mean, we need another Arceus on the bench this turn, otherwise Lucas will be losing the next turn.
That is true. Yeah, Lucas does actually, maybe one thing Lucas can do kind of in this matchup is the fact that Lucas can just one-shot these Arceuses over and over again. That could be a very big deal for Lucas here. Being able to KO these Arceuses makes it so that we might not be able to see Lucas ever get to build up that Mewtwo V Union, or even get to the point where he finds it, because these Arceuses are just going to keep falling over and over again. And Lucas doesn't play any Raihan or anything, so it's really just down to whether or not these Arceuses are going to be surviving turns or not. Now, one thing is Lucas does play 2 Tool Jammers in the deck. And Tool Jammer is really good because it means that Ice Rider will have to find that Tool Scrapper, because without the Choice Belt, the Ice Riders are not killing the Arceuses. So that is one thing that Lucas can use here kind of as a defense mechanism, is that Tool Jammer.
Right, and we see that Pokestop edition there, something from the new Pokemon Go set that had just come out recently, where you can look at the top 3 cards of your deck and you discard them unless they are an item card. If they're an item card, you can then put them in your hand. A very risky and a very, very tempting stadium to want to fall into, but as you could see, did discard that Adventurer's Discovery there that could have got some of those Mewtwo V Union pieces to help Lucas set up that Mewtwo V Union a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that is a pretty big discard there off of the Pokestop. Pokestop is a very gambly card. Sometimes you can hit hot with it, and then sometimes Pokestop can discard resources. But it's a really good card to have in a deck like this Mewtwo Arceus deck. There's a lot of items. There's Hyper Potion, Trekking Shoes, Pokegear, Tool Jammer, and you can also use Pokestop to sometimes find other Mewtwo pieces into the discard pile, which is a very, very good thing.
Right. Looks like maybe a little bit of technical difficulties here with maybe some internet connection.
Yeah. Oh, ooh. It looks like the stream cut out. Oh no. Hopefully everything's good on Lucas's end.
Oh, my imagination is rolling wild with what could be happening in this match right now. I mean, we know that Owen is going to be able to knock out that active Arceus V, and
yeah,
I mean, with Lucas knowing that, attaching that psychic energy to the benched Arceus, we know that it's going to be a tough one. I mean, I have to say that I think Owen is kind of more so favored in this match, but why don't we head over to the casting booth until we can maybe get these technical difficulties sorted out.
Yeah. Just gonna wait, I guess. See what happens. So unfortunately, we do see a bit of a disconnection issue there. Hopefully, we can get it all sorted out and we can resume the finals here. That'd be a very disappointing way to end this tournament, is having a disconnection causing no match to happen. So hopefully, it all gets sorted out really soon. But while we're here, I think it's maybe important to maybe just talk about the matchup a little bit, kind of talk about both decks and how both decks can kind of counteract the matchups for both players.
Yeah, I mean, really, Lucas needs to get out the Mewtwo V Union as soon as possible. I mean, that's really going to be the only answer to that Ice Rider. Like you said, with those two Tool Jammers, it's going to be a little bit harder for Owen to kind of navigate around that to be able to one-shot those Arceus V-Stars, with it being only limited to the 250 damage. And it looks like there is no Charon's Care, but we do have the Cook, the Hyper Potions, different ways to heal the Arceus V-Stars in the meantime. But it's tough. I mean, I think as long as that Mewtwo V Union is not out, I think that Owen will have the upper hand.
Yeah, I think the big thing is for that Mewtwo player. The Mewtwo is definitely good, but you have to get it down to play first, and sometimes that can take a few turns just because it is a bit slower. The Arceus deck has no Meowth in the deck, so really all you're doing is relying on Professor's Research, a few Pokestops, Quick Ball, Ultra Ball, and sometimes Trekking Shoes to actually discard Mewtwo pieces. So sometimes it can be hard to actually get Mewtwo pieces going efficiently here, which is a big deal here for the Mewtwo deck. But however, if that Mewtwo does hit the board and is built up, Mewtwo does have Final Burn that does 300 damage. If you combine that, of course, with the Choice Bell, you can just go in and just one-hit KO every single Ice Rider, Calyrex, and that can be very, very good for the Mewtwo deck. Also, the spread attack is really good too, because you're able to maybe knock out Sobbles and stuff. That's another option that you have in that matchup, is being able to spread damage, knock out Sobbles, and you even have 310 HP. We know the Ice Rider deck does play 2 Choice Bells and 1 copy of Leon. Now, that is enough to actually one-hit KO a Mewtwo. You can go Choice Bell, Leon, Max Lance for 310 damage, but Mewtwo with a Tool Jammer on it can also prevent that from happening, because Mewtwo definitely can get one-hit KO'd by Ice Rider. Honestly, yeah, I think I have to say Ice Rider is most likely favored in this matchup, just because of the fact that it one-hit KOs nearly everything in the deck. Even the Mewtwo isn't safe if those Tool Jammers are discarded with Tool Scrapper.
Right, and as well as the Mewtwo V Union not being guaranteed to be out early, the Ice Rider is just being able to do that much damage as early as turn 2, usually guaranteed. I mean, to me, that just seems like enough to be favored in the matchup alone. The fact that the Ice Rider has the more consistency to be able to do that type of damage early on. Whereas with the Arceus Mewtwo V Union, you know, we're also relying on those pieces not being prized. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, that's another
even
thing.
even with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, technically the pieces alone are not basic Pokemon. You cannot get those out of the prizes with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. The only way they are coming out of the prizes are with Peonia.
And that sometimes doesn't even work. I mean, the deck only has one Peonia, and even then, the Peonia doesn't always guarantee you the Mewtwo pieces. I've played plenty of Uni decks with Peonia before, and sometimes the Peonia doesn't even find me the prize piece because it's in the other half of the prizes that I did in Peonia for. So definitely the Mewtwo deck, while it is good if you have all the Mewtwo's in the deck, it's definitely good, but you also kind of rely on your Arceus surviving the turn. The one thing the Arceus deck can do, though, is against Ice Rider going second versus Arceus. Sometimes Arceus is able to go Choice Belt Boss for knockouts, as Ice Rider V only has 210 HP, which does make it easy to KO for an Arceus Choice Belt combo. And that is one thing that maybe the Arceus deck can maybe do in the matchup, is maybe KO an Ice Rider if Owen isn't able to get like multiple Ice Riders down and has to rely on Palkia, which we know Palkia isn't one at killing Arceus V-Star a lot of the time, since, you know, there's only 4 Arceus in the deck in total. And that is another thing that the Arceus deck can do, is going first versus Ice Rider, is to be able to go Choice Belt, knock out the baby Ice Riders before they evolve into the VMAXs, and maybe be in a spot where there is no way to have Arceus get killed the following turn with a Max Lance.
Right. And I think with the Ice Rider player going first, I really don't see a way that it can go well for the Mewtwo V Union, considering if somehow your hand is you're not able to get out at least another Arceus, most likely that Ice Rider can knock out the active on the second turn. So it is tough. It is tough. Even if we get the energy attachment to an Ice Rider, all we would need is a Melanie the next turn with another attachment and a Choice Belt to be able to knock out the active. But it's interesting because with that Mewtwo V Union with the Cysplosion, like you said, if they do that early, bossing up an Ice Rider V knockout, Cysplosion, you know, you can spread out that damage counters, take out all, like, pretty much what? You can do 3 Sobbles at once, right? That's only 120 or 12 damage counters out of the 16, and, you know, take out all their resources, and you're left with what? Just one more prize after that?
Exactly. Yeah. I think it definitely, the Arceus deck is pretty good in the meta. I think the Arceus player did maybe hit one of the worst matchups they could have hit in this Ice Rider Calyrex deck. I was kind of looking at the Arceus list. There's a lot of healing. There's Cook. There's 4 Hyper Potions. You know, there's Tool Jammer in the deck. There's a lot of ways to like limit the damage a lot of decks can actually do to you. But unfortunately, when you're playing against something like Ice Rider, where they can just go, you know, 280 every turn, one-shot your Arceuses. They also can one-shot your Mewtwo if you're not able to maybe stop those Choice Belts from, you know, and the Leon combo from happening. But yeah, I think the Mewtwo deck is pretty good in the meta right now. I just think that, yeah, definitely not really very favored against something like Ice Rider Calyrex, as opposed to something like maybe Arceus Pikachu or another, like a Palkia deck, or even something like Stonejourner VMAX.
Right. I do think that the Arceus Mewtwo V Union does have a favorable matchup, and most of the decks in the meta right now, I really think that this might be the one where it's going to be really, really tough. It's going to be a really tough matchup. I mean, I actually played against this at locals last night when I was playing Palkia, and I don't think that there is a world where Palkia can actually beat this deck.
Yeah, and
you are never one-shotting that Mewtwo V Union. Never.
Yeah, and especially, we know that Mewtwo is already being popularized, not even in its own attacking deck, just as a stall deck. We already know that Mewtwo has other win conditions too, like with the attack where you can constantly heal every single turn.
Right, and so we actually did just get word that we are working with Lucas, who is the Arceus Mewtwo V Union player, to get his match up and streaming so we can be watching from his point of view. We apologize for the technical difficulties. That is just something that happens, unfortunately, with the technology day and age that we are in with these online tournaments, is that sometimes your internet just goes out.
Yeah, not much you can really do, but hopefully we're able to get it all back up and running and we can get into the finals here and crown our champion for the tournament.
And it will be really interesting to see it from the Arceus V Union, the Arceus Mewtwo V Union point of view, just with kind of how that deck works. There's actually really no draw support other than some of the supporters like the Professor's Research and Marnie. Other than that, you are relying on some trekking shoes, some top decks, and a whole lot of wishing. But
Yep, sums it up.
the deck has been proven to be pretty successful, making it thus far in the Tournament of Champions. So it's going to be really interesting to watch from that point of view as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this finals match. And I guess we will. I guess we'll just wait until the match ends up starting, and I guess we'll be back with the match.
Yep, so we will be back hopefully soon from Lucas's side of view. But until then, hang tight, because this is going to be a match that you are not going to want to miss.
That's for sure. All right, I think we are back now. We are going to hopefully be able to show a match. I think we're going to be showing Lucas's point of view here with that Arceus Mewtwo deck. So hopefully everything gets all sorted out here.
Yep, so let's go over there and check that out.
Let's get into it. Right. Okay.
Freaking finals match, man.
I know. Why does that have to happen during like the most
I-
important match? Okay. All right. We are in it. Finally, going to get into the finals here. Again, we're looking at Lucas's point of view. Going to be watching the perspective of the Arceus Mewtwo player, which will be interesting.
Right, yeah. So we're going to be seeing him go first, which is a little bit better for this matchup. We know that going first against the Ice Rider, especially with these Arceus being within the one shot of the Ice Rider VMAX, is quite frightening. But it looks like here we're at a pretty good spot with being able to go ahead, and we have 2 quick balls, can go ahead and discard one of those pieces. Unfortunately, a quick ball cannot get us another V Union piece. So
Yeah.
we see that there are no V Union pieces prized, which is going to be really big for Lucas here.
Yeah, Lucas has a really good start. I mean, double Arceus has the energy, has the research, already has a Mewtwo piece in the discard. Honestly, if Lucas can draw well enough, there's a world where we could see this Mewtwo hit the board on the second turn here, which is awesome. So we'll see if he can do that. And I think that's one thing that Lucas has to do is he has to get that Mewtwo in play like as soon as possible to have a shot in this match.
Right, I think something that would make this hand just a little bit better is either another Mewtwo V Union piece or a way to guarantee that V-Star for next turn. We are given the energy with the double turbo and the basic energy, so we know that we are going to hopefully be able to get a Trinity Nova off for next turn. Decides to maybe not even bench another Arceus V.
I think, yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, we know that Owen does have an escape rope in the deck, and there's a world where you could trap Arceus, because I think Lucas realizes that if he can pull off this Mewtwo next turn, he's going to be in a really good spot, and he's going to be able to establish quite a bit of stuff here. And if he mentions Arceus, it could get stuck in the active with like a rope or a boss or something. So, and yeah, the Arceus
And no
we know
way to
is
switch
not
out.
dying. Yeah, exactly. And we know the Arceus isn't getting knocked out anytime soon either, which is another pretty big deal.
Right, we know that this Arceus will be safe this turn. The most amount of damage to be done could just be the 40 from the Piers, but I think we are sitting in a good spot from Lucas's point of view with, you know, having that research in hand. We do have the energy. We have another, so I think we are sitting in a good spot with Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas got his ideal start. And again, depending on how well he draws off this professor's research, we might be looking at a turn 2 Mewtwo. And yeah, that is what Lucas has to do. We just actually see a research here from Owen.
And getting rid of that tool scrapper.
Ooh, that is huge. That is a really big discard. And actually, oh my god, Owen doesn't even get an Ice Rider or a Palkia down. That's a big deal.
We are keep calling for one. And as we talked about earlier, that tool scrapper was going to be huge for Owen.
Yeah, and yeah, Owen actually, he doesn't find the Arceus V-Star here off of the research. It is a good thing that no Ice Rider was down, and this Mewtwo, or this Arceus will be safe. There's a Pokestop. Let's see if this can find
my goodness, the
an Arceus
Pokestop.
piece. Oh, it does find shoes.
Luckily does not discard any Arceus pieces.
Yeah, does find a research. Actually, yeah, fails that. Obviously, gets the discovery off of it. No Arceus this turn. Yeah, it is good, I guess, that Owen was not able to get an Ice Rider down here. So this Arceus will not be getting KO'd this turn, most likely. And that is a good thing. And also, the Tool Jammer is huge, too, because we know that Owen's only Tool Scrapper is now in the discard pile, meaning that Ice Rider has to find a Leon to 1-hit KO this Arceus V-Star.
Right, and we knew that with the 2 Tool Jammers, he's deciding, okay, am I going to be putting that one on this Arceus, or do I want to hold on to it for the Mewtwo? We know that putting the Tool Jammer on the Mewtwo would make it impossible for the Ice Rider to be able to one-shot, even with the Leon.
Exactly, yeah. If Owen can get that other Tool Jammer in his hand on that Mewtwo, if it's able to come down this turn, that's huge. I actually think Owen should be able to pull off the Mewtwo here if there's no Marnie or anything. He does have Discovery, which can go Arceus double Mewtwo piece, and then he can Starbirth for an Ultra Ball, and he has a Quick Ball. So yeah, I think Owen is able, Lucas, is able to actually get a Mewtwo in play next turn, as long as he does not get Marnied into a bad hand. And there is no
Right, and I
Marnie.
think we are going to see that Mewtwo most likely come down here with the Adventurer's Discovery, like you said, being able to grab not only some Mewtwo V Union pieces, but the V-Star as well. And we know that we can get some more with the Starbirth ability. Since there is no path down, this is actually very big for Lucas. This is actually very exciting. I'm really glad we're able to watch this from his side of view, just to see. It looked like, with that one lonely Arceus he had going out, that there wasn't going to be much that he could do about it. Looks like he's going to go for the Ordinary Rod instead of the other Mewtwo V Union piece, which he can grab the other piece with the Ultra Ball.
He's guaranteed to get it. He can go Ultra Ball double piece away, grab another piece, and then Quick Ball that piece away, and then put the Mewtwo in play, and then build it up. I think he wants Rod, maybe knowing that he's down a few energies. That Pokestop he did a turn earlier did discard energy, but it looks like he's just going to get double turbo here. I wonder if maybe he wants like a Choice Belt, though, to one-shot Ice Rider if he doesn't get boss this turn. But I guess the double turbo makes sense, too, because I guess the Ice Rider is going to eye up a boss on the Mewtwo here, and then you want to be able to heal it with those Hyper Potions, and I think that's maybe what he's respecting here. But yeah, we're going to see the Quick Ball grab an Arceus. Not going to probably, well, actually, there's no Arceus left, actually. But we're going to see the Mewtwo hit the board here. And we're finally going to see
gosh. We are putting this Mewtwo V Union into play. Love this graphic here. Boom, boom. These 4 cards turning into 1. And let's keep in mind as well, the V Union is going to be acting as a 3 prize card as well. So if the knockout does happen to happen on this Mewtwo V Union, it is going to be a 3 prize card. But I do respect the play that he did with the DTE, making to where he can use that Hyper Potion, and he does have the other Psychic Energy in hand, so he could potentially knock out, an Ice Rider VMAX. Well, I guess not with that the Jammer rather than the belt, but do some pretty heavy damage and definitely knock out a V.
Yeah, that's a big Barney too, actually, from Owen here. Does get rid of that hand there, but I guess the Mewtwo's not going to be hit anyways. It's not a big deal, but there's a Hyper Potion anyways. That's pretty good. So I guess Lucas could sit on the hand, hit the Ice Rider. I wonder if maybe Owen is going to eye up a play where he actually uses Psy-Splosion this turn, because what he could do is he could go knock out a Sobble and then set up the Ice Riders for final burn knockouts. That is something that maybe Lucas maybe eyes up here, is to just knock out a Sobble with Psy-Splosion and then set up both Ice Riders to be KO'd, assuming that he's able to accumulate enough damage. I think he can also just KO a Drizzle with Psy-Splosion too. Just needs to put 2 on both Ice Riders and then knock out a Drizzle, and I mean that could put him in a checkmate scenario.
Right, exactly. I mean, I think he has this game wrapped up no matter what, because we can see, like you said, that Psy-Splosion. We know that the Arceus is going to take the hit here, but we know that is not going to be knocked out this turn because we already used the Marnie. We're not going to be able to see a Leon. There's no quick shooting. We know that this Arceus cannot be knocked out with 250 being the max. Looks like that they're going to reserve those energies, just use Ride of the High King here.
Actually finds another double turbo. He could put, so I guess Lucas can go double turbo on Mewtwo, and if he finds 2 Hyper Potions, he can heal 240 damage, which basically makes Ice Rider Calyrex's damage output 10 damage. So I wonder if he's going to attach it. The problem is if you attach it, you don't do as much damage with Final Burn, which makes it harder to kill the Ice Rider. So I wonder if he's going to do that.
You would have to be Hyper Potions.
Yeah. But there is that Psy-Splosion.
Is he? He's like, oh, well, maybe do I?
He's thinking about it. I think it is probably the best play, right? Knowing that there's no hand disruption or anything in hand. Yeah, just a Psy-Splosion. Knocks out the Sobble, and I think you're going to want to put 2 damage on both of the Ice Riders. Well, puts, I guess he has enough in total, but okay, I guess that works too. Yeah. I guess now both Ice Riders.
This is checkmate.
Yeah, that is.
This is going to be a checkmate situation.
Yeah, I think Lucas has this game wrapped up. That's pretty insane. I mean, we were talking earlier about how this Arceus Mewtwo deck might be unfavored versus Ice Rider, but because of the fast Mewtwo play there and the fact that, the Tool Scrapper got discarded, that was really good for Lucas, and it allowed Lucas to just take control of the match and basically say, your Ice Rider may be scary, but not when I got a Mewtwo V Union in play looking to destroy the setups.
Right, and having that Hyper Potion in hand, we know, especially now with the Melanie being used, we know that. And just handing over the turn to him, which we can do that that final burn, even with the DTE, putting that 5 damage counters on it earlier, we know that we do have this game.
Yeah, that'll be 200 damage. And it looks like we are going into game number 3 here. And it looks like Owen takes the dub here. And this is going to be an interesting last match. I do think Owen, or I said Luke, I think Lucas gets it up, not Owen. But yeah, I think Owen might be favored into this next match here, knowing that Owen is going first. And that is going to be very big versus Arceus.
Right. Owen going first definitely is going to be an advantage for him because of, as we talked about, those Arceus Vs still being in danger even on Owen's second turn. We know that the Ice Rider can just knock out whatever's in the active at that point. So Lucas is going to have to try to play around that, make sure that he has another Arceus ready to go. But like we said, with the escape rope, we could possibly see an escape rope play if he decides to put his energies on the Arceus on the bench.
Exactly. And I'm actually curious to see here if Lucas is going to prize any Mewtwo pieces. I mean, Lucas got that Mewtwo in play really, really fast in that last game there. So
literally as quick as possible.
Yeah, the fastest Mewtwo. So I'm curious to see if he's actually going to prize any more Mewtwo pieces. Because if he prizes one, that's huge. He does have the Peonia in his opening hand here. And he does have that Turn 1 Arceus. And he has Pokestop, so he can try to dig a little bit here. But I think if Lucas wants to look through his deck here to see what he has prized, because if he researches here, he loses Peonia, and that means he won't be able to search his prizes for potentially any Mewtwo pieces, if there's any prize.
Right, and this top deck is really going to matter here because we aren't currently, as of now, we aren't able to look through the deck to see what type of situation we're going to be working with here, because we know that Lucas needs to get another Arceus set up on the bench. Otherwise, is a very large potential that Owen can just win.
Yep, I think that definitely is on the table here. I wonder if Lucas will maybe just Marnie instead, because I think he maybe wants to protect the Peonia. Lucas does play one Palpad in the deck to get back the Peonia, but I mean, it's still, you have to find the Palpad and the Peonia, and you have to get the Peonia back in hand with that Palpad to be able to play it. So yeah, if Lucas does prize Arceus, it's a pretty big deal.
And, you know, not having that, you know, handy dandy, trusty Inteleon engine where you can just find these pieces turn after turn whenever you need them, just be able to find them, search for them, do whatever you have. You only have your Starbirth ability to search for what you need, and it's only once per game, and that is if Path to the Peak is not out.
Yeah, here we go with that top deck. There's Trekking Shoes. Oh, and speak of the Palpad, ooh. I think he's going to have to grab that. Yeah.
He's going to go for the Pokestop play here. I mean, that's...
Oh, yeah, there we
go.
go.
That DTE.
That's a pretty big discard. He does find an Ultra Ball, though, so he will be able to search through his deck here to see what he has prized. I think you maybe just go Ultra Ball, Peonia, Marnie. You can Palpad in the back. And let's see, does he have all the Mewtwo's in the deck? There's... I
think there was 3. I think I saw 3.
I think there's 3. Let's see. Yeah, there's only 3. Yeah, good thing.
So we are going to need that Peonia.
Palpad. Yeah, good thing you do that Palpad, because you'll be able to Peonia here. And
right.
I wonder if he's actually also going to just research and not attach the energy. Maybe he wants to find a double turbo here. Yeah, it looks like he's going to try to high roll that double turbo to try to build up that Arceus. Doesn't find it. He does get the Peonia still, though, which is nice. See a Marnie there.
Right, so we have the Peonia for next turn, but now we are going to have a bunch of naked Arceus not being able to build up some energies on another Arceus. So, and we do see that Ice Rider V on the bench with 2 Sobbles, energy attached, Choice Belt on. It's looking a little tough over here. Gonna go ahead and put down the 3rd Arceus V to kind of just try to maybe protect from an escape rope play.
Yeah, this is not what Lucas wanted to see. This is maybe the worst case scenario. Lucas doesn't even have a good follow-up for next turn. Doesn't have an Arceus V-Star in hand. No Ultra Ball. He does have like a Peonia. He has a Pokegear, but I mean, if Lucas's turn doesn't go very well, he's not going to be able to kind of get anything going here, and he could fall behind quite a bit. And good thing, actually, he benched that Arceus because, yeah, like you said, the escape rope hit the board there.
Right, so definitely good thing he put down that 3rd Arceus V to protect the one with the energy on it. So we use that Irida, knowing that now that the Arceus with the energy will be safe this turn. But like you said, we don't really have that much going on here. We don't have a guaranteed Arceus V-Star. It's
Mhm.
do we use the Peonia to try to, and exactly like you said earlier, are we even guaranteed to grab that Mewtwo V Union off this Peonia? It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, this is sometimes why Peonia isn't always the best card for V-Union decks, because while it does help you find the pieces that are prized, it's, he only has, half his prizes to see. Does get a piece there off the top deck, which was pretty good. The Pokestop sticking is good too. He can play that here. He finds Ultra Ball and Tool Jammer, 2 really good hits there. Ultra
Two
Ball
very,
does
very
guarantee
good
it.
hits.
Yeah, actually, I wonder, oh my god, he finds Adventure Discovery, but he grabs the Marnie. I wonder if it's actually possible for this Mewtwo to hit the board this turn. I don't know, maybe.
It really would just depend if he's able to hit that Mewtwo V Union piece off the Peonia. That's the only thing that we are going to be gambling with here, is that we have to hit that piece off the Peonia.
Yeah, it's good he's got the Tool Jammer too, maybe forcing Owen to have the Scrapper. The Scrapper could be prized, you never know. So let's see if he goes Marnie or Peonia. He could just do a Marnie here, but the problem is if this Arceus gets knocked out, you basically kind of lose at that point. But it looks like, yeah, he's just gonna Marnie. He's kind of just gonna gamble and hope that this Ice Rider doesn't KO him. Owen does need to find Tool Scrapper Melanie Energy.
Huge.
Yeah,
The Tool Jammer is really, really big for him here, and it's just he decides he's gonna go for the Starburst. Oh, okay, gonna use the Trekking Shoes. I was gonna say he decides to go for the Starburst before those Trekking Shoes. Gonna discard the Psychic Energy, draw another card, gets another Pokestop, which does not help us right now.
Yeah,
Just gonna go ahead and Starbirth.
Yeah, actually decides to hold on to the other Trekking Shoes, which is pretty interesting. So I wonder what he's gonna go for. Grabs Arceus and probably wants the double turbo. Actually looks at Tool Jammer. Yeah, he has to get the double turbo. Yeah, he can't attack without it. And I guess if the Arceus isn't getting knocked out this turn, maybe there's a world where this is gonna go pretty well here for Lucas here.
Right, I don't think that there's gonna be a boss play. We saw Owen grab the Melanie in the last turn, but that was before the Marnie. So we're not sure what is in Owen's hand currently, if he has an answer to this Marnie that Lucas did, if he's gonna have a way to attach both energies, do some damage on this Arceus, if he's, because we know that there's not gonna be able to be an escape rope play with that already being used. So really, he's gonna have to Melanie if he wants to attack.
Yep, and actually another interesting thing here too for Lucas, he's actually running a bit low on energies here. If he's able to even get Mewtwo in play and wants to build up with Arceus, he's already used up a lot of his energy, and he'd have to have them in the deck to search out. And if it's in there, if it's in his hand, and he doesn't find that Ordinary Rod, he's not gonna be able to quickly build up that Mewtwo. There's a Melanie right off the bat, and the energy. Ooh, all Owen needs is a Tool Scrapper to knock out this active Arceus.
And I'm not sure if we're gonna find it. And that is, we might be grabbing the Tool Scrapper here. That would be putting the knockout on this Arceus V, which puts Lucas in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, if there is a knockout here on the Arceus, it's looking pretty grim. But yeah, there's the Scrapper. If Owen can get another Ice Rider down here, that'd be ideal. Ice Rider plus Scrapper knocked out on Arceus is pretty big. The nice thing, though, is Lucas does have another Tool Jammer, so he will be able to protect this other Arceus. But the problem is, if he doesn't evolve it, then it doesn't matter.
Right, and it is definitely smart that he was able to hold on to that Tool Jammer for a turn so he can protect that last benched Arceus, but this is going to be tough. He really is going to need that V-Star, and we are really, really going to need that Mewtwo V Union out as soon as possible. We did just see the Pow Pad being played, meaning that once that one boss goes down, we will not be able to see it again, but we are just 2 prize cards away from the game on Owen's point.
Let's see what Owen's able to do. Lucas can do here. He does draw a Rod. He can put the Arceus back into the deck if he wants to try to, protect it. Funny enough, he can put the Mewtwo piece back too. You probably don't want to do that.
Probably not.
No.
I mean, keep in mind, we still have one of those pieces prized. We are going to have to use that Peonia, but again, it's not guaranteed.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be hard for Lucas to kind of get this Mewtwo going, even this turn, or even the next turn potentially too, could be pretty tough. There's an Ultra Ball off the Trekking Shoes. That's pretty good.
Very, very good. And that Pokestop, as definitely as tempting as it is to use, it can be, I'm wondering if maybe like a training court in this deck, or maybe even an energy recycler could be more beneficial to help get back those lost energies, because those energies in the discard pile aren't coming back now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Lucas is running low on energies here. I've seen some Arceus Mewtwo lists play a energy recycler in the deck because it gets back 5 energy, but Lucas doesn't play that. So I wonder
Deciding
if
to attach 2 more
Mhm.
energies, maybe to stick with the Hyper Potion plays here. We still
Yep,
don't
no
get
Mewtwo
the
piece.
Mewtwo V Union piece, but now we are guaranteed it with the Peonia. But what energies are we going to attach to this Mewtwo V Union at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could still do Union Gain, but do you really want to give up a turn where the Mewtwo is just going to be stranded and taking a hit? I don't know if he is able to give that up here. But yeah, let's see if this Ice Rider VMAX can hit the board here and attack this Arceus.
We don't have another. We don't have another Tool Jammer in the deck, so we can't put another Tool Jammer on the Mewtwo once it becomes live. And looks like we get those Shady Dealings and Teleon, so we can grab 2 trainer cards. Probably gonna get, maybe a bucket in that Ice Rider and potentially a backup attacker. And this is gonna be really tough for Lucas to come out of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Lucas can really win. I mean, all he has is an Arceus V here, and he can't put another Arceus down this turn because it's just easily knocked out by Max Lance. So I wonder what Lucas can really do at this point to kind of prevent him from losing the game, because he's not going to be able to get Mewtwo down. Even if he draws the Peonia here and he can guarantee the Mewtwo piece, I don't even think he's able to get the other pieces in the discard. So it's not looking good for Lucas at all.
Right, and like we said, it's what energy is going to be attached to it. And I really like the energy recycler idea in this list, because we do get those 5 energies back into the deck, which we can then search out with Trinity Nova, attaching those energies to the benched Mewtwo V Union.
Yeah, that's really all he would have to be able to do here. But even if the Mewtwo V Union hits the board, right, that Ice Rider does have that Choice Bell Leon combo that could be on the horizon for the Mewtwo. And yeah, there's that bucket getting grabbed. So we're definitely going to see this Arceus take a hit here. And then all we would have to see next turn is, we could even see like a Max Lance for like 130 maybe, but I guess there's Hyper Potion. So yeah, I guess actually it might have been smart for Lucas to put all the energy on the Arceus to heal here. But yeah, I think Lucas now just has to make the tankiest Arceus he can, heal with Hyper Potion, and basically hope that this Arceus can take down this Ice Rider. So Lucas might not be out of the game yet though.
Right, so it looks like we are just doing the 130 Max Lance, which we can heal most of that with the Hyper Potion, knowing that Owen does not run the Quick Shooting Inteleon. So this Arceus is going to survive another turn. We are going to see that Hyper Potion healing the 120 damage, of course discarding 2 energies. We have the research, so maybe it's not over yet. We could even grab a Mewtwo V Union piece here with this Ultra Ball and then research the hand.
Yeah, I actually think Lucas is in a pretty good spot. I kind of forgot he had that Hyper Potion play available, but yeah, the Hyper Potions are just kind of saving him here from being one-hit killed by this Ice Rider. We know Owen has no Tool Scrappers left in the deck, so there's no way to remove the Tool Jammer, which makes it really hard for this Arceus to get knocked out. With no Quick Shooting Inteleon, this Arceus is not getting KO'd.
And has the Hyper Potion and the DTE in hand for next turn. So it looks like we are going to be able to survive another hit as well. I'm wondering if he is gonna, he's definitely gonna have to save that Hyper Potion, knowing, okay, gonna go ahead and use it.
He's gonna play.
Suppose. I mean, actually, we kind of have to because of the Leon play, which
Right, yeah.
We could still get a knockout with the energy attachment and the Leon.
Yeah, it's not over yet. I think it could go either way here. Yeah, if there's a Leon still in Owen's deck, or if he does have it in the deck still, we might see the win here for Owen.
Yeah, and as he just said, my only hope was Leon to be prized. So that was the one piece that Owen needed to win, and he was able to get it. And it looks like that Arceus V-Star goes down, and we are watching the Ice Rider take the win here for the Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting last game there. When all hope seemed lost, Lucas maybe would have been able to crawl his way back in and still scrape out with a win there.
Let's head over to the casting booth so we can just talk about that whole situation there.
So yeah, that was pretty crazy for sure, and it's exciting to see that both players here in the finals put up a pretty good fight. I mean, I wasn't expecting Lucas to hold on for that long in that match there, just because, you know, he just wasn't able to get a Mewtwo in play. That piece was prized, didn't even find it off the prizes when he took a knockout. So it was really interesting to see how Lucas still was almost able to win that game.
I know, especially with going second, as we know, was definitely an advantage for Owen playing Ice Rider. Definitely an advantage going first. What a crazy finals game there. I'm glad that we got to watch a little bit from Owen's point of view in the beginning there, and then we got to switch up and watch Lucas for the rest of it. And very interesting matchup for the finals.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, Lucas like basically washed over Owen there in that second match. Once he got that Mewtwo V-Union in play, he was just able to just decimate the Ice Rider deck. And then that last game, again, that piece was prized. He kind of drew a little awkwardly. And honestly, I think in that entire match, he only got like 2 pieces in the discard at most. So
Yeah.
it was a little bit more on the back foot, but Lucas still showed that the Arceus deck can still hold on thanks to the Hyper Potion spam that it had access to.
Right, and I think he played it perfectly while attaching those extra energies there and doing the Hyper Potion plays. And really, his only hope was the fact that Leon was not available or that Leon would have been prized. But that's just sometimes the power with those Inteleon decks, where if it's not in your hand, you can just search for it.
Yeah, being able to find that Leon at any given moment with Inteleon Shady Dealings was a very big deal there. And that was what Owen needed there to just take the match over. And I knew that Leon was probably going to see some light in that matchup, specifically because of how good it is versus the Tool Jammers and that Mewtwo V-Union. And it ended up being the reason why Owen won the game.
Right, so Leon definitely kind of the MVP for Owen, I would say, especially with, you know, the Tool Scrapper being used early, having that Tool Jammer. I mean, Leon was the only hope, and Leon did deliver.
Yeah, Leon, MVP of that match. And who knew that a supporter like Leon was going to be the reason why Ice Rider is a lot better now, because being able to go through jammers and being able to have that extra push against something like Mewtwo V-Union for Ice Rider is usually enough for that deck to sometimes win a match.
Definitely. And I really like using the Leon over something like the Radiant Hawlucha, with the Radiant Hawlucha only doing those extra damage to VMAX Pokemon. So I think that it was really smart using something like the Radiant Greninja, being able to draw more cards and, you know, get some water energies in the discard pile for Melanie plays, or even the Palkia V-Star Subspace Swell, a Star Portal ability to be able to attach some energies to water Pokemon. I really like using the Leon over the Radiant Hawlucha in that aspect as well.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Greninja is just kind of really good, and that draw 2 cards was really good, especially when you combine it with Melanie. And that was interesting, because the thing with Ice Rider is it's always having a Melanie every turn. It's hard for Ice Rider to be able to play those extra supporters. Something like Leon or Boss are a lot harder to use when you're having to constantly use Melanie. And I didn't even think we saw the Palkia there hit the board at all in those 2 matches. And
Right,
the Palkia,
which
yeah. Like, the
yeah,
Palkia
I
is
think it
really
was
good.
smart not to. I think it was
Yeah,
smart to leave Palkia out for that one.
Yeah, because Palkia is not doing a lot of damage, but it's interesting because Palkia makes Ice Rider good because you're able to use Star Portal, which allows you to play an extra supporter on your turn that doesn't have to be Melanie. And the fact that not even Palkia needed to be used there for that Star Portal effect to help Ice Rider was pretty fascinating.
Right, it really shows how powerful Ice Rider still can be, even without using something like that, to where you do have those extra energy attachments. As long as you have your energies when you need them and you attach them appropriately, you're still able to do really big damage with just 2 energies, be able to move around, use different supporters other than Melanie, and still be able to sweep a tournament and win the Tournament of Champions here with the Shuffle Squad. So congratulations to Owen for winning the Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, big congrats to Owen for winning, and also big congrats to Lucas for making the finals with that Arceus Mewtwo deck. And of course, congrats to every other player who made top 8. Pretty good accomplishment, and I'm glad we got to see some pretty interesting matches there. The Coco Arceus deck was really cool to see. We got to see that Arceus Mewtwo deck. We even got to see some Mewtwo action. Thankfully, in that second game, Lucas was able to get that Mewtwo going, so we ended up even getting to see Mewtwo V-Union do its thing, which was really exciting to see. So we had some pretty good matches today, and none of them really felt one-sided. A lot of the matches did feel like they were really close and really intense.
Right, definitely. And it makes me even more excited for Worlds, knowing what on earth are people going to bring to that. I mean, we are having, like we said, every single top 8 deck was a different deck. And
Yeah.
nothing that I necessarily expected. We didn't even have a Palkia in the top 8, right? We had, other than it being thrown in with an Ice Rider deck, I mean, we had 8 completely different decks in this top 8, which is really exciting. It's going to bring a lot of different decks to Worlds. It's going to be a really exciting time to see what type of decks people are going to bring.
I agree. I think Worlds is going to be a very interesting meta. A lot of people are going to be looking to test against some of these big decks. I know decks like Stonejourner VMAX are starting to make a name for itself now. And I'm excited to maybe see what people come up with for Worlds. If this is what we got to, a little bit of a sneak preview in this top 8, I wonder what Worlds will bring us and what spicy decks or cool contraptions people are going to come up with for the World Championships.
Right, exactly. It's gonna be something else to see, and I really hope we start to see more of these different types of decks coming out from the meta. We're just seeing a lot of different things getting some plays, which I think is what we really needed for the format right now. Just a lot of different things happening. Arceus make things to where you can really pair it with any V or even another V-Star. You don't have to use the Starbirth ability. You don't have to use another V-Star's ability. You can still pair Arceus with just about any other V or VMAX V-Star in the format, and you can come up with a crazy deck that can be really good.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see if that Arceus Koko Decidueye deck makes waves at the World Championships, because it doesn't seem very bad in the meta right now, and it does have some pretty good matchups. As we saw, Travis took it all the way to top 4.
Right, so again, congratulations to everybody who played today and everyone who did well. Top 8, top 4, top 2. Owen with the win there. It was really exciting to watch everybody. I hope everyone enjoyed watching the tournament today. We had a really great time casting this for everybody. While you're here, make sure to subscribe to the Shuffle Squad YouTube channel. We have a lot of really great content creators making some really awesome videos. Basically, every single day?
Yeah, daily content almost, yeah.
Yeah, and we are really excited to make this content for you guys as well. So make sure to subscribe to the channel while you are here. And LDF, you got anything else?
Yeah, I mean, we got some pretty awesome projects on the horizon here at the Shuffle Squad. So definitely you want to make sure you're staying tuned to the channel later this week for some really cool new video content on the channel. That's all I got to say about that.
That's all we got to say about that. Well,
But,
again,
yeah.
LDF, it has been fun casting with you.
You too, Lindsay. It was an honor as always. Once again, big shout out to everybody who played in the tournament and everybody who did well in the tournament and who made top 8. So congratulations to everybody. And there you go.
And yeah, until next time, everyone have a good night.
See ya.